The story and narrative of Starfield has me conflicted. Released in a year full of astoundingly brilliant narrative experiences, some of whom will be counted among the best in the medium for years to come, Starfield isn't counted among them, yet it's one that continues to stick out in my mind, when it really shouldn't. It doesn't have the same depth of choices and consequences as Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty or Baldur's Gate 3, or the emotional resonance of Final Fantasy XVI or Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores, yet Starfield has somehow managed to cling on in the recesses of my mind. But why? Could it be that I've been truly charmed by its at times thought-provoking story, despite being shrouded in ludicrous amounts of mediocrity to go along with some truly baffling narrative decisions? Could it be that it's not the main story, but the varied subplots you come across as you play, even if they suffer the same issues and lack the same amount of depth we've seen in other games? Could it be the fascinating lore that's been created, that's often thought-provoking on its own, yet is often poorly implemented in the very stories that are set in it and meant to explain it? Could it be that I'm still in some way wearing the rose-tinted glasses that I had on at the game's launch, despite doing my damnedest not to get swept up in the hype, and the main story and narrative disappointing me at multiple points over the 3 playthroughs I did of this game? Could it be that I'm just happy that there's a game like Starfield, with a galaxy-spanning set of stories to match, even if it and those subsequent stories fall well short of what could have been and should be expected from a studio like Bethesda? After my first playthrough, I initially summed up Starfield's main story and narrative as being better than the sum of its parts. It doesn't have the best characters, moments, or setting, but put together they work to form something quite exceptional, at least when compared to Bethesda's more recent prior entries, namely Skyrim and Fallout 4. After my second and third playthroughs, where I took off my rose-tinted glasses and was far more critical and deep in my analysis, to my surprise, I still find myself leaning on this view, even if not nearly as strongly as before. That said, while I think Starfield's narrative was an honest attempt by Bethesda to improve on the plot hole-ridden mess that's Fallout 4's main story and its somewhat shallow subplots while simultaneously doing something new, they attempted to do so using the same old tired formula of storytelling that they've used since Skyrim, and it shows. Such will be the subject matter of this video, where we will analyze Starfield's main story from start to finish, as well as all 4 of its major faction questlines, analyzing their major themes and concepts. As is standard fare on this channel, I will only speak on gameplay when and where it's applicable, appropriate, or unavoidable as it pertains to these stories. A few housekeeping items to go over. For this video, I played through Starfield 3 times, twice on fresh runs, then again on the game's version of New Game Plus with my second character, making different decisions as I went. With regards to Starfield's take on New Game Plus, we'll get to that. I also played through the main stories of Skyrim and Fallout 4, as well as some of their DLCs, to use as direct comparisons to explore where Starfield's main story and narrative succeeds and fails within Bethesda's own works. There will also be comparisons to other games, past and present, to the same effect. As you'll no doubt have seen at the bottom of your video player, this will be an incredibly long video, even by my standards, so I've done my best to divide this video up as evenly as possible, with the intent of making it easier for you to navigate if you decide to watch this video in smaller, more manageable portions instead of one long sitting. At the risk of ruining the punch of this intro, I feel that it's necessary to justify, if only to myself and my own sanity, such an absurd length. That justification being that I want to give the main story and the 4 major questlines each their own time under the sun, to be treated more or less equally in the analysis and exploration of their narratives, themes, and concepts. With that said, spoiler warning for the entirety of Starfield's main story and major questlines, as well as some of its minor side quests. There will also be spoilers for other games as well, including other Bethesda titles, which I will have listed here. Last but not least, thank you so much for joining me on this journey. All your love and support for my channel is greatly appreciated, and I hope this video was worth the wait. Now, without further ado, let's take off on our clunker of a spaceship and Grav jump through the many load screens and begin this narrative exploration of Starfield. So some of you, right from the get-go, may be asking yourself one simple question. Is this just going to be another elongated diatribe constantly dunking on Starfield? Discourse on the game, both at launch and since, hasn't put the game in much positive light, and much of what is positive is often laid with a heavy sprinkling of caveats, and even as of this writing, a fair chunk of the positivity for the game has slowly ebbed away in the months following its launch, as more and more fans and critics begin to, for lack of a better term, turn on Starfield, to varying degrees. Of course, such discourse revolves around the game as an entire package, not just the narrative, which is what we're all here for in this video. With that said, with regards to the narrative, allow me to hopefully allay any concerns some of you might have to this effect right from the start. This will not be an overlong dunk fest on Starfield's story and narrative. I have many criticisms to be sure, but there's much about it that I did enjoy, and I hope in this video that I can provide as close to a balanced take on the game's narrative as I can. That being said, I will defer judgment as to whether I'm successful in this endeavor to you. One aspect of the narrative I didn't enjoy, however, was its introduction, which, when compared to Bethesda's prior single-player entries, is by far the strangest and yet equally dullest out of all of them. Upon starting, we're treated to the title screen, then shown the date, May 7th, 2330, and where we are, a mining outpost on the moon of Vectera, owned by some company called Argos Extractors, before we find ourselves on an elevator heading down into those very mines. On this elevator with us is Supervisor Lin, our boss, and another miner named Heller. The two will wax poetically about the intergalactic mining gigs, while you're simply made to stand there and watch as the elevator ever so daintily descends into the depths. Once the elevator hits rock bottom, we're made to follow Lin as she does her supervisor thing, all while we learn basic movement controls. Eventually we're told to grab a cutter and do some mining of our own, which doubles as a tutorial for mining and shooting since they share the same control scheme. After mining our carefully selected deposits, Lin calls for us to rejoin her, and together we reunite with Heller as a machine punches a hole through to some caverns further on. We follow Heller a ways as he scans the area and notes a strange spike in gravity readings. This doesn't concern Lin, who will say that the readings are due to an anomaly, suggesting that this isn't the first time they've come across this sort of thing. In fact, by all accounts, it's why they're on Vectera to begin with a mysterious client on the way to pick up said anomaly. Lin will then decide to send us to check on the anomaly alone because apparently we, on only our second day on the job, are best suited for the task, despite not knowing what the hell is waiting for us. In any event, we trudge forward through a dark tunnel until we reach another cavern, with strange rocks floating all about. Okay. Our target is buried under more of the strange rocks, which we clear with our cutter, revealing another, even stranger looking rock thing, the mysterious anomaly itself. We reach out to touch it and... Okay, what the hell just happened? We next find ourselves on a medical table, with Lin calling out to us before rising like the Undertaker to find her and Heller standing over us. Apparently touching the anomaly knocked us out cold, and a considerable amount of time has passed since. From here, we're taken to the character creator, masquerading as confirming our identity and background after being rendered unconscious to make sure our brain matter hasn't been turned to scrambled eggs. Already you might be asking yourself a litany of questions, chief among them being, just what the hell is going on? In Bethesda's prior games, the intro served as a means of setting up not just the main plot, but also the world we find ourselves in. Skyrim not only set up the return of the dragons, but also the political conflict and civil war taking place in parallel, with the two becoming interlinked as the story plays out. In Fallout 4, we see the end of modern society when the bombs drop, as well as the kidnapping of our plot hole of a son at the hands of the Institute. In Starfield, we mine, touch a strange object, get blasted with visions and exceedingly loud music, and that's it. There's some amount of world building, but it's only done in passing reference, with vague mentioning of the game's three biggest factions, House Faroon, the Freestar Collective, and the United Colonies, with just as vague and equally brief descriptors as to what they're about. This may not seem like an issue right now, but will become far more acute the further along we go and become further exposed to these factions and their place in this universe, highlighting a key problem with Starfield's world building and setting, which we'll dig into a little later. Of course, if you've played the game, you'll be quick to mention that the intro isn't exactly finished, to which you are correct, but that in and of itself raises another question as to when the game's introduction truly ends and the shackles of linearity are removed, something that has become a matter of debate amongst players and highlights another key issue, one that focuses squarely on the game's introduction. Let's set that aside for now. After we've created our own little spaceman, woman, or person, we speak with Lynn about what happened, telling her what we saw in the strange vision. It's at this point we receive word of the mysterious client's arrival, to which we follow Lynn outside to meet with them. On the little walk, we get more tidbits of world building, namely regarding the buyers of the anomaly, a group called Constellation. Space explorers with a certain reputation that's never really discussed, along with the fact that some people don't even think they exist. Stepping outside, we meet with the buyer and Constellation rep, a man named Barrett, who receives a rather frosty reception from Lynn. The conversation will quickly shift to the strange visions we had, to which Barrett will remark in a roundabout way that he experienced that same thing, before Lynn moves to conclude the deal. Before we can, however, pirates belonging to the Crimson Fleet show up, having chased Barrett to Vectera. We're suddenly thrust into the action, with only our cutter and whatever weapons we can scavenge to hold them off. Eventually the pirates are cut down and their ship is forced to retreat, before we can finally return to our conversation with Barrett. Barrett informs us out of the blue that we have to come with him, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, even if we protest. According to him, Constellation is the only group qualified to study what may or may not have happened to our brain after the visions, which is apparently reason enough to forcibly conscript us. Lynn isn't too pleased, especially after he set the Crimson Fleet on her and the other miners, but in exchange, Barrett offers to stay behind while we return to Constellation, lending us his ship, the Frontier, while instructing his robot companion, named Vasco, in reference to the famous Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama, to get us to the lodge at all costs, initiating something called Protocol Indigo to do so. Barrett then gives us some fancy Dan watch, which represents our compass in the bottom left-hand corner, and that's it, despite putting some emphasis on its importance, before we're sent on our way and take off from Vectera. Once in space, we're shown the ropes on how to fly our new toy. It doesn't take long for us to be thrust into space combat, for as soon as we run through the basics, another Crimson Fleet ship appears and engages us. 2 more follow soon after, and once we destroy them, Vasco instructs us to fly to another moon called Crete to take down the local Crimson captain and eliminate any potential threat to our mission, even though this would appear to be in direct violation of Protocol Indigo. Nevertheless, we arrive at Crete and land near the base, marking a return to the oh-so-famous, or infamous depending on how you look at it, gameplay loop synonymous with Bethesda's more recent games. Explore a location, kill some baddies, then gather loot and resources. There is some storytelling to be found here, chiefly in the facility itself. Right upon entry, Vasco will remark that it bears United Colony markings, even though they're currently in the territory of their erstwhile enemy, the Freestar Collective, making it a covert facility. We uncover more by following a string of terminal entries we find as we hunt down pirates scattered throughout, which reveal that the facility used to belong to the UC Xeno Warfare Division, a unit that, as we'll learn in the UC Vanguard questline, is now defunct. These entries end with the fate of the facility and their author, revealing the research staff were slaughtered piecemeal by a particularly dangerous creature that we'll get to know and absolutely love later on.
This is Hayden Wynn, lead xenobiologist. Wishing he had gone to dentist school like his parents wanted.
As mentioned, none of this particularly matters as of now and won't really until the aforementioned UC Vanguard questline. For now, all we're really worried about is clearing out the pirates and eliminating their captain, who we find outside with some of his goons on the roof waiting for us all polite-like. We slaughter the captain and his men, including some reinforcements, before returning to our ship and flying off. Now we can head to the lodge, located in the city of New Atlantis on Jemison in the Alpha Centauri system. Once we arrive and have been scanned by security, we land at the spaceport and make our way to said lodge, located out of sight and out of mind in the furthest corner of the Mass District, the beating heart of the UC's bureaucracy. You're allowed to explore New Atlantis somewhat, though for now I recommend just heading straight to the lodge. We'll discuss Starfield's urban settings later in the video once we've seen the other 2 major hubs, Aquila City and Neon. For now, all I'll say is that, while impressive on the surface, these urban environments often leave much to be desired. Arriving at the lodge, we use the watch Barrett gave us to get inside, the only time the watch is used in such a way, I might add, where we're greeted by the rest of Constellation, chief among them being Sarah Morgan, chair of the whole shindig. She immediately questions us as to the whereabouts of Barrett, her demeanor initially cold towards us, though she progressively warms as we reveal Barrett's whereabouts, as well as that we have the anomaly he was sent to retrieve, and what happened when we touched it, the lights, the music, and so on. At Sarah's insistence, we place the anomaly, which they call an artifact, on the table with 2 other artifacts and...
Oh my god, that's it. They're reacting. Look at how it's coming together. That energy that's arcing between them, no manufactured material in the settled systems can do that. None of them. This proves
Easy, girl. Breathe. You'll have a heart attack.
The crowd goes wild while we just stand there with our hands in our pockets, probably looking dumbfounded, but it's hard to tell what with our character being a silent protagonist. Much has been said about the return to having a silent protagonist after Fallout 4, with it becoming the subject of much debate online in the lead up to launch. Bethesda had planned on having a voiced protagonist, but dropped the idea in favor of a silent one due to the gargantuan script and, perhaps most importantly, player feedback. Fallout 4's voiced protagonist was a huge leap forward for Bethesda in how it wrote its stories, allowing for more emotional storytelling, but it came at the cost of a deeply flawed dialogue system, which in turn limited the possibilities for true role-playing. Having a silent protagonist fixes those issues, though I'd argue that, and I know that I'm very much in the minority when I say this, it makes the experience less immersive. I want to hear my characters speak, to give voice to my dialogue choices, instead of just standing there and seemingly telepathically conveying responses to whomever I'm speaking to. Strangely, I must admit, I don't have this issue with another game that came out the same year. Baldur's Gate 3, which, technically speaking, also has a silent protagonist, but that could be because the player character in that game actually shows emotion during dialogue sequences. In Starfield, by comparison, the player character just kinda stares off into the distance with a deer in headlights look, which is probably why all conversations in Starfield take place in first person no matter what. All this to say that while I miss having a voiced protagonist and find it less immersive by comparison, I can accept the return of the silent protagonist if it means more varied dialogue choices and greater amounts of role-playing, even if some would argue role-playing still isn't what it could be when compared to other RPGs. Sarah immediately wants to go out on another job, though before we do, she suggests we get ourselves settled in and introduce ourselves to the rest of the Constellation members present, as well as be shown our new accommodations along with a brief tour of the lodge itself, minus the basement. At this point, you're still very much on rails, which is where we return to the conversation regarding when Starfield's intro truly ends and we're free to do as we please. In other Bethesda games, returning to the lodge would have been the point where we're released from our shackles and allowed to explore at our own leisure. Yet instead, we're forced to continue down this linear path, forced to go on another job, this time with Sarah to accompany us instead of Vasco. We're not even given an option to turn down Constellation and go our own way. We just have to nod our head and go, yes ma'am, and just roll with it. This begs the question as to whether we're still technically in the game's introductory phase. If the answer is yes, then Starfield fails miserably to have a concise and succinct introduction, for the pacing at this point drops dramatically, which will become more apparent as we move forward with this section. If not, then by keeping us on rails, this next section is a contrived means to force us to engage with the main story when, as mentioned before, previous titles will have taken us off said rails at this point and allowed us to do as we please, with the option to return to the main story if and when we like. As hyperbolic as this may sound, it seems almost antithetical to Bethesda, a desperate attempt by the writers to make us engaged with the story without doing much to earn that right, while initially sacrificing one of its key tenets for this early portion. Go where you want, do what you want. Of course, the visions we have when we touch the artifact on Vectera, as well as the coming together of the artifacts combined with the Lodge, may be enough of a hook for you, but so are the return of dragons and the kidnapping of a as of yet to be revealed plot hole. In Skyrim and Fallout 4, if you still weren't convinced, no problem. Go right ahead and do what you want. The world is your oyster. Starfield, on the other hand, sacrifices this on the pillar of keeping the player engaged, willing or not, and while some very interesting plot points are introduced, as we'll see shortly, I don't think it was worth it in the end, because again, they haven't exactly earned it. When we're ready, we return to Sarah, who tells us she received a tip regarding the whereabouts of an artifact from a contact in the UC Vanguard, the civilian arm of the United Colonies military, formed in the wake of the Colony War some 20 years prior. From the lodge, we go and meet with this contact, Commander John Tuwala, who works out of the Vanguard's recruiting office, and who immediately attempts to convince us to enlist, which in turn opens up access to the UC Vanguard questline. For now, we'll be sticking with Constellation business. From Tuwala, we learn that a Vanguard captain named Moara, currently patrolling the Sol system, has an item matching the description of an artifact, and we should look him up in Cydonia on Mars. We do just that, leaving New Atlantis behind and Grav jumping to Mars. One bit of interesting information we can learn from Tuwala, if we ask, is that the Sol system, the very system from which humanity originated, has become a sort of galactic backwater, where few people want to go and even more want to leave, with Mars and its industries being the only planet of value to the United Colonies. This piqued my interest as to why, particularly after Lynn, back on Vectera, made mention of the fact that few people believe Earth even exists. But why? The answer is revealed during this artifact hunt when, after picking up Moara's trail on Mars and a brief run-in with House Varun zealots over Venus, the trail leads us to a centuries-old star yard orbiting Earth's moon. Prior to landing at Cydonia on my first run, I had already begun to wonder what happened to Earth, since up to this point it had only been mentioned once, via Lynn's earlier comment, and so, via the utterly convoluted star map, I decided to check in on the old girl. And found it a dead, lifeless rock. We can ask Sarah about this, to which she'll answer that Earth's atmosphere, for reasons as of yet unknown, began to sputter out into space, giving humanity only 50 years to evacuate the whole planet before it turned into the unlivable rock that it is now. It's from this event that the United Colonies, in a roundabout way, was founded, first managing the Exodus, then uniting the desperate colonies under one banner, at least initially. To say the least, I found learning all of this to be rather sobering. Many works of science fiction, particularly those in the same vein as Starfield, often hold Earth up on a sort of pedestal, representing humanity's hopes and dreams, a unifying force against the black unknown of deep space, a home that humanity will always find safe harbor and, God forbid, should it ever come to pass in the future, will fight to the death to defend. Starfield, however, has gone against this grain, having Earth be doomed to die via mysterious and uncontrollable means and, over time, become forgotten. For it's from this doom that humanity was forced to take to the stars wholesale, almost against its will, though from this cataclysm it ultimately prospered in spite of Earth's slow, withering death. As 200 years passed and humanity's place in the known galaxy calcified, and more politically independent groups and nations sprung up and found similar solace and meaning in other worlds, such as Jemison or Aquila, Earth's importance, both in the literal and figurative, was diminished, almost to the point of becoming just a myth, told to children at bedtime or around campfires on distant moons. It's in this diminished and near-forgotten state that we first find Earth, further accentuated by Sarah's rather nonchalant, unemotional explanation as to what happened. There's no poetic lamenting about the loss of fair Mother Earth. Instead, the truth is succinct and to the point. Earth is dead, and no one knows why, probably with a shrug. Again, I found this all rather sobering, to see humanity's home reduced to this state, before just as quickly forgetting about it myself. If everyone else doesn't care, why should I? And I don't mean that as criticism, I actually believe this to be all intentional, a small piece of immersion that works really well. Like everyone else, we too quickly forget about Earth after this initial visit, until we're slapped back into remembering the old girl and made to bear witness, and realize that Earth is still worth remembering, that even in its withered state it remains important and symbolic to the story of humanity, even if everyone else doesn't realize it. Our search for Moara continues on the aforementioned Star Yard, where we land smack dab in the middle of a firefight between Spacers and Ecliptic, both of which are enemy factions you'll consistently encounter throughout your travels across the settled systems. Spacers are essentially Starfield's take on bandits and raiders, violent criminals who operate in a myriad of independent groups or gangs, desperate and foolhardy enough to eke out a dangerous living on the fringes of civilized society. The closest comparison would be the Crimson Fleet, but unlike them, as we'll see when we cover their questline, Spacers don't have a unifying command structure or central base of operations, and it's even noted a few times that Spacers will even fight amongst themselves, though this is never shown in game. They prefer to loot and occupy abandoned stations and outposts, though if enough of them band together, they'll gladly carry out aggressive raids of their own, even going so far as to attack Freestar and UC installations, particularly those situated on the frontier. Both the UC and Freestar have made repeated attempts to stamp them out, but like locusts, they keep coming back, especially with the myriad number of places they can hide across the settled systems. The Ecliptic, on the other hand, are just mercenaries, ones who sell their services to whoever has the credits to afford them, whether it be whole factions or private corporations or individuals. Like Spacers, they occupy abandoned star stations and outposts, usually left over from the Colony War, which they do with permission from both the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective, something Spacers and the Crimson Fleet can't claim to have. Truth be told, I find the Ecliptic rather disappointing as a faction. While the Crimson Fleet has a whole dedicated questline and backstory, and the Spacers are just raiders and bandits in space that can be hand-waved away, the Ecliptic have the potential of being an interesting faction to engage with, being that they have their own command structure and named characters. Instead, they're just relegated to being no better than Spacers, respawning enemies that you encounter across the game universe with no real attempt to give them any backstory beyond what can be found across repeated data slates and audio logs. After we clear out the Star Yard of baddies and find a data slate left by Moara, our search takes us to Neptune, where we find Moara's ship, which begins inexplicably shooting at us. Moara hails us over comms and explains that some Ecliptic have hijacked his ship and locked him down. This means we have to get aboard his ship and take it back. To do that, as we would do in any space combat where we want to board an enemy ship, we need to take out the engines, though in this instance I'm pretty sure the game cheats and lets us fire indiscriminately for the sake of the mission. In any event, we board the ship, take care of the mercs, and find a wounded but very much alive and grateful Moara, as well as the artifact, serving as a hood ornament. Moara gladly hands over the artifact in return for our rescue, and we triumphantly return to the lodge, where we add it to the pile where, just like the last one, it joins the others in strange gravitational harmony. It's at this point that Sarah inducts us into Constellation as a full member, as well as making herself available as a companion from here on in. It's also from this point that the shackles are removed, and while the main story continues chugging right along, we're now free to go where we wish and do what we please, if we wish. So congratulations, we've just graduated Sarah Morgan's School of Constellation Shenanigans, champagne not included. What's next? Well, we're presented with 3 options to choose from. First is to meet with another member named Sam Coe, who's returned to the lodge just ahead of us and is putting together an expedition in Freestar space to follow a lead on a possible artifact, a mission that doubles as our means of unlocking him as a companion. Second is to head up to the Eye, Constellation star station above Jemison and the means by which Constellation scans deep space for anomalies to meet with Vladimir, the Eye's lone operator. Third and lastly, we need to retrieve Barrett, who remains on Vectera though not for much longer, as during our earlier escapade, word reached the lodge that Argos Extractors, our character's former employer, was packing up and leaving the moon. These can be completed in any order, but for the purposes of this video, we'll start with Sam Coe, which I believe will naturally be everyone's first choice in this triad of missions. One thing that will stick out right away when you speak to Sam for the first time, apart from the obvious cowboy aesthetic, will be the presence of Cora, his daughter. Now you may assume initially, as I did, that Cora just lives at the lodge like everyone else, and stays there while her father is off on missions for Constellation. Surely he wouldn't drag his child with him everywhere he goes, right? Well, that's exactly what he does, dragging her to and fro across the galaxy, including some of its most dangerous parts, which left me on my first run yelling at my television, "Are you fucking serious?" Why in the goddamn hell would anyone think it's a good idea to bring their child with them on these sorts of expeditions? This isn't some vacation to Paradiso. Oftentimes, as we'll see repeatedly, these artifacts are tucked away deep in mines and caves overrun by all sorts of nasties, be they spacers, mercenaries, pirates, or ugly as sin creepy crawlies. They are not places for a parent to take their child, but apparently Sam Coe ain't like the other mommies in the neighborhood and does just that. And there's no refusing him either, because he'll get real short with you before angrily telling you to drop the issue, and with the only way to properly start this mission and make him a usable companion being that we take Cora with us, we're left with no other option. It made me really dislike him when I tried to refuse him on my second run, which is a shame because other than that, he isn't half bad as a character. He's not nearly as strongly written as the others I feel, but he has that gunslinger's charm that just seems to work in most stories. That, however, doesn't change the fact that bringing your 12-year-old child with you on potentially dangerous expeditions is beyond insane. Now, in fairness, Cora doesn't actually come with you everywhere you go. She just remains on your ship and hangs out while you and Sam run around and do whatever, while providing occasional bits of random dialogue with Old Man Coe, dialogue that repeats and gets real old, real quickly.
Dad, have you ever tried Aurora?
For this mission, we need to head to Aquila City on the planet of Aquila, the capital of the Freestar Collective. It's also where Sam is from, and as he reveals when we step off our ship at Aquila City, he has something of a celebrity status in the Collective. That's because his ancestor, Solomon Coe, was the founder of Aquila City and essentially the founder of the whole Freestar Collective almost a century and a half ago. As such, the Coe family, while it doesn't rule the Collective, maintains a strong presence on Aquila and is still highly influential in Freestar politics and day-to-day life. This causes Sam more than a bit of discomfort from time to time, but it's due to this family connection that we have a lead on a possible artifact. According to him, while mapping Aquila, Solomon found a tiny patch of nothing, an anomaly of sorts, the kind an artifact would produce. The location of this anomaly, known as the Empty Nest, is marked on an old map that we need to get, which is locked up in the Coe family vault in the local Gal Bank. Sounds easy enough. Go to the bank, get the maps, trace across the wild lands of Aquila, get the artifact, go home. Not so fast, bucko, for when we enter Aquila City proper, we find the Gal Bank locked down, surrounded by armed guards. Outlaws from a crime group called the Shaw Gang attempted to rob the place, royally screwed it up, and are now holding hostages while under siege by Freestar security. We meet with Marshal Daniel Blake, Commander-in-Chief of the Freestar Rangers and man in charge of the security forces outside the bank, who asks us to negotiate with the Shaw Gang since they refuse to speak with any other security personnel. You can convince the Shaw gang to surrender peacefully, either via the game's dialogue persuasion minigame or by using particular dialogue perks found in the social tree. If not, you'll be required to enter the bank via a back door that the gangbangers stupidly forgot to keep guard and gun them down mercilessly, taking care not to harm any civilians. Either way, we return to Blake and give him the good news, earning the Marshal's praises while simultaneously offering us the chance to join the Freestar Rangers, which opens the way to begin their questline. I wanted to cover each major faction questline as they appear, but since we've already been introduced to two of them in the UC Vanguard and Freestar Rangers in relatively quick succession, and the other two happen in rather strange, sometimes random circumstances, we'll cover them at certain breakpoints throughout the main story. Not the best or most organic way to do it, I'll admit, and I'll do my best to alleviate these sudden and potentially jarring shifts in topics, but given that it's this game, it could almost be argued that it's par for the course. With the robbery now dealt with, we're free to head down into the vault to get the map, because apparently there's no need for the Freestar authorities to conduct an investigation or clear out the bodies first. We check multiple deposit boxes, but find no map. We do, however, find a note, left by a man named Jacob Coe, admitting that he took the map and pretty much daring Sam to come find him at the Coe estate. Of course, your first question will undoubtedly be, who the hell is Jacob Coe? Information we have to pry out of Sam, who's already rankled by the prospect of having to return to the Coe estate to begin with. Jacob is Sam's father, and the two of them are, to put it bluntly, not on good terms. This becomes abundantly clear when we arrive at the estate, where Jacob is seemingly already waiting for us, and the two begin to bicker almost immediately. As mentioned earlier, the Coe family maintains a strong influence, politically and culturally, in the Freestar Collective, but most strongly in Aquila City. Remember, Solomon Coe, Sam's ancestor, founded the city, then the Collective itself, while planting the family's roots there. There would be no Aquila City without the Coe family, leaving the two inextricably linked, and Jacob emphasizes this point here, almost to the point of fetishizing it. Coes don't go gallivanting across the stars. They stay where they belong together, continuing the proud tradition of Solomon by being the stewards of Aquila and its people. Sam, on the other hand, wants nothing to do with this, and by joining Constellation has broken from Jacob's idealized vision of the family. This has already brewed fiery tensions between them, tensions that have only been inflamed by the presence of Cora. Jacob wants Cora to live with him on the estate, so that she learns what it means to be a Coe. Sam, on the other hand, wants his daughter to take after him and see the wider galaxy, all while receiving a top-of-the-line at-home education via videos and training modules. Despite my continued consternation at the fact that he's dragging his daughter across the galaxy on often highly dangerous expeditions, in this instance I think Sam's got the right of it here. Cora's getting an experience few children her age could ever dream of getting, which has led to her being exceptionally brilliant at her age, though we never really get to see it thanks to her equally exceptionally bland and monotonous dialogue. This would never happen if she lived with Jacob, whose entire life and personality is wound up in this almost religious need to live up to Solomon Coe's legacy, allowing little room for growth outside of this mindset. Aquila City also isn't exactly a shining star of a city in the settled systems with little in the way of culture to show for it. New Atlantis, on the other hand, is the cosmopolitan heart of the known galaxy, with a greater amount of exposure to myriad cultures and ideas, and so it stands to reason that Cora's emotional and intellectual development is better off in New Atlantis alongside going out with Sam exploring the stars. There could be found an interesting discussion on how this family feud highlights the differing dispositions of the centralized, cosmopolitan, and liberal New Atlantis versus the more conservative and free-spirited Aquila City and how that reflects in our real world, but given the state of Starfield's lore, this isn't a discussion that's easily quantified. Jacob isn't about to give up the maps, and so we're left in a bit of a bind. The maps themselves are locked up in Jacob's office, the door to which he stands in front of. To get past him, we have three options. We can convince Jacob to just let us have the maps. Should that fail, or if we decide talking is useless, we can have Sam distract Jacob long enough for us to break into his office and steal them. We can also involve Cora, who's just standing outside the ship on the landing pad for some goddamn reason, and have her convince Grandpa Coe to let us have the maps, something that Sam takes great exception to. Either way, we get the maps and begin our trek for the empty nest, which, wouldn't you know, sits smack dab in the middle of Shaw Gang territory. Wonderful. In fact, upon arriving, we find that it's their main hideout, which, it must be said, is a smart move on their part. One thing to note about Aquila and the eponymous city is that no one, save for criminals, lives outside the walls. That's because the whole planet is overrun with Ashta, predators that move in packs and are incredibly dangerous. To that end, all farming outside the city is automated and run by robots, which the Ashta leave alone. For criminals living on the edge, there's a constant need to keep on the move to avoid the Ashta and death by claw and fang. The Shaw Gang at the empty nest don't need to do this because the gravitational fluctuations created by the artifact seemingly keep the Ashta away, and thus they have no need to move, allowing for a more stable operation. It's also why Solomon Coe marked the location with importance on his maps. After clearing out the camp as well as the caves, we find the artifact and...
You can stand. Okay. Yeah, fine. Let's get going.
Yeah, you better get used to that, for it'll play after we touch nearly every artifact. Bethesda could have been clever with these visions, building and adding upon them with each artifact, kinda like how, in Mass Effect, Shepard's visions change with every Prothean beacon he touches, but no, they're the same vision each time. Leaving the empty nest, we're confronted by none other than Shaw herself, and she's none too pleased with us. Not only did we cut down dozens of her crew, we took the one thing that was keeping the Ashta away, meaning that she's now down a hideout. She gives us a choice, either die or pay up. We can attempt to talk our way out, though I've never been successful in this, or we can pay 4,000 credits, which I've never done. We can also just kill them and another firefight ensues. There's also a fourth option, one that I won't reveal until much later. Regardless of our choice, a pack of Ashta show up and liven up the party, and we can either join the Shaw gang in killing them, fight them both, or we can just run away and return to our ship and head back to the lodge, artifact in hand. We add it to the pile and pat ourselves on the back for a job well done. Now it's time to head up to the Eye and meet with Vladimir Saul, the station's lone operator. A reformed pirate, formerly of the Crimson Fleet, he's the man who discovered the locations of anomalies via the Eye's deep space scanner. Of course, these scans are only blips that don't tell us much, given the vast distances needed to cover and all the other interstellar bodies in the way, which justifies the need for Constellation to check out these leads in person. Vladimir gives us a few leads to follow, one of which also involves checking up on another member of Constellation who we haven't met yet, a woman named Andreja. She's been gone for some time and old Vlad is starting to get worried. With these new leads, and after questioning Vlad at our leisure, we're free to set off in search of them. Vladimir, while a good character if a bit one-dimensional, has ruffled more than a few feathers amongst some players. As you can see, he is black, yet has a conspicuous Russian, or more broadly Eastern European accent.
No matter how good the scan, it's still just peeking at light, and she only has one speed.
This has led some to call him a case of forced diversity, something that has become somewhat of a sticky issue in gaming. Truth be told, this sort of topic is way over my head, as I haven't done much in the way of research on it as it pertains strictly to Starfield, but a quick Google search will tell you that Afro-Russians, or again more broadly, Afro-Slavs, do exist, and thus a person like Vladimir existing is more than possible. If anything, Vladimir's accent just comes off as goofy and stereotypical, which are more than valid criticisms when you consider that Slavic accents are just as diverse as any other accents in other language groups. Ultimately, and as easy as it is for me to say, coming from a cultural mosaic of a country like Canada, who really cares? This is a game set 3 centuries into the future, where humanity has colonized the stars, and concepts of ethnicity, nationality, and even sexuality barely seem to resonate in the social fabric and consciousness of the settled systems. We can complete this artifact hunt/wellness check in any order we choose. The artifacts are as you might expect: explore a dank cave, touch it, lights and music, the end. As for Andreja, we find her in, what do you know, another goddamn abandoned mining complex overrun by bad guys, this time, and I think every time, I'll have to check my footage to be certain, by spacers. When we find her, she's in the midst of gunning down 2 assailants, specifically 2 Varun zealots. She then turns to us, weapons ready, and demands to know who we are, though we can quickly calm the situation when we answer that we're from Constellation. Before we can ask about the 2 unlucky bastards she just wasted, she moves things along and we continue towards the artifact, taking down spacers as we go. Only after we have the artifact is she willing to discuss what we saw, mentioning that it wasn't the first time that Varun zealots went after her. For that reason, she asked that we not say anything to anyone, lest Constellation decide not to send her out on another solo assignment for some time, a request that we can either agree to or not. With that said, we return to our ship and head back to the lodge with the artifacts in hand, with Andreja following soon after. We add the artifacts to the rest of the collection and continue on our merry way. Now, the game slaps on a big old question mark as to Andreja's origins with its introduction, as well as her unusual accent, manner of dress, and her overall caginess when it comes to discussing what happened and about herself. However, you, like me, either by playing the game or just watching this video, may have already figured it all out by now just based on these early interactions, as well as our very brief encounters with zealots prior to this. With that in mind, I'm just going to dispense with the mystery and come out with it. Andreja is from House Varun. I can appreciate that Bethesda wanted to make her origins some mystery and a part of her character that we needed to pry open over time for the sake of her companion quest, which I feel is the best out of all of them, but it's so painfully obvious right from the get-go that it almost feels like an insult to my own intelligence, and I'm only one brain cell away from returning to monkey, for God's sake. It almost feels like the writers didn't even try, expecting players not to have two brain cells to rub together, when all it takes is having some intuition and observation skills. They could have given her some clothes that didn't look strikingly similar to the garb of the Zealots, or remove her accent entirely, which is more than plausible given what we learned during her personal quest.
An inability to see anything other than the path which they have created for themselves.
Of course, why Varun Zealots are hunting her remains a mystery, one that will be revealed as we build our relationship with her and engage in her quest, but it's almost ruined by this poor attempt to mask her origins when the solution could have been easily rectified. Alright, 2 down, 1 to go. It's time to go get Barrett. As far as we know, he's still on Vectera with Lynn and the rest of the Argos crew, with a message from Argos informing Constellation of their plans to wrap up their operation on the moon. With that in mind, we head back to Vectera, finding Lynn, and no one else. Clearly, circumstances haven't improved since we left, and Lynn, who was already rather crotchety to begin with, is even more so now. In that time since we left, more pirates attacked the outpost, killing several miners, before eventually taking Barrett and Heller hostage and Grav jumping out of the system. Lynn attempted to ping their coordinates, but the pirates fried the station's comms before leaving Barrett and Heller's current whereabouts unknown. Despite Lynn's skepticism, we managed to repair the comms computer, where we find an emergency transmission sent by Barrett, which includes coordinates for us to follow. We speak to Lynn one last time before we leave, which opens up the opportunity to recruit her as a crew member before setting off. The coordinates take us to a planet called Helix, where we find a crashed ship, as well as a wounded and very drugged up Heller, who we question regarding Barrett's whereabouts. According to him, Barrett, after tricking the pirates, got a hold of a gun and shot both the pilot and flight console, leading to the crashed ship before us, of which Barrett and Heller were the only survivors. Everything looked hunky-dory until another Crimson Fleet ship appeared and Barrett offered himself up, probably to spare Heller under the hopeful pretense that someone, meaning us, would eventually find him. Heller then received a signal, possibly from Barrett, before they Grav jumped, which he gives us. Having a listen, we hear Barrett chatting with the pirates, attempting to extrapolate their destination, though to no avail, though we're given their location anyways because space magic. We chat with Heller one last time, who, like with Lynn earlier, we can recruit as a crew member before setting off. Our god-gifted coordinates take us to Bessel 3, where we land right next to a Crimson Fleet hideout. An intense firefight ensues, and once we cleared out this hive of scum and villainy, we proceed inside the hideout proper, where we find Barrett and his captors having a friendly chat. Matsura the Grim, the pirate who originally kidnapped Barrett, is open to negotiation despite us gunning down a number of his minions, with the option to either pay him, persuade him, or if she's with you, have Sarah negotiate a sort of settlement on Constellation's behalf. I've only ever had Sarah with me on this mission, so I can't say if Sam and Andreja can do the same. We can also just gun Matsura and his cronies down. Either way, Barrett is rescued, for which he's grateful, and we return to the lodge where we receive a hero's return. We're then tasked with heading back up to the Eye to meet with Vladimir. The old pirate has gathered some interesting data from the artifacts and wants to let us in on it, a request that's made after we bring Andreja back to the lodge. This can be completed before you even grab Barrett or head with Sam Co, depending on the order you complete your triad of tasks. Either way, this mission serves as a natural breakpoint in the main story, kickstarting the next phase where it begins to expand exponentially, for better or for worse. Let's switch gears for a bit and talk about the UC Vanguard questline. As mentioned back in part 1, access to this questline is open to you after you speak to Commander Tuala while on the hunt for the artifact in the possession of Captain Muwara. To start the questline, we speak with Tuala again, who directs us to Vanguard Orientation, located in the sublevels of Mast, which is the seat of the United Colonies government and bureaucracy in the heart of New Atlantis. But what exactly is the UC Vanguard? Back in part 1, I referred to them as the civilian arm of the UC military, but that's perhaps far too broad and simple of an explanation. It's a volunteer navy made up of independent captains of all origins, all flying under the UC banner and under the jurisdiction of the UC Navy, with the prerequisite being that you must provide your own ship that meets Vanguard standards, as well as pass an assessment during orientation. Recruitment is open to anyone who meets these requirements, with your performance during this assessment determining your required length of service before you can obtain UC citizenship. Citizenship in the United Colonies differs considerably from our real world. There is no jus soli, or birthright citizenship, where individuals born on UC worlds are granted it automatically. It must be earned by way of service in the branches of MAST, the military, administrative, and scientific triumvirate, the three core pillars of the UC government. The only way a foreigner can obtain citizenship, however, is with the UC Vanguard, which to me makes the Vanguard seem more like a mercenary or paramilitary force than a volunteer fleet, since it can be assumed that foreigners make up the vast majority of its forces, especially when you consider the generous financial benefits of service as well. That said, becoming a UC citizen is by far the most attractive prospect when it comes to joining the Vanguard, as citizenship allows for the purchase of property in New Atlantis, access to discounted services on all UC worlds, and a one-time payment from the UC government to help get you on your feet. The role of the Vanguard is incredibly varied and dependent on which branch of MAST requires their services, with said jobs aligning with said branch's responsibilities in the wider administration, whether it's taking on pirates and spacers or assisting in the movement of cargo. While not glamorous work, to be sure, it's considered vital to the defense of the United Colonies, providing them with an almost unlimited pool of potential recruits, as well as the smooth running of the state and its branches with its logistical work, while simultaneously providing a steady supply of new, tax-paying citizens, which all grants the Vanguard a legitimacy and respect that a similar organization might not have somewhere else. Once we've spoken with Tuala, we head down to the orientation hall where we first sign an enlistment agreement before being cleared to walk through a museum on the way to the examination hall. The museum serves as Starfield's black hole-sized lore dump, detailing the history of the United Colonies and the wider galaxy at large, starting with humanity's flight from Earth and ending with the founding of the Vanguard and an overview of the perks of becoming a UC citizen. While definitely not the most creative of lore dumps, and you may be tempted to just skip it and continue on to the next part of the orientation, I suggest you at least give it a chance, since Starfield as a whole does a piss-poor job of explaining its lore elsewhere, and highlights a key issue with its world building. In Skyrim and Fallout 4, you're essentially a stranger to the game world, and thus your character is also learning about said world and lore along with you, with dialogue reflecting that fact.
200 years? What? Are you?
It's a narrative device that has been used consistently across many open world games to varying degrees of success. By being a stranger, it only makes sense that you'd ask questions about the world and its lore, with you and your character learning together. While it does lead to the whole fish out of water trope, it's arguably the best means of doing so, at least early on, especially when environmental storytelling may not be applicable. Starfield, however, bucks this by making you already a part of its universe and ecosystem. Your character, for all intents and purposes, is born and raised in the settled systems, and thus in theory should already be aware of some of the lore's biggest moments. This messed me up pretty bad on my first playthrough, for I'd somehow gotten in my head that Earth and the Sol system would have almost zero part to play in the game, that the settled systems were nearly wholly detached from them. In my headcanon, my character was a recent transplant from Earth, newly arrived in the settled systems, a former soldier with a checkered past just trying to make a new life for himself as a miner, only to be slapped into realizing that wouldn't work since Earth is not only present in the game, but pivotal to the main story and lore. Of course, we the player don't know anything, so you can still obviously ask questions regarding the lore, but because your character theoretically should already know these things, you're often made to be some sort of idiot that's been living under a rock. There will be times that dialogue choices will reflect a base level knowledge, mainly in how the question is asked, that allows for lore exposition without any admonishment, but it's so wildly inconsistent that it can become jarring at times. The museum can alleviate this and remove the regular necessity of asking such questions, but there's no telling when you might start this questline, if at all, so the problem can persist for many hours before you finally get this extended lesson into the universe's lore. A lesson that, I might add, should be treated with some amount of skepticism, since it's looking at it through the lenses of the UC, and I severely doubt they asked the Freestar or House Varun for input. Of course, none of this may mean a whole lot to you, for this issue is easily overshadowed by an even bigger problem with the lore and Starfield's world building in general, and that's the absolutely shocking state of it. To put it bluntly, it's incredibly threadbare and devoid of any true depth, especially when compared to other Bethesda titles such as Fallout and The Elder Scrolls. The obvious rebuttals, of course, will be that these two series have had many more games to flesh out their lores, but even as a new IP, Starfield's lore is almost vapid in places. There are a plethora of examples of open world games that are the first in a new series or IP that have excellently implemented detailed lore right out the gate, while still leaving plenty of room for further expansion and increased depth. Even some strictly linear games have succeeded in this as well, which is arguably more impressive since they don't exactly have or allow the room for lore dumps and exposition, if at all, with series such as Gears of War and The Last of Us for me being prime examples. Starfield's lore, on the other hand, feels very much like it's still in the concept phase. They've gotten the big ideas down and given them some depth, but it all feels very surface level. Enough to draw interest, but what's found underneath that initial layer is, more often than not, rather underwhelming. It's frankly bizarre and almost disheartening, because I genuinely find Starfield's lore fascinating when it's given enough thought, as hard as that might be. There are plenty of thought-provoking commentaries that can stem from moments both in the main story and the faction questlines, as well as just from exploring, but they inevitably suffer from this glaring lack of depth. It honestly feels like a huge step back for Bethesda, for despite the issues that have plagued their world building and lore writing in the past, they've proven to be generally adept at it. One only needs to look at Fallout and the Elder Scrolls on the whole to see that. In essence, it feels like a huge missed opportunity, one that can be rectified with DLC, but then that drags the conversation into the whole debate regarding the ethics of the video game industry and monetization practices, and I'm nowhere near prepared or ready or even willing to have that conversation here and now. Once we're finished touring the museum, we're then required to go through a space combat simulator where the goal is to defeat as many tiers of opponents as possible, though we must defeat a minimum of 3 to pass. Once that's done, we return to Tuwala, who gives us our results and takes us outside to swear an oath of allegiance. Once that's out of the way, he gives us our probationary mission, a final test Vanguard recruits must undergo to make sure that we're up to snuff. Ours is to head to the planet of Tau Ceti 2, where a group of settlers have recently gone to refurb an old Colony War era processing plant. Their communications have recently died, and so the top brass wants a Vanguard, meaning us, to bring supplies for repairs, as well as to ensure everyone and everything is hunky-dory. Sounds simple enough, right? After meeting with Crew Chief Arath and getting the repair suite and some Vanguard gear, we head out to Tau Ceti 2. We land near the settlers' staging area under a heavy rainstorm and immediately find things are not hunky-dory. Quite the opposite, in fact, as we quickly find one of the settlers dead, along with lots of blood and signs of battle. As we approach the processing plant proper, we're contacted by a woman named Hadrian, who we can see watching us from a window in the plant, telling us it might know we're here, and that we should be very, very quiet. As we approach her hideaway, we can see her warning is not without reason, as we find yet more dead settlers scattered throughout the vicinity. Upon meeting Hadrian, she quickly informs us that the dead settlers are the work of a Terramorph, a monster that you have already heard some about, or at least be mentioned a few times, but have probably not yet encountered on your travels, with a whole section of the museum even dedicated to them. We'll discuss them more in detail once we finally meet the ugly son of a bitch in person. As for Hadrian, she's not one of the original settlers, but a former UC researcher who came to Tau Ceti 2 chasing after a rumor regarding the presence of our resident Terramorph, a rumor proven nightmarishly true in the blood and corpses of the doomed settlers. A normal Terramorph is bad enough, but according to Hadrian, this one is an anomaly, a potentially worrying one, specifically regarding its life cycle, which again we'll discuss in greater detail in a little bit. To study this anomaly, Hadrian needs a tissue sample, which means he needs its corpse, which means we have to hunt it down and kill it, instead of doing the same thing of going back to our ship and flying away like nothing happened. The plant does have a security system, namely turrets situated along various kill lanes, but to activate it we need to reset its connection at the security outpost before Hadrian can power it up at the admin terminal in the main plant. With that, we set off for the outpost, located near the heart of the plant, while Hadrian stays where she is, this probationary mission going from 0 to 100 real fast and in all the wrong ways. We reach the outpost without a fuss and reset the security system, which Hadrian begins to analyze. Along with getting the turrets up and running, she also discovers a system of sensors that once served as part of a livestock tracking system, which she reckons will allow us to keep tabs on how close or far away the Terramorph is from us. We activate this system, but in so doing, we inadvertently trigger a security lockdown across the plant. Hadrian fearfully beckons us to hide before we look out a window and see...
Look, I wouldn't engage directly if you could avoid it.
Well... shit. Alright, now that we've been properly, albeit unfortunately, introduced to that six-legged monstrosity, let's finally discuss them in detail. Put simply, Terramorphs are the pinnacle of apex predators across the settled systems. Hexapodal tanks of mass murder, they're incredibly resilient, capable of adapting to almost any environment, and unfathomably strong, capable of taking down the biggest creatures with ease, as we've just seen, along with being frighteningly intelligent. If that wasn't bad enough, they also possess incredible mental prowess, capable of projecting pheromones that can dominate weaker life forms, even allowing them to control them and their actions. And before you ask, yes, that includes humans too. These powers only increase with age, making the oldest ones, which can live up to and around 80 years or so, some of the most dangerous creatures in the known galaxy, though taking down an adolescent one often still requires an entire squad of UC Marines, and even then casualties are all but guaranteed. The only saving grace is that they're relatively rare, found only on worlds settled by humans for at least several decades, and thus the chances of running into one is relatively slim. Even still, they've become a monstrous boogeyman, especially in the United Colonies, where the government constantly warns against the threat they pose to whole settlements. So where do these nasties come from? The first documented encounter with a terramorph was recorded sometime in the 2200s, on some remote unnamed moon, when a team of astrogeologists was found and slaughtered by a lone terramorph, before being brought down by a team of 8 UC Marines, though not before killing 6 of them, with another losing their leg. Things would remain noticeably silent until the Colony War of 2308 to 2311. During its height, the city of Londinian, located on the planet of Ptolemy II, and crucial supply center for the UC military, and presumably the largest city in the United Colonies outside of New Atlantis, was inexplicably assaulted and overrun by a horde of terramorphs. When the monsters proved to be unstoppable, the decision was made by the UC brass to destroy the spaceport from orbit, thereby sealing off the city and outbreak from the rest of the settled systems. To this day, the event is known as the Terror of Londinian, and the UC Navy maintains an armed presence in Ptolemy II's orbit, while the UC Marines maintain a garrison at a forward outpost on the outskirts of Londinian, with any would-be visitors not authorized to do so being sternly warned against landing planetside. Only later would it be discovered that Ptolemy II is in fact the Terramorph's homeworld, though how they've come to spread across the known galaxy and only on human-settled worlds remains a mystery, the general theory being that they're spread by some kind of egg, seed, or spore that can evade detection, carried by ships and inadvertently spread. That last point loops us back to what Hadrian said before about this particular Terramorph we're now hunting being an anomaly. As mentioned earlier, Terramorphs only appear on human-settled worlds that have been settled for at least several decades, with the range being somewhere between 70 to 100 years. This makes the potential emergence of a terramorph somewhat predictable, their life cycle inherently linked to the lifespan of a colony, and allows for proper preparations to be made, though still fraught with deadly peril. Tau Ceti II, however, has only had a human presence for roughly 20 years, if that, making the colony far too young to have a native terramorph population. This is why Hadrian wants to get a sample of this particular terramorph, the anomaly potentially being an enhanced life cycle and significantly shorter maturation period, which could potentially spell doom for humanity. Old prediction models would be rendered moot, and humanity would be left unprepared for a galaxy-wide wave of death and destruction at the hands of these Satan spawn. But first, we need to kill the ugly bastard. Hadrian advises that we avoid direct contact, instead leading the terramorph through the turret kill lanes. Unfortunately, the turrets, while set up, still need power, and so if we want to use them, we need to skulk around and throw breakers connected to each kill lane, all while keeping an eye on the tracking sensor so the terramorph doesn't get the jump on us. You're then, in theory, supposed to lead the terramorph into these kill lanes, but in my experience it often ends up in these kill lanes of its own volition as it prowls around while we continue powering up turrets. Chances are, despite your skulking, the big ugly son of a bitch will find you anyways, as it did on my 2 fresh playthroughs, and you'll just have to hope and pray that you have enough firepower to take it down, while taking extreme care not to let it get too close. Hanging out on the rooftops won't help you either, since it's more than capable of jumping and climbing, and so the best you can do is fire and run while doing what Hadrian suggested, leading it into the kill lanes, taking advantage of your jump pack to make quick getaways. Fighting this terramorph is genuinely terrifying the first go around, and it makes me really wish I'd recorded my visceral reaction as this fight unfolded on my first and even second run, as it bounded from rooftop to reach me, my usual reaction being, quote, "Fuck, fuck, 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 get away from me, you nasty motherfucker," end quote. There are also plenty of other fights with terramorphs on other planets and environs that will engender this reaction, especially when you weren't planning on running into one. It's something that Bethesda, for me, was really successful at. The nervous tension of exploring a subterranean interior where something evil has clearly taken place, devolving into sheer terror when you run into one of these monsters, before ending with a flourish of utter relief when the big nasty is finally felled. Once the terramorph is taken down, we grab a tissue sample and take it to Hadrian, who in turn takes it to a nearby microscope. Unfortunately, the plant's microscope isn't set up to analyze the sample. We'll need proper equipment, and Hadrian just so happens to know someone who can help with that. She asks us to deliver this sample to a man named Dr. Percival Walker, who she believes is doing contract work with a corporation called the Trade Authority on Mars. She'll even suggest that we run it by Commander Tuwala first before we proceed, to avoid any complications, going even further by suggesting that we even name drop her, as well as giving us her gene tag to show him if necessary. Meanwhile, she'll look to gain access to an old repository of Terramorph data that she apparently used to have access to, which will require calling in favors with some old friends in the Vanguard. This will undoubtedly spawn a few questions, more specifically regarding her background, as well as why our commanding officer should know her name, but she remains rather guarded when asked, only saying that she was formerly military, presumably with some clout. We return to Tuwala and inform him of what happened, as well as our run-in with Hadrian. We even show him her gene tag, and after he looks her up in the UC database, we learn that she was formerly co-head of a Xeno-warfare division during the Colony War, with commendations out the wazoo, but was dismissed at its conclusion following a tribunal. Tuwala immediately approves our mission to go to Mars and look for Dr. Walker, on the pretext that Hadrian's service record and willingness to work with the UC despite being cut loose means that her request is more than genuine and should be taken seriously, more so given that Terramorphs are involved. While his reasoning is sound enough, it still feels rather loosey-goosey to me that he would just okay us to deal with Hadrian without even a hint of suspicion or wariness. To understand why, we need to finally discuss the Colony War at length and the role Xeno-warfare played in it, as well as the legacy both have left on the settled systems at large. Of course, discussing it isn't all that simple either, even with the lackluster lore, for we have to go back over 100 years, for the seeds of the Colony War were planted in the aftermath of another conflict called the Nerion War. In 2194, the United Colonies placed a star station called the Clinic in the orbit of Dipala, a planet in the Nerion system, a means by which they hoped to expand their borders. An independent system, the people of Nerion felt threatened and voted to join the Freestar Collective, kickstarting the rivalry and distrust that permeates UC Freestar relations to this day. The dispute over Nerion escalated into full-on conflict in 2196, lasting for 16 years, before ending with the Treaty of Nerion. In the treaty, the UC was forced to cede the system to the Freestar, who in turn had to pay for damages caused in the form of mineral rights. Both sides also agreed to limit direct control over colonies to 3 systems each: Alpha Centauri, Sol, and Wolf for the UC, Cheyenne, Nerion, and Volii for the Freestar. It would be that last stipulation that would lead to the Colony War, when the Freestar began colonizing the planet Vesta in the Lunara system in 2307. The UC formally objected, calling it a violation of the Treaty of Nerion, and when diplomacy failed in 2308, they laid siege to Vesta and slaughtered its entire Freestar garrison, thus igniting the Colony War. The war would last until 2311, when the UC suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Freestar at the Battle of Cheyenne. This was soon followed by the armistice, along with the court-martialing and imprisonment, or straight-up execution, of various leaders on both sides. Though it lasted only 3 years, the Colony War is noted for its sheer brutality, with few settled worlds left untouched by it, with some even being rendered uninhabitable or near so, such as Nera, the battle for which presumably lasted the entirety of the conflict and can be compared in certain respects to the grueling and bloody trench warfare of the First World War. While peace has been strictly maintained in the 20 years that it followed, it has left many on both sides deeply resentful and mistrustful of one another, which has continued to strain relations between the two powers. It also left behind a broken generation of disaffected veterans with more than enough horror stories and PTSD to go around. So where does Xeno-warfare and Hadrian fit into this equation? Well, prior to the Colony War, the UC formed the Xeno-warfare division, which was responsible for testing the viability and subsequent deployment of xeno-weapons. In simple terms, if you haven't figured it out already, weaponized aliens, controlled using something called the Neural Control Interface, or NCI. These xeno-weapons were used to devastating effect throughout the Colony War, quickly becoming an integral part of the UC's arsenal. There was even an attempt to weaponize Terramorphs, but that failed disastrously, leading to the destruction of the division's research lab on Crete, the same facility we go through after we leave Vectera with Vasco. With the end of the war, the division was shut down and its members cut loose following a tribunal, with old data locked away. This was done to satisfy one of the stipulations of the armistice, the banning of all forms of xeno-warfare. Combat mechs, which were also used extensively by both sides, but most effectively by the Freestar, were also banned, something that bothers me somewhat, but we'll discuss that later during the Rangers questline. As it stands, the Xeno-warfare division is viewed as something of a black stain on the UC and its former members akin to pariahs, which is why I find it strange and a bit out to lunch that Tuwala would just trust Hadrian right out the gate. Regardless of her commendation-littered service record, she's a part of that ugly legacy. Even if there are those among the UC who respect the work of the Xeno Warfare Division, you would expect a hint of skepticism and caution from Tuwala, especially when you consider his position in the Vanguard and by extension the UC military. You'd expect him to be, at the very least, reluctant to associate or work with someone who was cut loose by the UC for their involvement in what is now a banned practice, only going with it due to the involvement of terramorphs, but nah, her coming to the UC directly and not through the back door is reason enough to trust her. Sure, Tuwala may just be a UC homer that doesn't care, but given Hadrian's reluctance to reveal too much about her past, this could have been an opportunity to instill yet more mystery into her origins, but instead it falls kinda flat. Once we're done with Tuwala, we head to Cydonia on Mars and make for its Trade Authority branch, where we meet with a man named Octai Enbayar to ask for Percival's whereabouts, but all we learn is that Dr. Walker has been missing for some time. Octai suspects that he's gone into hiding after he breached his contract, possibly being held by some of the miners. He doesn't much care if he doesn't return, but he still owes a sizable debt to the Trade Authority, and thus asks us to help collect the debt, and thus technically release him from his contract. We're directed to the Sixth Circle, a bar on the lower levels of Cydonia, one that's only welcome to the Red Devils and their kin, though the bartender Lou beckons us to speak with him after we mention either Percival or Hadrian's name. The Red Devils was a unit of the UC Marines attached to the Xeno Warfare Division during the Colony War, serving as its handlers for the Xeno weapons themselves, whether it was capturing and moving them or deploying them on the battlefield. Percival and Hadrian, while not frontline soldiers, spent much time with the Red Devils on Mars and thus became well respected by the Marines. They even sport the characteristic red eyes of the Red Devils, gained from long-term exposure to Mars's red dust. Unfortunately, given their direct contact with the Xeno Warfare Division, the Red Devils suffered the same fate at the end of the Colony War and were disbanded, but the kinship forged between veterans of the two outfits has stood the test of time and remained strong. So naturally, when Percival needed to hide from the Trade Authority, the Red Devils were more than happy to lend a hand. On the flip side, Lou is more than happy to send us to him, but we first need to clear his debt with the Trade Authority, either by just straight up paying it, or by hacking into the central server where they keep all their records and collection files and adjusting Percival's debt to something much more manageable, with Lou happy to cover the costs. Either or will satisfy Lou. There is, however, a third option. After speaking with Lou, a man named Cambridge wants to speak with us. He and Percival have been working on some projects involving a mineral called aqueous hematite, and he suggests that we offer their research to Octai as a means of legally covering Percival's debt, as opposed to committing some B&E. Of course, it isn't as simple as getting said research and offering it to Octai. Oh no. Cambridge and Percival never actually finished the research because spacers ran them out of their lab, which means we'll have to take care of them first before Cambridge walks us through how to finish it. Regardless of which option you choose, you'll have to take these spacers on anyway, since the road to Percival's hideout and the lab to finish Cambridge's research are in the same mine network, so it just becomes a matter of whether you feel like committing a little crime or don't mind a little extra legwork to remain a law-abiding citizen. It does seem strange to me that the UC would just allow spacers to occupy what supposedly is still a profitable mine on their most important world in terms of industry, one that's not that far from Cydonia itself, even though it'll feel like it since we can't do the same thing and take our ship there, making us run, jump, and jetpack all the way there. In any event, regardless of the path we choose, Percival's debt is cleared or significantly lowered, and we return to Lou, who gives us a passkey to the old Red Devils HQ, which was shuttered at the end of the Colony War, which makes me wonder how Lou got a passkey in, but whatever. We finally meet Percival waiting for us outside the HQ, Lou having sent a message ahead of us, and give him the lowdown on the situation. We give Percival the terramorph sample and head inside, where he begins to analyze it. Surprise, surprise, it's bad, for a few reasons. The terramorph on Tau City 2, by all indications, did indeed grow there at a faster than normal rate, but its origins point to Ptolemy 2, a sample directly similar to samples taken from Londinian following its destruction. In short, unless we do something and do it quickly, humanity's royally screwed. Our next step is to meet with Hadrian at the Sixth Circle, where Percival shares his findings, but even still, we need more information. Good news is Hadrian knows where to get it. Bad news is that it's locked up tight in the Armistice archives. At the end of the Colony War, both sides agreed what sort of methods of war should be banned, namely mechs and xenoweapons, and any and all information and data related to said methods, including the Xeno Warfare Division's terramorph data, were locked up tight in a heavily guarded repository known as the Archives. Accessing this information is possible, but only in the direst of emergencies and only with unanimous agreement between the UC, Freestar, and surprisingly House Varun, even though there's no indication of them ever taking part in the Colony War. This means we'll need to meet with the cabinet, the power brokers of the UC, which include the president. Thankfully, Hadrian was able to call in those favors she mentioned earlier and schedule a meeting, on the condition that we show them the data we found, as well as discuss the events of Tau City 2. From here, we return to New Atlantis, where we meet Hadrian outside Mast. We have to wait a bit before the cabinet will see us, so Hadrian has decided now is a good time to continue the litany of reveals by dropping another nugget of her past into our lap. Hadrian is a clone, but not just of anyone. She's a clone of Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War and former head of the UC Navy, known as Vae Victis to his friends and enemies, Latin for Woe to the Defeated, a title he reportedly earned with ruthless application. He was one of the 3 high-ranking officers the UC put on trial for war crimes as demanded by the Freestar, found guilty, and promptly sentenced to death, the other 2 of which are only mentioned in the museum tour and never again. Hadrian was a product of a UC cloning program with the intention of creating a new generation of military geniuses, spawned from men and women like Francois, thus securing the UC military leadership for generations to come. Hadrian is, however, the last of these clones, with a few dying when they were young, while the rest died fighting on the front lines of the Colony War. So what does that have to do with meeting the cabinet then? Well, while Hadrian stresses that the term clone is a bit of a stretch, they are, without doubt, inextricably linked. Francois left a mountain of corpses in his wake on both sides, including civilians, having ordered the bombardment of Londinian spaceport during the Terramorph invasion, as well as firing on civilian ships during the decisive Battle of Cheyenne, and his actions form part of the reason why the UC and Freestar are not on good terms. Of course, none of this is as simple as it may first appear, but even if we ignore the fact that she was a part of the Xeno Warfare Division, Hadrian is still the descendant of a convicted war criminal, which she worries may be used against them by the cabinet. When we're ready and end the conversation with Hadrian, we're directed to head to the cabinet chambers to meet with them, located near the top of Mast, where upon entry, we're greeted by its 5 members. As you might have already guessed, the cabinet makes up the core of the UC government, led by President Abeyu, along with the heads of the UC military and security forces, as well as the heads of the science and diplomatic corps. This is about the long and short of what we see of the UC government, save for a few other tidbits here and there. While in fairness not important in the grand scheme of things, I feel like this is a missed opportunity to really expand on the UC. Do they have a legislature? How do elections work? That sort of thing. Instead, we're only shown the cabinet and tiny slices of diplomatic and military operations. The UC government is said to be expansive in its functioning, but what we do see appears to stand in contention of that assumption, thanks again to the lackluster lore. The point of this meeting is simply to convince the cabinet of the need to access the Xeno Warfare Division's Terramorph data in the archives, which is necessary before we can even begin thinking about acquiring permission from the Freestar and House Faroon. As with any political body, the cabinet is divided, given the nature of the request and the data that we wish to access, but because we need the plot to move along, naturally it's down to us, a green as grass Vanguard captain, to pretty much decide what they should do, as if our opinion should even matter, even with the knowledge we possess. And what we say doesn't even matter, for before President Abeyu can render a decision, an explosion is heard outside, followed by alarms sounding off and Mast going into lockdown, before we're informed that the spaceport is under attack by Terramorphs. After deliberating with the rest of the cabinet, Abeyu orders us and Hadrian to head down to the spaceport and assist in taking the monsters down. We take the elevator down to the Nat station directly below Mast, but before we can head to the spaceport, we find security under attack by civilians. Remember what I said before about how Terramorphs can release pheromones that can control lesser life forms? Well, we've now just seen that in action, the attacking Terramorphs using such a method to take control of humans and use them to attack their own people, with killing the Terramorph required to break their hold. We get a taste of this ourselves when we head to the spaceport and assist security forces with taking down a morph who hits us with a pheromonic projection, and we turn a little schizo and start to hear crazed voices of doom in our head, which is how they turn their little meat puppets crazy and hostile, though we appear resilient to that last part.
Nothing's gonna save you, nothing's gonna save you!
After we take the Terramorph down, we speak with Sergeant Yumi, who informs us of 2 more hanging around the spaceport, which we proceed to take down, with the option to elicit some help from a squad of UC Marines that are also present. Once the ugly bastards are down, we return to Mast and debrief with President Abeyu and the rest of the cabinet, who very quickly approve our request to access the Terramorph data in the archives, as well as reinstating Hadrian to her old rank of Major, with orders to begin her investigation immediately upon retrieving the data. Of course, getting cabinet approval was only the first step. As mentioned before, we need the support of the Freestar Collective and House Faroon to even access the archives themselves, let alone the data, with ourselves being nominated with the task of acquiring this support, Abeyu reasoning that a boots-on-the-ground approach is the best for expediting the process. To begin this process, we're sent to see Deputy McIntyre, Chief Diplomat Yassine's second-in-command, who gives us the lowdown on what we need to do. In short, all 3 signatories of the armistice must provide a one-time use code provided by their embassies in New Atlantis. Getting these codes, however, isn't as easy as asking nicely over fancy wine and a steak dinner, with each faction providing their own challenge to overcome. In the case of the Freestar Collective, Ambassador Radcliffe is a veteran of the Colony War, and thus has made it her mission in life to make her erstwhile enemies as miserable as possible. It may seem strange at first that the Freestar would hand such a vital diplomatic position to someone as provocative and surly as her, but in truth, despite nearly 20 years of unbroken peace, the UC and Freestar are still in a state of tension, and thus it only makes sense that they would assign someone who needs little encouragement to make the UC's diplomat's job all the more difficult and gain an edge. On top of this, Radcliffe is concerned regarding the usage of the data. Being a Colony War veteran, it's entirely plausible that she fought against the UC's xenoweapons and is understandably concerned, if releasing it will mean a return to the UC's old Colony War era ways. We can convince Radcliffe of the severity of the situation, or we can use recordings taken on a listening device planted in her quarters to blackmail her, gaining access via our own means, or by convincing a disgruntled member of her staff to aid us. Either way, Radcliffe agrees to provide a code as well as the Freestar support on the condition that it's used exactly as intended, with the institution of independent observers to make doubly sure that this is done. As for getting House Va'ruun's code, that one is its own unique challenge, for no one knows if their ambassador, a man named Balmor, is even alive. Despite having an embassy in New Atlantis, House Va'ruun effectively abandoned it for reasons unknown, leaving only Ambassador Balmor behind to fulfill his duty, and he hasn't been seen in several years. The UC have attempted to send spies in to find him, but so far have been unsuccessful. We get into the embassy by way of a side entrance and head down for the lower levels, which we find overrun by a strange flora, which McIntyre tells us was brought over from the Va'ruun homeworld. It doesn't take long for us to run into hostile robots that make up the embassy's defense systems, all while we're being guided by a man, presumably the ambassador, over the busted intercom system, flipping switches as we go to restore power to the place. We eventually find Balmor alive and well, and after briefing him on the situation, he quickly figures out that we need his archive code. He willingly agrees to grant us access, but has one condition. Like Radcliffe, Balmor is concerned with the usage of the data once we acquire it, as well as its usage in the future. House Va'ruun has a reputation for being an agent of slaughter, and he's worried that misuse of the data will only further it. The founding of their embassy was meant to shed that reputation, but has found little success. In exchange for the code, Balmor wants us to make sure the Terramorph data is used for good, both for the betterment of the galaxy at large, as well as for House Va'ruun's own reputation and legacy. With all that said, we get his code and return to McIntyre, who's already authorized the necessary clearances for us to access the archives, with instructions on what to do when we get there. The archives themselves are located across the main plaza from Mast, and I got a bone to pick with this.
Houston, we have a problem.
Why in the goddamn hell would the Freestar and House Va'ruun just be okay with the archives being here in New Atlantis, the capital city of the United Colonies? As has been repeated multiple times already in this video and in-game, the archives are the greatest repository of banned knowledge from the Colony War, locked away in an underground bunker, overseen and guarded by all the major factions technically, and yet it's located in the heart of the United Colonies space. Again, how are the Freestar and House Va'ruun okay with this? It would have made more sense to have the archives on a neutral world where governance is shared between the major factions. Hell, given that it's stated plainly that they won the war, it would stand to reason that the Freestar would have had every right to demand it that it be situated on one of their worlds, built on the UC's dime as part of the Armistice Agreement. But no, despite all that, and the fact that they still severely distrust the UC, the Freestar seems to be totally okay with the archives and all that is contained therein being stored in the heart of the UC, when the vast majority of the dirty little secrets in it originated from the UC. Also, on the flip side, does the UC really want this monument of their humbling to be smack dab in the middle of their shining jewel of a city? Honestly, if I were the UC government, I want it close enough to access, sure, but not so close to be a constant reminder of my greatest military defeat. It's all just so bizarre, and I can't help but wonder if Bethesda really fully thought it through. The archives as a premise is interesting enough, but it's a premise that begins to crumble when it's set against everything else that swirls around it. The archives themselves aren't all that interesting either, despite all the hoopla surrounding it. We basically head down, do what we're told with regards to entering the codes, head to the designated server unit, grab the data, and leave. We then return to McIntyre, who's joined by Hadrian, to whom we give the data, along with receiving the news that the old Red Devils HQ, the same place where we found Percival, will be the new base of operations for the anti-Terramorph effort. But before we head to Mars, McIntyre wants a word with us, and we follow her to the highest point in Mast, overlooking Jemison's artificial horizon. Her first order of business is to make us a citizen. Despite originally being told by Tuwala that we'd have to complete 5 years of service before we're eligible, our actions thus far have fast-tracked that eligibility, and we take the oath of allegiance. The second is that there's someone that wishes to speak with us. someone important to the UC and in a sensitive position. This person apparently has information that will help us with the Terramorphs and will only share it with us, and McIntyre makes us swear to keep silent on what we're about to see and discuss, lest we get Jeffrey Epstein for our troubles. Naturally, this piqued my interest, even more so when we're sent to the lowest sublevel of Mast, masquerading as a sort of warehouse, and have to pass through a security checkpoint guarding the way to another section of the level, with even our companions required to stay behind and wait. Some real Black Ops type shit. In this other room, we find a man in what can be bluntly described as a rather elegant home-come prison, with the man already expecting us and quickly introducing himself as,
"I'm Francois Fanon, but most know me as Victus."
Francois Fanon, Victus. But he's supposed to be dead, executed for his crimes during the Colony War, as determined by the Armistice. Well, surprise, the UC regime at that time deemed him too important to simply hang, so they instead faked his death and have kept him in his current Fancy Dan prison for the last 20 years, where he's continued to advise the UC on military matters. I honestly don't know how to feel about this. On the one hand, it drastically alters the complexion of the questline by throwing in this clandestine element into the equation in a way that I find rather interesting. On the other, it feels so cliched, to the point where I wouldn't blame you if your first reaction to this reveal was to roll your eyes all the way into the back of your head like, of course he's not dead, it's not like he hasn't been name dropped a few times already, blah blah blah, you get the idea. Cliches are often what they are for good reason, but I do think they can still be effective in storytelling if the writers have earned the right to use them, or if they've been implemented in a unique way, or if the long-term payoff outweighs their oft-tired use. The reveal that Francois Fanon is alive itself may not have earned that right at this initial stage, but I think it pays off in the long run given how the rest of the questline pans out, with his role in this entire affair gradually expanding from this point forward, his very presence even determining the choice that we make at the end, even if it inevitably falls somewhat flat. It also goes to show that, despite appearances, actions, and the honeyed words of its establishment, the UC hasn't really changed all that much from what it was during the Colony War. The regime back then is often described in ways that would suggest that it was utterly ruthless and willing to do whatever it took to have the edge on its rivals and get what it wanted, with Francois' faked execution being a sort of last act of defiance against the Freestar, with even Victus himself referring to it in such terms. This is often spoken in direct comparison with how the UC is run now, an interstellar state with no secrets to keep, leaving all out on the table, but the presence of Francois on the bowels of Mast suggests otherwise, that they haven't completely shed their underhanded ways if they ever intended to. It would be easy to simply quantify this as the current regime taking advantage of a leftover resource of the earlier regime and that they don't carry with it the sins of that past, but I'd argue that if the current regime truly believed that they were better than those of that past, they'd cut ties with Fanon and give him what is believed to be deserved, or at least let him languish in obscurity, which I grant is a very naive take. Now, it must be said that Francois isn't exactly pleased about being stuck in this gilded cage, but given it was that or lethal injection, he's made the most of it and has for the most part accepted it. For now. It still grants him a level of legitimacy, and it's that legitimacy that has allowed this meeting to happen. A part of Francois' duties in his fancy fish tank is to aid in the arrest of other war criminals that have evaded justice since the end of the Colony War, mainly in the form of gathering intel and locating them. While doing so, he's been able to locate members of Hadrian and Percival's old research team and is willing to hand over said information for a price. He needs us to track down and arrest a man named Reginald Orlays, another UC researcher who specialized in mechs and other such weapons, and who refused to face tribunal and has been on the run ever since. Now I say arrest, but Francois pretty much says just to kill him and bring evidence of the deed, since he doubts he'll come quietly. This mission also doubles as a sort of tryout for us to potentially become a part of one of his special recovery teams. Our search for Orlays begins at a star station called the Den, where we meet with another Vanguard captain named Marquez, who gives us a lead to follow. Sure enough, we find Orlays and take him down. As mentioned earlier, we can just kill him, though if you're lucky with your shots and just take out his engines, you can board his ship and move to arrest him, except he locks himself in the cockpit and kills himself. Without another option, we grab his ID as proof and head back to Francois. Victus keeps his word and promises to send the old research team to Mars. Except for one, which we'll need to collect ourselves. Named Kaiser, this particular individual is located on the previously mentioned world of Nira, which was ground zero for xenoweapons deployments during the war. Well, it also turns out Kaiser's a robot, so we first need to stop by Red Devil's HQ and speak with Hadrian to get some codes to bypass the security protocols, before heading to Nira. There we speak with the head of a salvage yard, who points us in Kaiser's direction. if we pay him. We find Kaiser in the ruins of a downed UC vessel covered in heat leeches. After removing them and some convoluted legwork to get some parts to power him up, coupled with running battles against sirens, we get the clunker moving and proceed to head back to our ship. Except we can't because Kaiser has to complete a 20-year-long mission. That mission is to take out a particular siren that was once a xenoweapon, designated Unit 99. The creature was left behind on Nira after the war and has been the cause of numerous civilian deaths, and Kaiser has made it its mission to take it out. And so, we aid Kaiser in taking out Unit 99, who's fallen into the hands of some ecliptic mercenaries, taking out the mercs and the alien before we can finally return to Mars. We now entered the questline's final phase. While we were gallivanting across Nira, Hadrian and the rest of her team have been brainstorming ideas on how to deal with the Terramorphs, and have come up with a couple of options. Given that Terramorphs can pop up anywhere and virtually remain undetectable until they do, running around the settled systems and hunting them down one by one isn't an option, so the plan is to let something else do the work for us. Option A is the reintroduction of the Asyles, a creature that, believe it or not, eats Terramorphs, and as a result kept worlds that they lived on clear of the monsters. Despite this and their rather imposing appearance, they're non-threatening to humans and were often kept as livestock. They were originally believed to have gone extinct after they became a source of food for the UC during the Colony War. This is believed to have precipitated an explosion of the Terramorph population on Ptolemy II, which in turn led to the destruction of Londinion. Turns out a few are still kicking around, and Hadrian wants to use the cloning technology that made her to breed more of them and spread them across the settled systems where they can hunt down Terramorphs to their heart's content. Option B is the use of a microbe, something that, as Hadrian describes, can be made into a sort of aerosol and spread across entire worlds and eliminate Terramorphs and anything else that shares their DNA, such as the means by which they spread and grow. While it still needs to be built, tested, and distributed, it's considerably faster and more efficient, even more than the Asyles. Both have their cons, however. Using Asyles will take quite a bit more time to deploy, and using them, as we can point out, seems a little too much like something the Xenowarfare division of the past would do, something Hadrian does acknowledge.
I suppose that's a fair comparison.
As for the microbe, there are the obvious risks that come with anything that alters or damages DNA, a la mutations, and while Hadrian says that safeguards will be encoded into the microbe to ensure that doesn't happen except to Terramorph DNA, the microscopic world still tends to play by its own rules, so there will always be some amount of risk. We'll be asked to decide between the two here, though we can alter our decision later if we choose, so no need to fret. And besides, none of it matters until we get some Asyles and Terramorph gene samples anyways to begin our work on either option. Now, where do you think we could find those? Why, Londinion, of course! Terramorph Central, and the absolute last place anyone in the known universe should be at any given time. We already know that Terramorphs originate from the planet Ptolemy II, but all indications suggest that Asyles also originate from there. It's also where processing of Asyles for food took place during the Colony War, and so, by extension, is the best place to get gene samples from both, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, there's the small matter of being allowed to go there, but according to Hadrian, the cabinet has signed off on the mission, giving us the golden ticket we need. So, with that said, let's head there and get this suicidal party started. Arriving at Londinion is rather foreboding, to say the least. The entire city, once a crown jewel of the UC, is now nothing more than a rotting concrete corpse encased in snow and ice, entirely devoid of life, save the small aforementioned UC base and garrison, and the terrors that await beyond its walls, the welcoming committee consisting of a litany of turrets and a lone marine barking at us to get inside the perimeter. We're then greeted at the command center, which resides in the ruins of a coffee shop, by Commander Hatum, who gives us a brief rundown on how things are run in Londinion. In short, they'll provide us with some of the best gear we can get in the game, but once we're outside the perimeter, we're on our own. No help will come, even if we ask pretty please. Once we're ready, we head out into the city with Hadrian and Kaiser, while Percival remains behind to run comms and scan for our samples. It doesn't take long before we run into other creatures under the sway of a Terramorph who remains hidden, an early indicator of what we can expect from here on in. We soon lock in on the Asyles samples in a nearby shipping yard, where we also find a handful of Terramorphs, at least one of which can cloak. Nevertheless, we take them down, grab the samples, and move on. Now we just need to get a Terramorph sample. Good news is Percival found one. Bad news is that it's at the spaceport, where we're bound to run into the meanest of the Terramorphs. On top of this, the quickest route has been turned to rubble. It's then that Kaiser suggests that we use steam tunnels under the city to get there, though how he knows this is unclear, and I'm not just saying that because it's never brought up in game. because it is and comes as a surprise to everyone, including Kaiser.
Kaiser, how did you know that?
I am not sure.
In any event, it's our only option, so we take it. Entering the tunnels is the point where the mission and the questline at large begins to take a dramatic turn, and the big reveals begin to pile on. They start almost immediately upon entering the tunnels, and we run into a flora called the Lazarus plant, which can only be cultivated on Tolman 2, which is important, so make a note of it. We also run into a swarm of heat leeches, which I think is a good place to talk about them since we've only briefly mentioned them once this entire video, never mind this entire section, when we first found Kaiser covered in them back on Nira. Heat leeches are, in essence, the pests of the settled systems, not unlike the rats of New York, and can be found just about anywhere where humanity has settled. Despite having faces not even a mother could love, they're not actually threatening to humans and will always attempt to flee when discovered or threatened. They almost exclusively feed on heat, hence their name, clinging to whatever heat source they can find and drawing from it in great quantities. This has led to them being found clinging to or hiding in spacefaring vessels, which in turn is how they've managed to spread across the known universe. Outside of that, there's very little known about them, for their status as mere pests has rendered them to be of little interest to the scientific community and creatures to simply look out for and clean off once you land, with ship technicians you can interact with at any major spaceport constantly reminding you to get rid of them when you speak to them. With all that said, it's somewhat of a surprise to find so many heat leeches in one place here in the tunnels, since it isn't exactly a tropical paradise in Londinium these days. The answer can be found in a sort of observation room where, just outside the window, we see a grove of Lazarus plant in bloom, filling the air with spores. It's then that a heat leech appears, and this happens. Holy shit. Turns out heat leeches are just juvenile terramorphs. Let's backtrack a little and walk through this. Remember how we mentioned before that terramorphs are found everywhere where humans have settled, but no one knows how they spread? Well, now we know. Heat leeches travel to different worlds aboard human ships, sneak off, then hide out until they eventually turn into the monstrous killing machines of adulthood. I don't think I can really overstate how insane this is. The chances of running into a terramorph by chance is relatively slim, but heat leeches can be found in abundance almost everywhere, particularly on ships and in abandoned settlements. With this revelation comes the knowledge that every heat leech we come across is a future terramorph down the line, which may drastically change your stance on the critters in future encounters in current and future playthroughs. Case in point, on my first playthrough, prior to this moment, I usually just left them alone. They were no threat and they always ran away. Live and let live, right? Now every time I encounter them, I make every effort to purge the Xenos so hard that it would make a space marine smile.
Kill the mutant!
Adding to this is where the Lazarus plant comes in. Clearly it serves as an accelerant to the growth process, transforming a heat leech into a terramorph in an instant. Given that the plant can only be cultivated on Tolman 2, coupled with the extinction of the Aceles on the planet, this would go to explain how so many terramorphs appeared to swarm Londinium during the Colony War. There's also the worrying implication that, if anyone knew about this, they could use the Lazarus plant and heat leeches to spawn terramorphs on any world they wished, perhaps somewhere populated, like a city. A city like New Atlantis. Well, fuck me sideways. Could it be the attack on New Atlantis when we met with the cabinet was an elaborate setup? What about the attack on Tau City 2? All signs now seem to point in that direction, but before we can dig deep into it, as well as how our containment plans will include heat leeches, Percival harkens for us to press on and go after the new terramorph. We find it in a storage facility of some kind back above ground and promptly take it out. We take a sample from it and let Kaiser analyze it, comparing it to cell data taken from terramorphs at Tau City 2 and New Atlantis. Sure enough, all three are a match, meaning the attacks on Tau Ceti and New Atlantis were triggered by human hands. Remember, the Lazarus plant cannot be cultivated anywhere but Tolman 2, meaning that human intervention would be required otherwise. Given the relative awareness of terramorphs across the settled systems, the perps hazarded a guess that no one would dig deep into the hows and whys, with Tau Ceti 2 being an addition and New Atlantis the red carpet premiere, timed to happen right when we were petitioning the cabinet to do something about the big uglies. This would strongly suggest that all of it was planned to set in motion what we're currently doing, which in turn raises some serious questions as to who, how, and why. Questions that will have to wait, for we still need those terramorph gene samples. Yet the revelations just keep on coming, for to get out of where we are, we need to head to a control room and initiate a system reboot to open the way forward. In doing so, we recover an emergency message from the Colony War when the Terramorphs were on the verge of finally overrunning UC forces in the city.
Playback initiated.
Admiral Sanon, we need to make the evacuation request.
That's my father he's addressing. He was here? Didn't think he'd have the guts to look those soldiers in the eye before blowing this place to pieces.
Admiral!
It just transformed. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe. Colonel, the troops that closed off the sewers after my evaluation, they're all in this facility.
Other than our casualties, yes, sir.
Good. Get them into defensive positions around the spaceport. No one leaves. I'll send ships as soon as possible.
Thank God. None of us wanted to go down swarmed by those things.
That won't be your fate, Colonel. You have my word. Transcription complete. Physical copy available.
So it turns out that Francois Sanon knew all along about the Lazarus plant in the heat leech to Terramorph transformation, and it was for that reason he bombed the spaceport, and everyone in it, to smithereens. What he saw was a potential bioweapon, difficult to detect and track, and to protect that secret and the people of the United Colonies, he doomed everyone else that knew to oblivion, taking that secret to his grave, or at least to his gilded cage. Another feather in the cap that is his sick and ruthless legacy. Of course, all indications suggest that he failed given what we've deduced so far, and as with anything, the truth is far from simple. But for now, this will have to wait, for none of this will even matter if we don't get that last damn sample, and with the doors finally open, we can finally go and get it. The doors themselves lead directly out into the spaceport, or what's left of it. The place is ominously empty, with our sample located at the far end, and moving. So it comes as no surprise when we reach it that a high-level Terramorph bursts forth, and shit goes from 0 to 100 in a hurry. The once quiet spaceport quickly turns into a chaotic battlefield as the Terramorph sends out some signal, compelling more Terramorphs and other aliens under their control to appear and attack us. Killing the big ugly bastard kills the signal and the aliens turn dormant, allowing us to grab the sample and get the hell out, though we can also activate a radar beacon that allows Percival to send a signal that nullifies the Terramorph's control as well. With the samples in hand, we return to Percival and hand them over. Now, with the revelation of the Heat Leech Terramorph connection, Hadrian and Percival need to run some tests, so our job for now is to look in on what we've learned, regarding the possibility that the attack on New Atlantis was an inside job, starting at the scene of the crime itself. Now, it could be any number of people or organizations that could be behind the attack, but given what has already transpired before, it would seem our own character already knows who to ask, and we're directed to meet with Francois once more, the old man feigning surprise at our visit.
Well, what a pleasant surprise.
Well, to be frank, the answer was already pretty much spelled out for us when we begin to put together the pieces. That Francois Sanon, Ve Victus himself, was behind the attacks on Tau City 2 and New Atlantis. He'll defiantly plead his innocence, but once we threaten to tell the cabinet what we found, he drops his poorly attempted facade and admits his culpability, working alongside none other than Reginald Orlays, the very man he sent us to take out earlier in the questline. But why? If he loves the UC so much, as he claims, why would he put its citizens at such grave risk? Well, like a lot of things in this questline, it all stems back to the Colony War. In his words, he had considered informing the UC brass what he had found in Londinium regarding the Lazarus plant, but chose not to lest it fall into enemy hands, so he instead chose to bomb the spaceport, stopping the Terramorphs and sealing away the truth of their origins. In his eyes, he was protecting the UC from a potentially dangerous weapon, a perspective that changed after he was tried and convicted of war crimes following the war's conclusion. In his eyes, he had given everything to the UC, but instead of being rewarded or at least allowed to live in peace, he was sacrificed on the altar of peace for crimes he believed he didn't commit, or alternatively, crimes he felt were justified. Let's not forget that, along with his actions at Londinium, he was found guilty of firing on civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne, a battle that the UC ultimately lost and led to them accepting the harsh terms of the armistice determined by the Freestar Collective. However, Francois will staunchly claim that the civilian ships were actively firing upon his fleet, making them active combatants, which would permit him the right to fire back in self-defense. Given that the Freestar military is a strange conglomeration of a full-time professional military mixed with civilian militia outfits, two elements that are often blurred and difficult to distinguish, I tend to lean in favor of Francois' version, though it remains very much a he said she said situation where the truth may never be fully uncovered, especially with the Freestar coming away the victors. Being made to take the fall for these two actions has left Francois very aggrieved, compounded by the UC burying and diminishing his legacy, with Hadrian as his progeny also taking some of the fall as well, while being forced to live in his secret gilded cage under the expectation he continued to serve a regime he's come to resent, and so he soon began to put together a plan with Dr. Orlays using what he learned at Londinian. It must be stated that he isn't looking for revenge. He calls what he did a correction, a means by which to restore his and Hadrian's legacy. Let's not forget, while he unleashed the Terramorphs, he provided intel on the location of Kaiser and the research team, and had Orlays reprogram Kaiser to lead us to the Lazarus plant in the steam tunnels. In so doing, he elevates his status as a trusted advisor to the current government, cementing his newfound position of influence, perhaps to the point where he can finally be free of his prison, after some excessive amounts of plastic surgery and forging a new identity, of course. Simultaneously, his daughter will become a hero and regain her place among the UC's elite. All the while, Orlays would take the fall, which he had planned from the start, and we and Hadrian earn our just rewards from the cabinet for all our hard work. An elaborate plan, to say the least. But there's one thing I can't quite wrap my head around. How the hell was he able to do all of this from prison? Let me explain. It stands to reason that Francois Sanon is under heavy surveillance day and night, and that any incoming and outgoing messages to and from his fish tank are heavily monitored and scrutinized, especially when you consider that he's been given the reins of recovery teams in search of on-the-run war criminals, along with the fact that he's supposed to be dead. And yet, he's been able to plan this correction for nearly 20 years without anyone so much as catching a whiff of his activities. Surely someone at some time would have noticed something off and notified the appropriate authorities. But no, he was able to do everything he did without so much as raising an eyebrow, which suggests two possibilities. Either the UC is that incompetent, perhaps blinded by Francois' position as an advisor, or we have ourselves a massive plot hole in the quest line. How this could be a plot hole simply boils down to the fact that it's never explained how he managed to do it all from prison, only that he planned it over 20 years with Orlays, which is a bit of a shame because it is an interesting twist, even if it's very telegraphed by the end of our sojourn in Londinian. The UC's incompetence bears perhaps the greatest weight, since there's so much build up to our first meeting that even an attempt to reveal the truth of his continued existence could land us in a padded cell wearing a straitjacket, coupled with the incredible amount of security and clearances we have to go through just to see him. And yet, despite all this, he was able to concoct an elaborate scheme over 20 years that would repair his legacy and that of his daughter, while the UC seemingly let it happen because they're apparently wearing blindfolds like Sandra Bullock in Bird Box. It's a sharp fumble in the questline's narrative, one that I'm surprised hasn't been picked up on in discussions regarding it insofar that I've been able to tell, and can perhaps be slated as another case of something that has become somewhat of a problem in Bethesda's writing since Fallout 4, presenting interesting and compelling ideas, but not giving them the depth or explanation they require. We don't have to decide Vivictus' fate here and now. We do that instead when we meet with Hadrian and Percival prior to speaking with the cabinet. After meeting Francois for the first time, we're provided with multiple opportunities to reveal the truth of his existence to Hadrian or continue along with the lie of his death. This last get-together before meeting with the cabinet is our last chance to reveal the truth and, as expected, it's a very uncomfortable one for Hadrian.
No, that's impossible. He's gone. My father is dead.
That's quite the revelation.
Certainly putting it mildly.
We can also choose to lie about how we found him, with revealing the truth only upsetting Hadrian even more, though she lets it slide on the basis that we were sworn to secrecy. We can still decide whether we implicate him for the attacks, but letting him go isn't an option I've ever chosen, since it feels like a pointless choice. We let the cat out of the bag, no point trying to dance around it and pretend like it doesn't exist. Meeting with the cabinet is pretty straightforward. We begin by revealing to them the nature of the attack on New Atlantis, where we can either implicate Francois Sanon, or do as he requests and pin the blame on Reginald Orlays. Should we choose to implicate Vivictus, he presumably gets what he deserves and is executed. Properly this time. If not, we continue to help him, taking down wanted war criminals and a string of radiant quests which are about as complex as you might expect, meaning not at all. As for the method by which we deal with the Terramorphs, and by extension the heat leeches, this is the last chance we have to decide between the Asylees or the microbe. I've read online that using the Asylees is considered the morally good option since it poses zero risk to humans, but in reality it doesn't really matter. I've completed this questline twice, making different decisions, and in my experience, nothing changes in the world state regardless of which method you choose. Regardless, President Abayu announces the formation of the Terramorph Management Division and rewards us with credits and Class 1 citizenship, the highest rank of citizenship that can be obtained, which in turn allows us to purchase a fancy apartment overlooking the spaceport. Yippee. From this point, the questline is concluded and we're free to do whatever we please. Radiant missions for the Vanguard and the TMD are open to us, alongside Francois should we let him go. It's an ending that seems to take the sting out of the questline's narrative in its almost banal presentation before we're finally released to continue on our journey, further compounded by the lack of any visible change. All in all, I consider the Vanguard questline to be my favorite out of the 4 faction questlines, even if others offer more complexity in their narrative choices. We perhaps get the deepest exploration of Starfield's lore, while it conjures some interesting questions regarding the nature of states and their actions, as well as those who inhabit the bureaucratic ecosystem, and how their decisions can have knock-on effects that might not rear their ugly heads for years, even decades, and how they can be morally quantified. It's just a shame that it's bogged down by some of the many problems that plague the game's writing, which is unfortunately something I will be saying quite a bit for all the other questlines as well, some more than others. While, as mentioned before, it's not the most intricate of the faction questlines, considering that it might be the first one you do, it serves well as an early indicator of what you can expect from the others. That Bethesda is more than capable of writing compelling stories, but only if they get out of their own damn way. Alright, let's return to the main story for a while. As mentioned in part 1, at any point during our triad of missions, help Sam, help Andreja, rescue Barrett, Vladimir asks that we return to the Eye to look into some interesting data he's found while analyzing the artifacts. Now that we have enough artifacts, the old pirate has been able to register a pattern in the Grav anomalies they generate, which in turn has revealed another matching anomaly on another world, except that this one is much bigger. Vladimir wants us to check it out and sends us a rough estimation of the coordinates on the planet of Procyon 3, stating that he's having trouble pinpointing the exact source, meaning that once we arrive we'll have to make use of our scanner and search around on foot. We arrive at Procyon 3 and begin our search, following the distortions on our scanner to a massive temple-looking structure, even though we really didn't need to since the temple was clear as goddamn day on our approach, and even if this is your first time doing this, you'll probably have already guessed right from the jump that that's where we need to go. In any event, we do as the game requires, following the distortions to the temple, which I must say I find rather peculiar and interesting in its design, the floating chunks of stone giving it that strange, mysterious alien vibe. With that said, if you'll allow me to say a line that I perhaps say far too often, it's just a damn shame that that's perhaps the most interesting part of it, besides what we find on the inside, though not by much. Entering the temple, we enter a circular chamber where we very quickly lose gravity and begin to float around. 3 rings begin to rotate in and around one another in the center, and being that this will be your first ever temple, you'll rightly be asking what you're supposed to do. It took me, on my first run, far longer than I care to admit to figure out what you're supposed to do, which is float into glowing bundles of light, success signified by the playing of resounding music, similar to that heard in our visions every time we touch a new artifact. Though in my defense, the game doesn't even attempt to tell you or suggest in a roundabout way what you're supposed to do. With each glowing light bundle we pass through, the rings progressively begin to spin faster and faster, until eventually, once we've done enough, they too burst with light, go sonic speed for a moment, then align perfectly like Russian dolls, while a strange portal forms at their center and draws in all the light in the chamber. We enter this portal and are shown a cutscene, where we draw in all this light, and another vision plays, similar in design but different in composition to what we see when we touch the artifacts, including a peculiar symbol, until we come back and find ourselves outside, where we receive a notification of our new power, this first one being anti-gravity field. Congratulations, you've just received the first of Starfield's take on Skyrim's Dragon Shouts, which obviously makes this the perfect place to discuss the litany of problems on display here. If you're watching this video, chances are you've played Skyrim and quite a bit of it, and know how obtaining dragon shouts work and can already see the problems here in Starfield. For the two of you who haven't, allow me to explain. Dragon shouts are powerful magical abilities that form an integral part of Skyrim's combat and magic system, providing players who might otherwise never dabble in magic a chance to use a form of magic without needing to invest skill points into it, with these shouts often catering to specific playstyles. Acquiring these shouts requires that you delve into ancient ruins, caves, dragon rests, or some semblance of two or all three, either during quests or on your own while exploring the open world, engaging in Bethesda's classic explore, kill, loot gameplay loop, with the shouts, their words of power, and the walls they're situated on being at the end of the dungeon and sometimes requiring we fight a particular boss. They can serve as gratifying rewards for the effort required to obtain them, with there always being an air of excitement whenever a wall is found, its given word is obtained, and when we search through Skyrim's convoluted menus to find out just what it does.
Yes!
It's a simple system, but one that Bethesda struck gold with. It makes diving into dungeons and engaging with the otherwise banal gameplay loop worthwhile, if only because the anticipation is worth it. Bethesda attempted to replicate this in Starfield with the acquisition of these Grav powers, which, if you'll allow me to call a spade, are just sci-fi versions of the dragon shouts. They function more or less the same way, with many of them being eerily similar and often catering to particular playstyles. That said, the use of the word replicate almost seems like an insult to Skyrim, because the process of gathering powers in Starfield pales in comparison to acquiring shouts. We've already discussed how obtaining shouts work in Skyrim, so let's see how it's done in Starfield. You land on a planet, follow distortions with your scanner to find the temple, which again you may have already seen on your descent because it's kinda hard to miss. You enter said temple, complete some stupid trial that doesn't actually prove anything, float into a strange portal, or booted back outside with said power. The end. How in the hell did anyone think that this would be exciting? I mean, once is bad enough, but can be allowed to slide if it's only once. But no, every single goddamn temple is like this, with only slight tweaks to the trial you must complete, and by tweaks I mean how many of those glowing light bundles we have to pass through. A big part of what makes collecting shouts in Skyrim fun, even on second and third runs, is the fact that each and every dungeon is handcrafted, giving the exploration factor an extra kick of excitement. In Starfield, it is quite literally copy and paste, rinse and repeat, you get the idea, with the dungeon aspect given to the search of artifacts, though even this pales in comparison since nearly all the dungeons, if not all of them, are rinsed and repeated interior cells that are randomly generated based on some sort of algorithm that I don't have time or even care to look into. There is an attempt to heighten the excitement a little ways after this first temple, but it honestly feels like a vapid attempt, and is more of an annoyance if anything. Bethesda literally had the formula on lock, a formula that they even used successfully in Fallout 4 to a certain degree with regards to collecting bobbleheads and magazines. All they needed to do was replicate it while simultaneously making it unique to the setting, but instead they went the lazy route, possibly in service to the 1,000 planets mantra they've touted since the game's announcement. With that being said, the powers themselves are quite useful. You'll have already seen, for example, the anti-gravity field power in use during the Vanguard questline, and these powers, like their Dragon Shout counterparts, can be quite handy in getting yourself out of sticky situations. It's just a shame that their place in the game is tarnished by the lackluster, exceedingly vapid means by which we acquire them. So with this new power, we head back to the lodge to show it off to the rest of the class like it's show and tell. Everyone oohs and ahs at our newfound power, throwing out varying theories, ranging from the scientific to the religious, followed by the natural desire to find more of these temples and powers. Vladimir's picked up on another anomaly that matches the signature from the last one, suggesting another temple, theorizing that there's a temple for each artifact, which is indeed the case, with more temples being revealed as we find more artifacts. Locating temples and their associated powers from this point onward falls into the same sort of category as searching for most of the artifacts not assigned to hyper-specific quests. Quests that run parallel with the main story, though unlike the artifacts, searching for temples is not required to complete it. Like Skyrim's Dragon Shouts, they're entirely optional. An interesting theory that Vladimir suggests is that our gaining this power is perhaps somehow tied to the visions that we have when we touch an artifact, suggesting no one else besides Barrett can access them since he too has the same visions. This is confirmed when we travel with Barrett and he asks that we join him in searching for a temple so he can try and acquire a power of his own. Sure enough, he gets a power of his own, being able to conjure a duplicate of himself made possible for reasons I can't get into yet, all but proving Vladimir's theory. From here, we're given that other lead to follow, as well as a new main story mission involving Walter Stroud.
I must admit, you've surprised me.
I've neglected to mention many of the other members of Constellation outside of our companions, since their roles in the main story are much smaller in scale, save for Walter. Mateo will join us for a later story mission, while Noel, Constellation's chief science officer and Sarah's protege, only features as a supporting character throughout, only prominent at key moments in the main story, almost exclusively at the lodge. Their backstories aren't nearly as fleshed out, which is fine. Not every game has to have every character as detailed as Baldur's Gate 3, though it would be nice, so I only say that to explain why they've remained in the background as of now. Walter is Constellation's billionaire financier, serving as co-founder and co-CEO of Stroud Eklund, a spaceship manufacturing corporation that formed after he married his wife Issa Eklund, who we'll be meeting a little later. They had previously run separate companies that produced consumer goods prior to their marriage, before merging both companies and transitioning to shipbuilding, the corporation rapidly catapulting itself to the top echelon of ship manufacturers and then surpassing them, if only for a time, and have since been known for their quality ships and parts. Due to differing management styles, the two have made an agreement so as to compartmentalize their work and personal lives. Issa would run the day-to-day operations of the company from its base in Neon, while Walter, driven by a desire to explore the universe, spends most of his time at New Atlantis with Constellation. It's due to Walter's funding that Constellation is able to run its operation, as well as maintain the Eye and the Lodge, and he does all this without asking for a dickel in return. Many have compared him to Elon Musk, but I don't really see it, because Walter, by all accounts, isn't an egotistical narcissist who takes credit for things he didn't do or buys things just to ruin them.
Hang him.
Walter has a lead on another artifact, but instead of delving into yet another abandoned mine or cave system, we have to buy it from a freelance operative during a meeting in the city of Neon, on the Freestar planet of Volii Alpha. Walter suspects that the artifact is stolen and so would like us to come along to provide a little more presence to the meeting, which undoubtedly means bring the biggest gun you have, though he assures us that it'll be easy peasy. Which most certainly means that it won't be, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We arrive at Neon, where we speak with Walter before heading in, where he begins to lay out the groundwork for the meeting. The meeting itself has already been set up, but a few loose ends need to be tied up first, starting at Stroud Eklund HQ. This mission may be your first introduction to the city, which is located on an old fishing platform, the entire planet of Volii Alpha being covered in water, similar to Camino in Star Wars. The city itself didn't spring up until the late 2180s, when it was discovered that the natural oils of a fish native to the planet, called chasm bass, contained psychotropic effects. The operation quickly pivoted to producing a drug called Aurora from these oils, and the platform quickly turned into a pleasure city centered around tourism and commerce. This is most apparent upon entering the city itself, which draws heavy inspiration from Cyberpunk 2077's Night City, to the point where I don't even think I really need to dig too deep into it, downsized to the level synonymous with Bethesda's urban environment design. Like Night City, it's not all glitz and glamour, with the vast majority of its residents living in dirt-poor sections of the platform, often forced to live in cramped seat cans converted into what are known as sleep crates, barely able to eke out a meager living despite working for the many megacorps that have made Neon their home. By extension, crime is rampant, and many of the side quests and stories you can find or encounter here revolve around the many gangs and criminal enterprises that fight for control of the city, and how nearly all of them, one way or another, answer to Neon's iron-fisted administrator, a dictator in all but name, Benjamin Bayou, a man who frankly deserves one between the eyes, which is something unfortunately we can't give. So now that we've seen all the major hub cities in the settled systems, New Atlantis, Aquila City, and Neon, let's discuss them a little bit. Urban set pieces in Starfield feel strange to me. A feeling, as I wrote this script, I struggled to quantify and put into words. They function as intended, as hubs from which we acquire missions, buy and sell loot, rest and recuperate, and so on. Not much, if anything, is different from how urban environments in Skyrim and Fallout 4 functioned, so what's the deal? It's then that it dawned on me. It's not how they function, but how they fit within the game world, or rather, game universe. I severely doubt I'm the first person to say this, but the major cities of the settled systems feel like playgrounds of their specific designers to vicariously express their spacefaring fantasies, each drawing on a hyper-specific theme or inspiration. Neon we've already discussed. It's clearly inspired by Night City from Cyberpunk 2077, perhaps my favorite urban environment in any video game, and to give credit where credit is due, I think for the most part they nailed the aesthetic, though this only really applies to its interior. Also, the Astral Lounge, when compared to Night City clubs such as the Afterlife, is goddamn abysmal.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Aquila City feels like a clash of ideas. It stands to reason that the Wild West aesthetic was always intended from the start when it came to the Freestar Collective, with released concept art suggesting that Bethesda planned Aquila City to follow the concept of the rugged frontier town, but with their own unique spin on it. That was until someone decided that they really needed to lean in on not just the Wild West rugged frontier idea, but go full space cowboy, with saloons, gunslingers, literal goddamn rangers with deputies and sheriffs, and stereotypical southern and midwest accents everywhere you look.
Alright, I'm willing to allow that. But a few things first.
Aquila City, as it is now, feels like a bastardization of the original concept, where they kept the original aesthetic for its architecture, but then filled it to the brim with Old West hokey pokey, and the two incessantly clash, almost to the point where it's jarring. One thing I can praise Aquila City for is that it feels very contained. While feeling far from like a true city and more like a small town, its walls keep everything within its confines, thus making it much easier to get around, though its narrow streets can be a tad bit confusing to navigate at times, especially if you take a wrong turn. New Atlantis is just strange. While it's aesthetically my favorite of the three, it feels more like a theme park than an actual city, where there seems to be a lot more style instead of substance. It certainly embodies its reputation as the center of galactic civilization, with the mass building dominating the city skyline, but beyond this facade and what little inner workings of the UC government we see in the Vanguard questline, it feels like it needs more. It has residential and business districts, but they feel like they only exist to fill in the gaps, with no real use beyond having a player home and stores to buy and sell loot and gear. In fact, the only parts of New Atlantis that make it feel like a living, breathing city is the ever-busy spaceport and the poor-as-dirt subterranean district of the Well, which also has a player home available. This is compounded by the fact that New Atlantis' exterior cell at large is mostly wasted space. Next time you're ever there, step out onto the balcony in the Mercury Tower penthouse and look towards the horizon, and just see how much land surrounds New Atlantis within its given cell. Neon and Aquila City can be excused for their smaller sizes due to extenuating factors. Neon is limited to a fishing platform on a planet covered entirely by water, while Aquila City is confined within the walls that protect it from the planet's dangerous wildlife, namely the Ashta. New Atlantis, for all intents and purposes, doesn't have either of these issues, so it would stand to reason that it would have expanded greatly over the near 2 centuries since its founding. It could have been a chance for Bethesda to flex their creative muscles when it came to constructing urban environments, muscles they've already flexed when creating the ruins of Boston in Fallout 4. They could have taken what they learned from that and applied it to New Atlantis, with a sprawling metropolis on top, with a tunnel-like well underneath even more labyrinthine in its design, with potential stories built around how the two sides of the UC capital interact with one another, which, to be fair, is already there, but not to the greatest extent possible. As it stands now, New Atlantis, while aesthetically pleasing, is just that, with not much else to offer otherwise. Environmental storytelling is key to creating an immersive urban environment, and while, as previously mentioned, there is some here and there in the Well and the spaceport, the gleaming showpiece of New Atlantis falls rather short of this. As mentioned earlier, we need to help Walter button up some details before we have our meeting. For starters, we meet him at the Stroud Eklund HQ, located in the Trade Tower, one of the two that dominate Neon, the other being Ryujin Tower, which we'll get to see when we cover the Ryujin questline. There, we're properly introduced to Issa Stroud, from whom Walter seeks access to the corporation's entire discretionary fund, which leads to an odd back and forth about hacking each other's files and mutual distrust and whatever. None of this particularly matters to us, for we have other things to take care of in the interim, which can be completed in any order. For one, we need to secure the meeting site, which is set to take place in one of the Astral Lounge's VIP rooms, which we acquire by speaking to the bartender and after we refuse his multiple offers to buy Aurora. Like, seriously, please shut the fuck up about Aurora. We also speak to him about bribing security to back us up in case things go tits up, as well as altering the security codes on the door to grant us complete control. Secondly, we need to case the cellar. For that, we need to speak to a store owner named James Newell, acting as the intermediary, who we can either pay for the information or attempt to persuade to give us the information for free. James's information leads us to the cellar's sleep crate, where we hack his computer and learn that he had stolen the artifact from Slayton Aerospace, with whom he had previously been employed before being laid off, and is now probably watching and following him. Once these tasks are completed, we return to Stroud Eklund, where we find Walter and Issa having a conversation that differs wildly from when we first met her, where they've dropped the corpo speak and speak to one another like a couple that truly cares for one another, showing both sides of the duality that they live that I thought was pretty interesting. We tell Walter that everything's set and head off for the Astral Lounge. Of course, Walter doesn't know what the cellar looks like, and so we have to find them first, which I must admit took far too long on my first run. In my defense, all Walter tells us is to look for someone carrying a large briefcase, which in my head said look for anyone carrying a bag of some sort, of which there are many in the Astral Lounge because the club is apparently a good place to bring your luggage with you. Anyways, we find the cellar, a man named Musgrove, use the agreed code phrase, and we all proceed to head upstairs to our assigned VIP lounge where we begin proceedings. The meeting with Musgrove isn't anything to write home about. He'll attempt to squeeze more credits out of us, but we can force his hand by locking him inside, keeping security off our backs, and essentially reminding him how fucked he is with Slayton Aerospace. When all's said and done, we take the artifact and leave, only to be confronted by a Slayton agent who demands we hand over the artifact. We have a few options on how to proceed, though I strongly recommend you take advantage of using the club's security to force the agent to back down and avoid any complications. With that out of the way, we look to leave Neon behind as quickly as we can, only to find Issa by the front door, who tells us that our ship has been impounded and we got a bounty on our heads, courtesy of Nicholas Slayton, founder and CEO of Slayton Aerospace. Looks like there's no avoiding complications after all. Seeing no other option but to meet with Slayton himself, with Walter we head to Slayton's offices in the trade tower. After speaking with reception and gaining permission to meet with him, either via persuasion or violence, we jump on the elevator and head up to Slayton's office. Only for Slayton to take control of the elevator and effectively trap us inside, having already expected us to try and sneak into his office, even though that wasn't our intention. I think. Issa will then jump on the comms and break us out, having somehow managed to hack into Slayton's systems. We then proceed to follow her instructions and gradually sneak our way up to Slayton's main office. I severely dislike this mission because on all three of my playthroughs we get found at the exact same spot each time and have no choice but to openly engage with Slayton's security and any staff that decide to partake, some even stupidly deciding to fist fight us even though we're armed with military grade weaponry. I can't say for certain if this is supposed to happen or not because it is entirely possible that I'm just bad at the video game and just need to get good. If getting caught at this exact spot is intended to happen, then what is the goddamn point of having Issa guide us all sneaky beaky? It makes this entire stealth section, if you can call it that, feel incredibly contrived for the sake of some narrative and gameplay beat that doesn't even matter. There's no long-lasting ramifications for shooting up the joint that I can find, except for maybe Walter wondering aloud if slaughtering dozens of Slayton employees was worth the artifact. Again, I'm saying this on the assumption that getting caught was intended, though I want to make abundantly clear that it could just be that I'm bad at the video game. If that's the case, then I'm genuinely curious to know where I mucked up and will gladly eat my criticism of this section. In any event, we make it to Slayton's office where we're confronted by the man himself along with several of his guards. We can either attack him and be done with it, or convince him to stand down and let us take the artifact in exchange for Stroud Eklund paying reparations for our shenanigans. There's also one last thing he wants us to handle. The seller, Mr. Musgrove, who was caught and brought before Slayton just before our arrival, who'da thunk. He'll also be there if you gun down Slayton and his goons, in case you're wondering. We have the choice to either kill him, hand him to the authorities, or let him go. We can ask him about the money we paid him, to which he'll say that Slayton has it. Either way, our choice doesn't really matter outside of affecting our relationship with our companions if we have one with us. With that out of the way, we can finally return to our ship, get the hell out of Neon, and return to the lodge with another artifact in hand, while we give ourselves a pat on the back for another successful, albeit cumbersome and convoluted, acquisition.
You hold something you have no right to. My people have killed for this, but I will offer you one chance to hand over the artifact and turn away from this path.
Or not? Before we can even jump out of the system, we're confronted by a strange ship, unlike anything we've seen before. The pilot immediately starts spouting off, demanding we hand over the artifact and turn away from the path we found ourselves on. We can ask that they identify themselves, to which they answer that they are Starborn, but not much more than that, refusing to answer any questions about who they are, what they want, and about the artifacts. Instead, they insist that we must abandon our pursuit of the artifacts and any knowledge about them, for we walk a dangerous line, and other mumbo-jumbo to that effect. We're then presented with the choice of either surrendering the artifact, fighting them, or Grav jumping to safety. Depending on your level and ship, I strongly advise you don't fight them since they're level 30. I also can't say what happens if you surrender the artifact since I've never selected this option. Your best bet is to just turn and run back to Jemison. Back at the lodge, we speak with Noelle and have her scan the data we grabbed from that Starborn ship. She'll bring it up at the table and have everyone gather around to take a look. Naturally, everyone is just as perplexed as we are, and a few begin to throw out theories, as such a strange design isn't used by any known faction. Sam theorizes that they could be another human offshoot, finally showing themselves to the wider galaxy, like another House Faroon. Baird suggests that they could be intelligent alien life, or perhaps extra-dimensional life forms, maybe even the universe's creators, languishing in the deepest, darkest corners of space. Mateo takes that theory a step further and suggests that these Starborn could be of divine or celestial origins, likening them to avenging angels coming down from the heavens to keep humanity away from forbidden knowledge. Real biblical shit. So, as Sarah rightly points out, lots of theories but no concrete answers, only that these Starborn want the artifacts and are willing to spill blood for them. We'll be asked to side with whichever theory we think most likely, though it's a decision that has no effect on the story, save for changing the follow-up dialogue, and is thus largely a false choice. All we can do is learn all we can about them while continuing to collect artifacts, now with increased degree of caution and vigilance, especially now that there's another player involved in this scavenger hunt. From here, after we add our latest artifact to the collection, we speak with Vladimir, who gives us the location of 2 more artifacts, which we proceed to go and find. However, with the emergence of these Starborn, there's now a unique twist. Upon finding each artifact, we're confronted by a lone Starborn who immediately engages us. They will also appear at temples, though only after you acquire the power and have been jettisoned outside. All of these Starborn are ranked level 30, which can appear rather daunting at first since you'll most likely still be at a comparatively low level, but these guys can be easily nullified with your Grav powers. When you kill them, you absorb something called Quantum Essence, not unlike absorbing a dragon's soul, though the implications are rather disappointing. Whereas absorbing a dragon's soul allows you to unlock uncovered words of power, all Quantum Essence does is make your power meter recharge faster. While this could be handy in a tough fight, I found that I never really had to use it, especially since the powers already last long enough, and getting multiple critical hits, especially with rifles, is usually enough to do the job, especially against Starborn. As you'll probably have already guessed, these next 2 artifacts are located in, drumroll please, caves and abandoned mines. Whoopee. This is something that will undoubtedly drive you insane across the main story, as it did me. Collecting the artifacts forms a huge part of it, and yet the vast majority of them are relegated to menial fetch quests that offer nothing in the way of uniqueness. Just go here, grab the artifact, come back to the lodge. Despite their issues, I've come to greatly appreciate missions such as Walter's on Neon for at least doing something different and breaking up this monotony. Except for one mission much later in the story that I cannot fucking stand. These menial fetch quests really weigh down the experience, especially when they all take place in the same cookie-cutter locations and interior cells. This has been fixed with updates that brought in more unique locales, and locations are randomly generated on each playthrough, meaning you won't find artifacts not tied to specific quests in the same location twice, usually, but the problem remains for they're still boring. This isn't helped by the fact that there are 24 artifacts to go along with the 24 powers we can acquire. I can't help but wonder if the developers should have cut this number in half or more and give each of them a unique location that requires completing a particular mission to acquire. Not all would need to be the complexity of a quest like Sarah's jaunt around the Sol system or our shenanigans on Neon with Walter, but at least it would break up the sleep-inducing monotony that most of the artifacts are relegated to, with information about the artifacts and the Starborn once they're revealed being drip-fed to us over these missions. This would of course eliminate the random generation of some of their locations from playthrough to playthrough, something that plays into one of the core plot points of the main story that is revealed later, but I feel this would be a worthwhile sacrifice to make in service to giving these missions more narrative value and actually making them interesting. One of the artifacts could be located somewhere being fought over by 2 spacer gangs, and you have to side between one or the other to gain access, a simple concept that can be then built upon with choices and consequences. We've already seen that Bethesda is capable of creating quests such as these for acquiring artifacts, so it's both a shame and just straight baffling that most are relegated to menial fetch quests that offer nothing in the way of narrative value beyond pushing the main story along. Once we have the artifacts, we return them to the lodge, have a little chit chat with Noelle and Mateo before Vladimir jumps in with a favor to ask. Something that he mentions quite a bit is that the Eye is pretty darn old, insinuating that most of the station is held together with spit and duct tape. As a consequence, the station has reached its limit when it comes to finding artifacts in temples. If we want to find those hidden in the furthest reaches of space, the Eye will need a number of upgrades. Some of Constellation have already gone ahead and began repairs and upgrades. All we need to do is catch up and help out. While doing so, something goes wrong and we speak to Vladimir, which ends the current mission and starts the next one. I'm not entirely sure how this section is supposed to play out. On my first playthrough I helped Sarah first and shit immediately went to hell. On my second playthrough I helped everyone else without issue, and it wasn't until I helped Barrett that shit went kablooey. There's no real indicator that I can find that would suggest how things are supposed to go each time. My guess is that it's random or tied to perks. Regardless, this entire section is entirely pointless, because Vladimir wants to send us off after another lead regarding an artifact, and I can't understand why we needed to waste our time coming to the Eye when that was the plan to begin with. It should have just been skipped, with everyone else heading to the Eye while Vladimir sends us after this new lead back at the lodge. Vladimir informs us that we have some new competition. A rival collector with an unscrupulous reputation by the name of Petrov who has come into possession of an artifact. Our job is to go and steal it, since all efforts to trade for it have failed, this Petrov fella unwilling to let it go at any price. We also have to take Barrett with us, for some reason. We find Petrov's ship, called the Scow, and after negotiating our way aboard, which can end in a firefight if we say the wrong things, we meet with Petrov himself, and boy oh boy what a specimen of the human race we have here.
I wasn't aware we had the visitors. Wladek, you didn't tell me we had visitors.
After conversing with him for a bit, we can either convince him to take us to the artifact himself, or we have to sneak our way to the vault in which it's kept. If Petrov takes us there himself, we inevitably have to take him down and grab the artifact, though we don't have to kill him. We can instead convince him to call off his guards and let us walk, though we'll still get a bounty on our heads. Should we sneak around and grab it ourselves, we still find ourselves in a gunfight as we escape and get a bounty. We return to the lodge and drop off the artifact, but before we can take 2 seconds to pat ourselves on the back, we find everyone still there surrounding the table, with Noel desperately trying to contact Vladimir and the Eye. The station has gone dark, but comms come back online just then and we receive word from a wounded Vladimir, who tells us that they were attacked by a Starborn from out of nowhere. We then speak to the Starborn in question, calling himself the Hunter, who informs us that he's on his way to the lodge to grab the artifacts, adding that our part in glimpsing the Unity is over. It's here that we're given a choice. Either stay at the lodge and defend the artifacts, or head up to the Eye and rescue everyone up there, a decision that will have long-term ramifications once the dust settles. If you head up to the Eye, you arrive to find everyone wounded but alive. You head back to the lodge and check on things, only to find that not everyone made it, with the companion who stays behind to defend the lodge ending up getting killed. We then have to find Noel, who's managed to secure the artifacts and fled the lodge via an escape tunnel that leads to a sort of underground facility under the well. Before we can flee, however, the Hunter shows up and demands we hand the artifacts over. We refuse and a firefight ensues, though there's no killing the Hunter here. Instead, we just have to run, fleeing back to our ship to escape to the Eye. What follows is a wild chase sequence as we first flee through the well, then through the spaceport, all while being chased by the Hunter and other Starborn, civilians fleeing in each and every direction while UC security attempts to fight back. We eventually make it to our ship and blast off into orbit, only to be confronted by the Hunter and his ship. Instead of attacking, the Hunter decides to let us go for now and jumps into the depths of space while we return to the Eye and let everyone know what happened. If we decide to defend the lodge, we stick around while Noel packs up the artifacts until we hear Walter choking upstairs. Investigating, we find the Hunter holding Walter in a chokehold and a firefight ensues. We hold off the Hunter and his Starborn just long enough for Noel to pack up the artifacts and then flee, following the same route as mentioned before, experiencing the same chase sequence and conversation with the Hunter in orbit. We then arrive at the Eye and find one of our companions dead in a pool of blood, same as it is if we were to head to the Eye first, then return to the lodge afterwards. Who dies on this mission is dependent on the player's given affinity with their companions at that time, along with the decision on which path to take. The companion who stays to defend the lodge, and inevitably dies if you decide to head up to the Eye first, will be the one with the lowest affinity score out of the 4 during that current playthrough. If you decide to stay and defend the lodge, the companion with which you have the highest affinity with will be the one who dies. This will be signaled to you when Vladimir calls the lodge and warns us about the Hunter's approach, naming the companion in question. This decision between defending the lodge and heading up to the Eye has a tangible and permanent effect on the given playthrough, for you lose access to one of your companions and any side quests associated with them. You can't even bring them back with console commands if you're playing on PC. No cybernecromancy here. This can make the decision on what to do incredibly difficult and poses a sort of moral dilemma. Do you stay and defend the artifacts, even at the risk of losing perhaps the companion you care about the most, a companion you may be looking to or already have romanced, Or do you go up to the Eye and save everyone up there, even at the risk of losing the artifacts you worked so hard to collect? Conversely, it could be an easy decision if you're not fond of one of your companions at risk of being killed. This was the case for me on my first run when I left Barrett behind to defend the lodge to go up to the Eye, though I was genuinely shocked to find him dead when I returned not long after. It's a case of choice and consequence in Starfield that actually has a tangible effect on the game's world state, something that is sorely lacking elsewhere where there's this kind of decision to be made, even if it's a standard choose A or B kind of decision and the ramifications of said decision may not matter to you much. With the dust finally settled, we now need to decide on what to do. Clearly neither the lodge or the Eye are secure anymore, meaning we can't keep the artifacts there, even with the hunter stating that he'll be leaving us alone. For now. Two alternatives are presented to us. We can either keep them on our ship, or we can store them at an outpost. Which reminds me, I haven't really mentioned outpost building, but that's probably because it's mostly meh. Just think of it along the same lines as settlement building in Fallout 4, only a lot less clunky, but far less fun. I've never stored the artifacts in an outpost because it appears too cost prohibitive, though I admit that this is pure guesswork. From this point forward, Starborn will be constantly after the artifacts, and it's made clear that you'll have to defend the outpost you place them in, meaning you'll have to baby it constantly. Setting up defenses, repairing defenses, manning it with crew, that sort of thing. By keeping it on your ship, all you have to do is spin up the Grav drive and get the hell out of whatever system or planetary orbit you encounter Starborn. Annoying? Sure, but it would seem far less tedious than constantly having to segue to an outpost located on some dump of a planet or moon just to check in if they're okay. Again, I'm entirely guessing since I've never gone the outpost route, so I'd be more than happy to get opinions from those who have gone the outpost route. In both instances, we need to build something called the Armillary, which, come to think of it, it's never really explained what it is, beyond that it's a device used to store the artifacts and grant access to a certain something later. It's most likely a reference to the real-world Armillary Sphere, an early astronomical device that dates back to the 2nd century AD, or perhaps even further to the 2nd century BC, and represents the great circles of heaven, with the most elaborate machine showing the horizon, meridian, the equator, polar circles, and an ecliptic hoop. Building it on the ship requires going into our cockpit, where a new console has popped up. Interacting with it opens up a new screen with the option to build the Armillary, which we do, bada boom bada bing, we're done. From this point forward, any new artifacts found will need to be stored at the Armillary. With that out of the way, we're directed to return to the lodge, the mystery of the artifacts now having taken a dramatic and violent turn. No longer are we just explorers diving into the reaches of space. We're now effectively at war, with no way out but through the hunter and anyone else that gets in our way. Let's set aside the main story again for now and discuss the Freestar Rangers questline. As mentioned back in part 1, this questline is open to us after we help Marshal Blake handle the Shaw Gang crew holding up the Gal Bank in Aquila City while searching for the artifact in the empty nest with Sam Coe, and Blake offers us the chance to join the Rangers. Should we accept this offer, we need to head to the Rock, located in the heart of Aquila City, which serves as a cantina, meeting hall, and headquarters of the Rangers. It can also be assumed that the Freestar government, formerly known as the Council of Governors, convenes there from time to time. It's at the cantina that we meet with Ranger Emma Wilcox, Blake's second in command and the one responsible for selecting and training potential recruits. Upon speaking to her, we get a brief rundown of what they do. As the name might imply, the Rangers are the Freestar's law enforcement. While each member world of the collective maintains their own security forces, the Rangers operate across its entirety, serving as the long arm of the law, taking their orders directly from the Council of Governors while defending the people of the collective from any and all dangers. This gives them considerable power and influence, allowing them to go where they please and even supersede local security forces if necessary, though, as with anything and as we'll see throughout this questline, it's not necessarily absolute and often requires them walking on eggshells. The Rangers draw heavy influence from the real-world Texas Rangers, no, not the baseball team, who were officially formed in 1835, unofficially in 1823, to serve and protect the people of the nascent Republic of Texas, mostly from Mexican encroachments along the border, as well as against the Comanche and Cherokee peoples who had supported the Mexicans during the 1838 Cordova Rebellion. When the Republic of Texas was annexed by the United States in 1846, the Texas Rangers were brought into federal service, with several companies raised to serve in the Mexican-American War of 1846 to 1848, where they predominantly operated as guides and counter-guerrilla specialists, earning a fearsome reputation amongst both Mexicans and Americans. They were briefly disbanded following the American Civil War, in which many of them served the Confederacy, but were brought back in 1873 and served with distinction during the Old West period, with which they're most associated. Now, I could stop there, but I feel I have to point out that basing the Freestar Rangers after the Texas Rangers may be a slightly controversial choice for some. Despite their many deeds and acts of selfless bravery, the Texas Rangers during the days of the Old West were notorious for their various illegal excesses, ranging from summary executions to obtaining confessions through torture and intimidation. This was particularly felt by Mexicans living in the state of Texas, known as Tejanos, no doubt fueled by the instability on the Mexican side of the border. This included the massacre of 15 Mexican men and boys in Porvenir, Texas in 1918, resulting in the 1919 Canales investigation, which in turn resulted in the Texas Rangers being reformed, with their number being reduced from 1,000 to just 68, though no Rangers were prosecuted for the Porvenir massacre. There's also their fractured relationship with Native Americans, where they often participated in their expulsions from their homelands and forced resettlement, as well as aiding in the recapture of escaped slaves seeking freedom in Mexico prior to Reconstruction, such as the Callahan Expedition of 1855. All this to say that some may be turned off by the glaring similarities shared by the Freestar Rangers and the Texas Rangers. Of course, the Freestar Rangers are nothing like their real-world counterparts, but given the strict adherence to the space cowboy aesthetic, knowledge of this may be off-putting to some. Not unlike the Vanguard, we're required to complete some sort of assessment before we can officially join the Rangers. The difference is that, while the Vanguard have a dedicated training center, the Rangers simply have you complete a job of your choosing from the mission terminal located in the cantina. While not nearly as structured as the Vanguard, what this suggests to me is that the Rangers only want individuals with experience right out the gate. Remember, anyone can theoretically join the Vanguard so long as they have a ship with a satisfactory weapon system, but there's no indication of needing prior experience. The Rangers, on the other hand, make sure you're up to snuff by throwing you into the fire, necessitating we take on a mission to prove our worth. Those who succeed can join, while those who don't are either rejected or simply dead. While it would seem rather Spartan of them, it's resulted in the Rangers becoming a formidable force, one with an equally formidable reputation, widely respected by the people of the collective and equally feared by most criminals, a reputation no doubt further aided by their closeness to the Council of Governors. It's also a reputation that almost seems necessary, since according to Ranger Wilcox, there are only 12 Rangers at any given time, spread thin across the collective's colonies. That is a very small number to be covering so much space, and it stands to reason that any criminal organization with the stones to do so could easily overpower the Rangers if they tried. However, their reputation seemingly keeps this from happening, no doubt fueled by their rather unorthodox selection process, which in turn bears almost ready-made Rangers who themselves are incredibly dangerous individuals, ready to protect and serve, sometimes by any means necessary. At least, that's how the Rangers are viewed from the outside, and perhaps how they view themselves. As with any organization, reputations are only as good as the people within, and as long as they can maintain it. I also still find it rather baffling that there are only 12 of them. Even with their out-of-the-pan and into-the-fire selection process, you'd expect that there'd still be more of them. Even the Texas Rangers of our world, after multiple reforms and considerable downsizing, still have 166 commissioned Rangers. Given its political structure and societal culture, Freestar space is nowhere near as secure as the UC, and even they have their fair share of problems with pirates, spacers, and mildly aggressive mercenaries. Sure, each of the major colonies have their own security forces, and there's the Freestar militia and navy, but if the Rangers are supposed to be the long arm of the law, exercising the Council of Governors' will, then you'd think that they'd want to expand their numbers to cover more ground. There's no reason given in-game that I've found as to why there's only 12, as well as whether 12 is the max. If I had to hazard a guess, it could be due to the power and influence they already wield despite their small number, and they keep membership small so as not to risk overstepping this authority, along with being able to run a tighter ship. Of the available jobs on the Rangers mission terminal, you can take whichever one you want, as they will all satisfy Wilcox's requirements. Once it's done and we return to her, Wilcox will take us to see the Marshal, who will officially induct us into the Rangers' ranks. Of course, we don't get to be a Ranger right off the hop. Instead, we're made a Deputy, a rank below full Ranger, and are assigned to Wilcox to complete some field training. This pretty much begins immediately as we're tasked with joining her on the moon Montara Luna, where we meet with a homesteader named Michaela Wagoner. Some goons are trying to take her farm. According to Michaela, they offered to buy the place, but when she told them that their offer was insultingly low, they essentially threatened her by saying that she would regret it if she didn't change her mind before leaving her to think about it. Our job is simple: to find these goons and either arrest them or give them a lead lesson. We do this by following their tracks through a series of canyons behind the farm, fighting nasty creepy crawlies along the way. Speaking of which, why the goddamn hell does it feel like most of the creatures we find in the settled systems are just ginormous insects? Seriously, look at these bastards. Literal nightmare fuel as far as I'm concerned. Along the way, we start to run into turrets and landmines, suggesting the ruffians we're after are well armed and ready for a fight. Sure enough, we find their camp, which has a conspicuous military vibe to it, the ruffians themselves dressed in proper uniforms and armed to the teeth with military hardware. The uniforms in question clearly belong to the Freestar militia, but aren't like anything we'll have seen before, with an unknown insignia bearing the number 1. As expected, they're none too pleased by our presence and order us to walk away and pretend like we didn't see anything. They're also frustratingly coy about who they are and what their intentions are with the farm, and a firefight breaks out no matter what we say, even if we attempt to de-escalate the situation, forcing us to gun them down. Once the dust settles, we search their corpses and find a slate that suggests that the ship they came in on was stolen from a company called Hope Tech, a ship manufacturer based on the planet of Polvo. We show the slate to Wilcox, inform Michaela that her farm is safe, for now anyways, then return to Aquila City and the Rock to inform Marshal Blake of the situation and our findings. We give Blake the slate and describe the men we took down, including their uniforms and resentful demeanor, and the Marshal, who himself is a veteran of the Colony War, quickly recognizes them as members of the 1st Cavalry, a well-known mechanized division of the Freestar militia, one with an infamous reputation both in the Collective and the UC. The best way to view the 1st Cavalry is that they're to the Freestar what Francois Sanon is or was to the United Colonies. A black stain of a legacy from the Colony War, one that the Freestar would love to see forgotten and buried. They're best known for their actions during the Battle of Nira, a battle I briefly spoke about back in Part 2, alluding to the battle and how it's described in-game as being akin to the grueling bloodbath of trench warfare in the First World War. It's the same planet we go to find Kaiser during the Vanguard questline, and you can see that devastation firsthand. What once was a verdant world has been turned into an inhospitable wasteland, in large part thanks to the constant use of WMDs, the landscape strewn with steel corpses of mechs and crashed ships from both sides. The battle saw the Freestar constantly assault UC positions before eventually being pushed back. That was until the 1st Cavalry, under the command of Major Paxton Hull, was deployed to the planet, and they progressively managed to push the UC back. They were on the verge of capturing the final UC outpost on Nira when word came down that a ceasefire had been called following the Freestar victory at the Battle of Cheyenne, and they were ordered to cease all offensive operations. However, Major Hull and the rest of the division disobeyed this order. They had suffered horrendous losses up to that point, suffering a 93% casualty rate, and weren't about to let those losses be in vain. Thus, they continued the assault until Freestar authorities arrived and arrested everyone of the unit that was left. Once the armistice had been signed, all that remained of the division was court-martialed and imprisoned, though Blake can't recall how long for. Now it would seem that they're back with a vengeance, actively recruiting by the looks of it, and presumably selling their services as mercenaries. Of course, none of this explains why they were after the Wagoner farm, which means all we can do is follow our only lead, that of the starship stolen from Hope Tech. For that, we need to meet with Ron Hope, president of Hope Tech, which we can do by meeting with Nia Kalu, the ranger stationed at Hope Town, where Hope Tech's main factory is located on Polvo. Yes, they called it Hope Town. I really hope I'm not the only person who thinks that's incredibly stupid, but whatever. Before we set off, Blake makes one thing abundantly clear. We're to mind our P's and Q's when meeting with Ron Hope, for he's a member of the Council of Governors. If you remember, the council is to whom the Rangers answer directly, which makes Mr. Hope someone they don't want to piss off. When we arrive in Polvo's orbit, we find Kalu's ship in disrepair, along with a Mayday message begging for help, which makes us having to first wait to be scanned by Freestar authorities kinda funny. We board her ship and find her wounded in the cockpit, with that and the damage to her ship thanks to some outlaws she was trying to take down. After we help repair her ship, she asks us to track down the outlaws before they scurry into whatever hole they made a home in, telling us to meet her in Hope Town once we're done. We do just that and arrive at Hope Town soon after. To call Hope Town a town is rather misleading, at least with regards to how it's presented in-game. As it is, it's just the main factory, with only a weapons store, a bar, the ranger station, and starship services accompanying it. It's entirely possible that the town itself is located somewhere nearby, with the workers taking some sort of transport to the factory each day, but neither are ever seen. This could have been a cool opportunity for Bethesda to do some rather interesting environmental storytelling, where the town itself could have been built around and spreading out from the factory at its heart, with an exploration of the relationship between the town and the factory and how the two work in union but also in opposition. Hope Town, as it is now, is incredibly lackluster, and as a smaller settlement pales in comparison to all the others, both in the Freestar and in the UC. Not that the people of Hope Town would know it, for you can't walk by any one of them without them saying something akin to how proud they are of the place or of Ron Hope.
Ron Hope's the best thing that's happened to us.
We meet Ranger Kalu in the factory lobby, and she takes us directly to Mr. Hope, all while stressing, just like Blake did earlier, that we're to deal with him with the utmost respect due to him being a council member. We find him in his office and talks with an employee, where he greets us and gets right down to business. Meeting with Ron Hope is rather strange, and I don't mean that in the mechanical sense. He speaks in a rather flamboyant manner, with a certain charisma that makes it easy to understand why he's beloved by those that work for him.
That's good news. I'll send my people over to bring it home. Of course, that doesn't mean your work is done.
This is coupled with his actually caring for those very same people, which we get a glimpse of when we first enter his office. We don't get the exact specifics of the deal they're discussing, but what's made clear is that Ron Hope doesn't just care about the bottom line, but the welfare of his employees, seeing them as one big happy family. It's a mantra that stands in stark contrast to how we find many other characters in a similar position, who often view their employees as mere tools to achieve greater profits and corporate success, not unlike how many billionaires are in our world. Hope stands in opposition to this, and even takes some amount of umbrage at the idea that one of his people could have stolen their ships. He takes his role in providing for the people who work for him very seriously and will do anything to see that this continues. Yet it's that same flamboyant charisma that made me almost immediately suspicious of him, for it all seemed too good to be true. It was a feeling that wasn't helped by the fact that, when questioned about it, he openly admits to instructing his people not to report the Starship robbery, worried about how the news might damage Hope Tech's image. He has very little in the way of information, but his cadence suggests that he's hiding something, that he obviously knows more than he's letting on, which in hindsight... Our meeting is interrupted when a woman named Cosette enters his office and informs that they just received new information regarding the theft, that the ship in question was spotted landing on Neon just after it was stolen. We speak with Ranger Kalu outside his office, where she tells to meet with the ranger stationed there, a man named Jalen Price, adding that he's rather different than most of the other rangers and that we should listen to everything he says. We head to Neon and make straight for its ranger station, which is an odd little pocket of traditional Freestar living nestled within the vibrant neon facade of Neon's core. We also find Ranger Price there, who's already received our case file and go ahead to set up a meeting with a contact of his. One thing that Price makes clear is that we're expected to play by Neon rules. Despite the authority the Rangers wield across the rest of the collective, that authority means little in Neon, where the rule of law doesn't particularly matter, or rather the rule of law as it concerns the Rangers. As mentioned previously, Neon is a haven of crime, with everyone, from the heads of the megacorps down to the lowliest street beggars, involved in some nefarious activity of some kind. This even includes those who would call us friends, such as Issa Eklund, as demonstrated during our infiltration of Slayton Aerospace. It's a status quo that's no doubt maintained thanks to Benjamin Bayou, Neon's administrator, who just so happens to be a member of the Council of Governors. As mentioned back in part 3, the psychotropic drug Aurora is produced here thanks to the natural oils of the chasm bass. This operation is run exclusively by Xenofresh Fisheries, with all attempts at competition quashed, often violently. And who has a controlling stake in Xenofresh? Well, none other than Benjamin Bayou himself, who has leveraged his corporate and political power to turn Neon into his own little city-state, making the production and sale of Aurora legal on Neon, which in turn has garnered him obscene wealth. It has also allowed him to invite other corporations to set up shop in Neon and operate as they see fit, while simultaneously keeping the rest of the collective at bay, which includes the Rangers, greatly hamstringing their ability to exercise their duties. Instead of being able to execute their mandate with near impunity, they have to constantly walk on eggshells that make up Neon's twisted ecosystem, making the posting incredibly difficult and even dangerous. It's the first sign of cracks that can be seen in the Rangers' authority and exposes a deep-rooted problem with the Freestar Collective. Despite the power that they're supposed to wield, they're still very limited by the bureaucracy, or perhaps lack thereof, of the collective, which greatly incentivizes the individual members of the Council of Governors to do what they please with little in the way of repercussions, so long as it doesn't endanger the collective as a whole. It's a sharp juxtaposition to how the UC operates. Whereas in the UC, the issue is too much bureaucracy and miles of red tape, in the Collective, the problem is that there's not enough. Not enough checks and balances in place to keep the respective council members in, well, check. Yes, it is in keeping with the Freestar's ideology of personal freedom and responsibility, one that in theory encompasses and is open to all levels of Freestar society, but leaves the door wide open to fragmentation, since governors such as Bayu and Hope are powerful enough on their own to be functionally independent, and one could argue that they functionally are, to a point. It could be argued that they only remain in the Collective due to a shared need of mutual protection and pooling of resources when the need arises, as seen during the Nerion and Colony Wars, but could very easily break away since they have the means to do so. Hell, Neon has its own security forces answerable only to Bayu, and he could easily afford to build his own navy and form a corporatocracy with the other megacorps present in the city if he so wished, but perhaps doesn't do so thanks to the perceived looming threat of the UC, coupled with the freedom he does have to do as he pleases as long as it remains on Neon.
Get busy making me my money.
It's something in which the UC holds a distinct advantage. It's not without its problems, of course, as we've seen in the Vanguard questline, but its strong and structured bureaucracy gives them a unity that the Freestar does not. It could be argued that it's what helped the UC swiftly recover from the disaster of the Colony War and perhaps come out even stronger than it was before. The Collective is unified, let's not get it twisted, but only so long as its contiguous parts remain so, with vastly differing needs, wants, and desires, which the Rangers must navigate with due caution, with their morals and sense of law and justice often being stretched to fit the mold of their given posting. This could go a long way to explain why they keep their numbers small. Smaller organizations tend to be less corruptible since there are fewer people to keep an eye on and be watched with greater scrutiny. This does of course loop back to the problem we discussed earlier in this section, that collective space is a lot of ground to cover for just 12 Rangers, so it may stand to reason that their situation is a matter of choosing the lesser evil and working within the given confines. None of this really bothers Price, who was born and raised on Neon, his mother being a high-level executive for Ryujin, who we'll even get to meet during that particular questline. He even went so far as to request the posting, claiming he did so out of a desire to keep other Rangers from falling prey to Neon's law of the jungle. Nothing is for free on Neon, even for the Rangers, as demonstrated when we meet Price's contact, a maintenance worker named Billy Clayton, who keeps an eye on ship traffic for Price. Before he'll spill on what he knows, he needs us to help him clear his debt with a criminal group called the Sioka Syndicate. Except the debt wasn't originally his. It belonged to his brother, who died before he could pay, and now a syndicate loan shark named Emmett Goodman is coming after Billy for it. We can either persuade Billy to spill what he knows since dealing with the Sioka isn't our problem, or we can go ahead and deal with it. What isn't mentioned here, but can be learned from other interactions with them, is that the syndicate has close ties to Benjamin Bayu, the administrator often using them to do his dirty work. This makes every interaction with them a tricky proposition, for if it ever comes to violence or leads to disrupting the syndicate's operations, Bayu himself will most likely get involved, since disrupting the syndicate often leads to disrupting him and his own operations, making it imperative that we deal with them in a peaceful manner. We arrive at Goodman's hideout on Ebb's side, where we're confronted by a guard. We can either bribe him or persuade him to let us in, though flashing our badge does nothing since we ain't Jalen Price. We could also use good old-fashioned violence, but this is an option I've never selected. Once inside, if you do so peacefully, we meet with Goodman himself and begin to negotiate. We can either persuade him, pay the debt ourselves, or just straight up shoot him, which is frankly a tempting option. Either way, we deal with the debt and return to Billy, who in turn gives us the information we need. The ship thief in question is a woman named Grace Early, who makes a living on that kind of work, and rumor is that she's just finished a job for a mercenary group, one that apparently paid well since she's throwing money around like it were confetti. We find her at a club called Madame Sauvage's, which looks and feels like a vain attempt to emulate the afterlife from Cyberpunk 2077. Like, what is this? We find Grace and press her for information, either by intimidation or persuasion, though not before guilt-tripping her in a rather clumsy exchange of dialogue. Either way, she gives us two names, Maya Cruz and Marco, two high-ranking members of the 1st Cavalry, the former hiring Grace in the first place, the latter paying her when the job was done. She also gives us an encrypted slate, which we take back to the Rock and give to Ranger Alex Shadid, a tech savant who's stuck on Aquila due to an issue with his Eustachian tubes, which makes being in pressurized environments unbearable, something that grinds his gears more than a little bit. While Alex deals with decrypting the slate, we meet with Marshal Blake and give him an update on the case, including the two names Grace gave us, Maya Cruz and Marco. The Marshal knows who these individuals are and points us in their respective directions. For Maya Cruz, one critical piece of information we get from Grace is that she had a medical emergency at some point during their initial negotiations and had to seek immediate treatment. Blake suspects that she went to the clinic, which supposedly provides the best medical services credits can buy, along with guaranteeing privacy, making it a perfect place to hide out. As for Marco, he went off the grid as soon as he got out of prison, but rumors quickly began to circulate that he was heading up a smuggling ring, the funds from which he's now presumably funneling to the First. The Rangers currently have someone investigating him, named Autumn McMillan, currently at a place called the Red Mile, and Blake suggests that we team up with her and pool our resources, though he adds that it's outside Freestar space, and thus we have no jurisdiction there. With these two new leads, we set off in search of them, tackling them in whichever order we please. Let's start with Maya Cruz. We start by heading straight to the clinic, located in the Nerion system. If both those names sound familiar, that's because this very star station once belonged to the UC, and its placement in the system kickstarted the Nerion War in 2196, which resulted in it becoming a Freestar possession, as discussed back in Part 2. On the clinic, we meet with Ranger Ben Armistead, the oldest and longest serving member of the Rangers. His posting at the clinic, by all accounts, appears to be more of an easy slide into retirement, helped by the fact that his wife is a doctor on the station. He introduces us to Ari Miller, the clinic's civilian administrator and the Rangers' usual go-to contact for information on the station. He looks up Maya Cruz for us in the station databases, but can't find any matches, suspecting that she's using an alias. This would seem to track with the fact that, according to Ari, the station's been having computer issues, and Maya Cruz, according to Blake, is a tech savant and genius, which can mean that she's hacked into the clinic's systems, both to change her identity in the system, as well as to keep herself relatively hidden. From here, we're presented with a few options. We can speak with some other female patients and find out what they know, though I've never taken this route, instead taking the alternative path and use the ranger station in Ben's office to resolve the system issue, which was caused by a program installed by a woman named Catalina Rivera, who was receiving treatment in the VIP wing. Of course, getting into the VIP wing is easier said than done, for access is strictly limited, even for rangers. For that, we need to speak with a Dr. Titus Cassidy, who's in charge of the wing and a real stickler for protocol. We can either persuade him to let us in, or swipe his extra key card from his office. Either way, we gain access to the VIP wing and are immediately assaulted by hostile turrets, with the corpse of a doctor lying in front of the door and a landmine at the door into Rivera's room. As you'll have already guessed, Catalina Rivera is the alias being used by Maya Cruz, who has long since flown the coop. We access the room's terminal and its logs, where we learn that her prognosis was deteriorating, suggesting that she doesn't have much longer to live. She escaped via a station shuttle after receiving word from Major Hull that the Rangers, meaning us, were onto them, escaping to an old hideout on Sakharov. With this new information, we set off after her. But there's one thing that doesn't make sense to me. How in the hell has no one on the clinic noticed what's happened in the VIP wing? We've got hostile turrets, landmines, and a dead doctor. Has anyone even gone and checked? Does anyone even know that this poor doctor, who isn't even named, hasn't emerged from the VIP wing for some time because, oh I don't know, her brains have been splattered all over the floor? What makes this even more stupid is that we can't even tell Dr. Cassidy, the man in charge of the VIP wing, of what we found. We're just expected to gather our findings and set off after Maya Cruz without so much as a thought as to informing the powers that be of what we found. There's also the matter of the shuttle that she stole to make her escape. Surely that would have been picked up and someone on the clinic's security detail sent to investigate, but no, that's not even registered. There's no narrative justification here, it's just stupid and short-sighted. All it needed was for us to be able to inform someone, be it Dr. Cassidy, Ari, or even Ben. It would still be kind of stupid, but at least it could be salvaged somewhat, if only a little. Anyways, we head to Sakharov, where we locate Maya's hideout on an asteroid in its orbit, which was once an Eklund excavation site. We land and begin to follow the tunnels, even being greeted by Maya over the intercom, warning us that she's ready and that we should leave if we want to live. Nevertheless, we continue through the mines, fighting these strange bugs until we reach a sort of central chamber where we get into a fight with some robots and turrets under Maya's control. Once they're taken care of, we find Maya in some sort of control room where we duke it out with her. Once she's down and out, we begin to interrogate her on the spot. She remains frustratingly defiant, refusing to spill the beans on who hired the First and where they're based, instead rambling on about how the Freestar turned their back on the First when they were court-martialed and imprisoned. We obviously can't leave without something, so she gives us an encrypted slate with information that may prove useful. Now we just need to decide what to do with her. She won't come with us, for she's only got a few weeks left and doesn't want to spend them behind bars. It's never stated what her medical condition is. My gut assumption is that it's cancer that's rapidly become terminal. We can either honor her request and leave her in peace, or shoot her in the face as repayment for making our lives difficult. We take the encrypted slate back to Alex and move on to the next phase. Now we just need to go after Marco. According to Blake, Marco, full name Marco Graziani, was a mech driver who came from wealth and may have bribed his way into the First. Following his imprisonment at the end of the Colony War, Marco fell off the grid and started building a fortune of his own through smuggling, and has presumably become the money man of the First. As mentioned previously, we begin our search at a place called the Red Mile, located on Parima 3, where Ranger Autumn McMillan is already investigating Marco's operation. So what is the Red Mile? It's a location for which you may have seen advertisements everywhere for, particularly in locations frequented by ne'er-do-wells and delinquents, but not much is particularly said about it beyond that, and comments by your companions that essentially spit on the place. This isn't without reason. The Red Mile is essentially a hive of scum and villainy, a club that was once frequented by pirates, smugglers, and all other criminal sorts, until May Devine, a wealthy heiress who saw the money-printing potential of the place, violently seized it with the help of ecliptic mercenaries. Since then, and with a heavy application of order, the Mile has since become a respectable and popular tourist hotspot, though its dubious origins still very much plague it, as you can come here to buy and sell contraband, and purchase ship modules to aid in their transportation. Not that May particularly cares. So long as no one causes trouble and or interferes with her business, it's very much a live and let live policy. This also includes the Rangers, since the Parima system lies outside of Freestar jurisdiction, and all the Rangers can do is work within the confines that the Red Mile allows. This will undoubtedly make our job that more difficult, which isn't helped by the fact that Autumn McMillan is a rather prickly bitch that is not happy about our presence and the conjoining of your operations. Autumn is about to head into a meeting with a contact, a woman named Jade, who might be able to lead us to Marco if we play our cards right. She also happens to be Autumn's sister, which is awkward since Jade is also a smuggler, which is why she makes a point of operating outside of Freestar space. From Jade, we learn that Marco is incredibly paranoid, never staying in one place for long, so the trick is setting up a meeting with him. Of course, that's easier said than done, and the only person at Red Mile that can make it happen is none other than May Devine herself. She won't give up Marco easily, and her price is very particular, and fraught with danger. That's because the Red Mile isn't just a casino frequented by questionable characters. It's home of the Red Mile, a blood sport well known and reviled across the settled systems. The casino overlooks a massive crater full of dangerous predators known as Red Mile Maulers, with an old mining installation at its center. The goal of the blood sport is to run to this installation, press a button, then run back, all while trying not to be killed by the Maulers or freeze to death in Parima 3's chilly conditions. Many have run the mile and succeeded, though just as many, if not more, have died, their corpses scattered all along the path to the installation. Why anyone would do such a thing is manyfold, though the guarantee of riches and fame is often the biggest driving factor, along with just the sheer thrill of it. While this is going on, betting takes place back up at the casino, which has a large viewing window overlooking the crater, as well as TV screens taking in camera feeds from different points along the mile. It's through this betting that May makes the vast majority of her money, and so is always on the lookout for fresh and eager talent. She also uses it as a sort of bargaining chip, like she does with us when we ask her to set up a meeting with Marco. To make the meeting happen, we have to run the Red Mile, even if we've already been here before and done it. There's no other way to get a meeting with Marco. We either run the mile or piss off. Running the mile itself is rather meh. Lots of fluff, but not a whole lot of meat. Now, to be fair, the game doesn't exactly hoodwink you into thinking it's such a grandiose thing, being rather clear on how it works and what needs to be done. And yet, that's kind of the problem. Running the mile, the meat of the matter, isn't all that complicated. Just run to the center and back while killing monsters and trying not to be killed yourself. Insofar as I can tell, it's the same no matter what. Just run, kill, survive. On the flip side, the fluff makes it out to be so much more though, and on top of that, it takes for goddamn ever. Every time you want to run the mile, you have to stand and wait for May to go on stage and address the casino patrons about how brave you are and that they should start betting and blah blah blah. We then need to traipse down multiple flights of stairs and take an elevator through a load screen before we enter the crater itself and run the damn mile. Once we run it, we climb the same steps and return to May, who gives us our flowers as well as some winnings. It's a process that happens every time you run the mile with no way of skipping it. We can't skip May's speech because the doors won't open until she's done. We just have to stand there awkwardly and pretend to be excited. I wouldn't mind as much if each new run perhaps added some sort of interesting twist to the occasion, such as having to perhaps run the entire width of the crater or defending the central installation for a certain amount of time, with these unique challenges ramping up in difficulty the more runs we go on. Once we've run the mile, we return to May, who keeps her end of the bargain and sets up a meeting. While she does that, we rejoin Autumn and Jade, where we chit-chat for a bit before we're prompted to return to May. We've got a meeting all set, May telling us to meet Marco on the planet Kodos, waiting on his ship, along with some coordinates for where he'll be. With no other reason to linger, we head straight there. As expected, we arrive at Kodos and find Marco already there waiting for us on his ship, the Fortuna. While on the outside it's nothing special, on the inside is a different story, appearing more like a museum or art gallery than a proper ship, Marco's ill-gotten gains on clear display, crawling with members of the First. We find the man himself nearer towards the front of the ship in his office, and after initial exchange of pleasantries, we get down to business. Marco is considerably different than other members of the First we've encountered. He has no love for the Rangers or the Council of Governors, that much is certain, but while the rest, such as Major Hull and Maya Cruz, are hell-bent on getting revenge, Marco instead prefers to look to the future, seeing no profit in nursing a 20-year-old grudge, though loyalty to his comrades keeps him involved in funding their activities and managing their accounts. It's also a loyalty that keeps him from just giving us the information we need to take down the rest of the First, though he's willing to negotiate. In exchange for pointing us in the right direction, he wants full immunity from the Rangers, allowing him to operate freely within collective space. We can agree to this proposal if we wish, though this is an option I've never selected because honestly, screw Marco. Instead, we get into a firefight with Marco and his security, taking him and his guards out before making our exit, though not before grabbing yet another encrypted slate off his corpse. Once off his ship, we jump in ours and return to Aquila City, where we hand Alex our newest slate, then meet with both Blake and Wilcox for a debrief. Now, in case you're wondering, we cannot nick the Fortuna and claim it as our own. That's because the ship isn't actually a ship, or better put, it doesn't function like a ship in game. Instead, it's treated like a structure masquerading as one, which I must admit is a tad bit disappointing. Speaking with Blake and Wilcox, while we've been away going after the First, the Rangers have been receiving more reports of farmers being threatened and attacked, with some even being killed, a sign that the First are ramping up their operations. Not that the Rangers can do anything about it, since there's only 12 of them and they can't be everywhere at once, though this does beg the question as to what the hell the Freestar militia are doing. Couldn't they have responded to the farmers' calls for help in place of the Rangers? They're certainly numerous enough. Anyways, after a brief update on the investigation, including discussing the fates of Maya and Marco, as well as going over our conduct so far, based on reports from Rangers Kalu, Price, and McMillan, our meeting is interrupted by Alex, who's finally cracked the encryption on all the slates we've given him. Amidst the data he's found was the name of their base, a place known as the Factory. Blake immediately recognizes the name, saying it was a nickname given to the main manufacturing facility for the Collective's mechs during the Colony War. As mentioned very briefly during the Vanguard questline, mechs were banned under the terms of the armistice, with their factories shut down as a result. But not all of them were destroyed, and so, with it being mentioned on their slates, it stands to reason that the First have set it up as their main headquarters. Blake gives us the location of the factory on the planet Arcturus 2, and adds that we should be prepared for one hell of a fight, assuming that it isn't a dead end. Sure enough, as soon as we Grav jump into the planet's orbit, we're greeted by ships of the First, which attack us in several waves. Once we've destroyed them all, we're free to land, either directly in front of the factory's entrance, or, on my second run, miles the fuck away for some inexplicably bullshit reason. Either way, once we've navigated the landmines the First laid out in front of the entrance and are greeted by Major Hull over the intercom, daring us to come find him, we head inside and immediately engage the First in what is a pretty long and elaborate dungeon. Since we mentioned them a few times already, and considering we're battling our way through one of their manufacturing plants, let's discuss mechs for a quick bit, and why their banning by the armistice is kind of ridiculous. Mechs are, in essence, Starfield's take on tanks, or at least that's how they're presented in-game, and it's certainly a vibe they give off, especially when you come across the remains of them on Nira during the Vanguard questline. Tanks and other forms of armored vehicles form an essential piece of any military in our world, and so was the case with mechs on both sides of the Colony War. Let's not forget the 1st Cavalry were, first and foremost, a mechanized unit, with mechs forming the basis of their division. You'd think they'd be viewed in the same light, right? Nope. As soon as the armistice was signed, mechs were seen as creations of Satan and on the same level as xenoweapons and banned, and that just seems so stupid to me. Could you imagine the Geneva Convention trying to ban tanks? Banning xenoweapons makes sense. They're essentially bioweapons, which in our world are banned by the Geneva Protocol of 1925, then again by the Biological Weapons Convention of 1972. But mechs? They're just walking tanks and were used by both sides. If it was just the UC, that would be one thing. Still stupid, but it makes a certain kind of sense. But the Freestar won the war. Why would they willingly hamstring their own military when all the cards were stacked in their favor? Even if the UC demanded that they were banned to soften the blow of losing their Xeno weapons, the Freestar would have been well within their right to say, "Nah fam, not happening." It could have been a decision born out of post-war confidence. The Freestar, an eclectic galactic polity that managed to severely humble a superpower of an enemy armed with both xenoweapons and mechs, was perhaps willing to go along with banning mechs since they felt secure in the belief that they could win another war without them. Even still, this would be incredibly short-sighted of them. They have zero control over what happens in the UC politically and would be powerless from stopping a potentially hawkish party or group from taking power in New Atlantis and saying, "Screw the armistice, we're gonna start building mechs again." I mean, something similar has even happened in our own world. Just ask a certain funny mustache man who liked to paint how they felt about the Treaty of Versailles. Now, you're probably thinking, Adam, who honestly cares? But it's one issue of many that surrounds the Colony War and its place in the lore. It's not unlike the Great War in Skyrim and how it fits in, being a major historical event that so much leans on for context and backstory, and how it has had a knock-on effect. The Colony War, for the most part, works wonderfully in this regard, but it's riddled with such dumb bullshit like the banning of mechs and the placement of the Armistice Archives in New Atlantis, which I find incredibly frustrating. There's so much potential to be had, but it's let down by things that could have easily been rectified. We find Major Hull in what remains of the First in a large central chamber at the heart of the facility. If I can touch on the mechs one last time, this could have been a perfect opportunity to have a unique boss encounter where we fight Hull while he's in a mech, simultaneously letting us see them in action. Instead, we get a rather chaotic, yet bog-standard combat encounter against him and his minions. The end. Once they're all taken care of, we finally get a chance to speak with the Major himself and finally get the answers we need. Hull himself cuts a rather pathetic figure. He's the quintessential old man still living in the glory days of the Colony War, believing that the Freestar has lost its way, fallen to corrupt leaders who abandoned and then turned on his unit when they were on the cusp of victory in a vain attempt to justify his decision to disobey orders. He'll also add that no one is innocent, not even the citizens of the Collective, who he sees as complicit in letting the corruption take hold, while the Rangers have blissfully allowed it to fester, and even aid in it, as if to justify threatening and killing farmers. Earlier, I described the 1st Cavalry as being to the Freestar what Francois Sanon is to the UC, though I think a more apt and specific comparison in hindsight would be Hull to Sanon. Two men who have felt severely wronged by the very governments they swore to serve, the very nations they swore to lay down their lives for, only to be punished for doing what they felt was right at the time, wrong or otherwise. That's where the comparisons stop, however. While Francois is clearly wrong for what he did with the Terramorphs and is more than deserving of the Hangman's noose, he isn't motivated by revenge. He's well aware that a lot has changed in 20 years and that revenge serves no one, not even him given his position. He just wants what he feels he's due, and though he's willing to sacrifice innocence for it and manipulate others, he doesn't want to completely wash the UC in blood to get it. Hull, on the other hand, is consumed by nothing but pure hatred and is prepared to see the whole collective burn if it means satisfying his lust for revenge and rewriting the very history that has seen him and his beloved division forgotten and buried. Now, some of you may find Hull's rhetoric marginally sympathetic, even if twisted, which I can understand. It could be argued that his worldview and morals are a byproduct of his time in prison. While the galaxy has gone by and the Freestar's collective consciousness has evolved and moved on, he was left to stew with his own thoughts and self-righteous anger in a tiny cell without any true idea of how much has changed, before being released back into a galaxy that he no longer recognizes. It's a feeling that's mirrored by many of the older veterans of the First, such as Maya and Marco, which Hull exploited, along with presumably many of the younger recruits that may have just joined recently, coerced by the words of a supposed war hero unjustly vilified. Once he had the men and material, Hull could begin to exact his revenge on the government and people who he felt betrayed him and his men. All he needed was the means, an excuse to purposefully target them, including the very institution that embodies what today's collective is all about: the Rangers. Eventually, after his bloviating, he finally spills the beans on who hired him in the First to go after farms across the collective, telling us that not long after he'd reformed the unit, he was contacted by a man who represented someone wealthy and influential in the collective. Hull refused to work for some shadow on the wall, so he managed to secure a meeting with the mysterious benefactor, who was none other than Ron Hope. And it was at this point that I cried out loud, I fucking knew it! Ron Hope, right from the off, rubbed me the wrong way, and I suspected right from first meeting him that he was more directly involved than first met the eye. That said, I'm not going to put this down to great detective work. Just like Francois on the Vanguard questline, Hope's involvement is pretty telegraphed, perhaps even more so. Many of the answers he gave regarding the ship theft strongly suggested that he had a hand in it and worked directly with the First, and though I couldn't have predicted that he was the one who hired them in the first place, I felt incredibly vindicated by this reveal. However, none of that answers the all-important question. Why? Hope Tech is a ship manufacturer. What on earth would they need farms for? On this, Hull gives us little, though unintentionally. All he and the First knew was that once they had control of the farms, Hope would send in some kind of machinery, and they were to then make sure that no one saw the operation. Now, of course, the money was good, but to Hull, the real reward was getting some payback against the collective, all while working for one of its powerful council members, drenching this whole situation in sweet, sweet irony. On top of this, Hull sees all this as a victory, even as he stares down either death or another imprisonment, saying that if we do our job and bring justice to Hope, he wins regardless. One final parting shot from the old Major. We can try to take Hull into custody, but he refuses, preferring to die like a soldier, though he does give us a slate with evidence of Hope's machinations before drawing his weapon. After a quick fight, we finally take down the last of the First Cavalry and are free to head to Hope Town and confront Mr. Hope himself. Confronting Hope is, again, rather strange, and borderline awkward at first, given what we know, though it doesn't take long for him to drop the facade of ignorance once we reveal the slate Hull gave us, and he becomes more willing to spill the beans, especially after Burgett catches wind of the conversation. In Hope's own words, Hope Tech has been significantly falling behind the competition, and so he began to diversify in the hopes of generating alternate revenue streams. One of these was an experimental fertilizer, but this utterly failed, wiping out entire crops instead of enhancing them. Yet, from these destroyed crops, the fertilizer was transforming the soil, bolstering its mineral content considerably. Seeing an opportunity, Hope donated the fertilizer to unwitting farmers, and once the soil had turned, they cleared out the farm and brought in machinery to harvest the soil. With the reduced labor and material costs, Hope Tech's and Hope's profits began to soar. Of course, this isn't just a case of pure greed taking hold, at least in Hope's eyes. Everyone in Hope Tech and Hope Town depends on him for jobs that puts food on tables, clothes on backs, and roofs over heads. With the corporation lagging behind and losing business, cuts and layoffs were beginning to loom, and Hope felt he needed to take drastic action to make sure that didn't happen. As he sees it, his employees work hard for him, and it would be betrayal of their trust if he didn't do the same for them. As for the actions of the First, Hope never intended for anyone to get hurt, but being that farmers tend to be stubborn and he couldn't risk any witnesses, the use of force ultimately became necessary to ensure the operation's success. This whole situation could be easily described by the phrase, "The road to hell is paved with good intentions." Despite being a capitalist first and foremost, Hope isn't entirely driven by profits, but also the desire and need to do right by his people, to ensure they remain comfortable and secure. It's a trait that remains consistent even as he stares down the barrel of the gun that is the consequences of his actions, and cuts him out to be a somewhat sympathetic figure, even as he attempts to deflect responsibility, pinning the future of Hope Tech on us, saying that the company will fall apart if he's put behind bars. That said, it begins to crumble when he attempts to do everything but accept his just desserts, including attempting to bribe us, before it falls apart completely when he threatens to attack us if we don't let the matter go, using his position as a member of the council to justify taking this stance that he's important while we're just some lowly deputy. We can choose to stay silent for the sake of the company and its people, but over the 2 runs I did of this questline, I've never taken this option, because honestly, fuck that. People like Hope, who use their authority and narcissism to justify their actions and deflect responsibility, disgust me each and every way, and so I was more than ready and willing to take him and his cronies down when it came to blows. And it will always come to blows. Like Hull, Hope has no intention of coming in quietly, even though it could be argued it would be the best possible outcome under the given circumstances for his company and employees outside of just letting him go. Once we've wiped the floor with him, we speak to Burgett, who laments everything that's just happened, as well as the man she believed Hope to be and was. There's also, of course, the future of Hope Tech. For better or worse, Ron Hope was Hope Tech. Now that he's gone, the company and the lives of its people have been tossed into the air, with no telling where it might land. Its future we don't ever truly see, As it stands, Hope Tech keeps on chugging, with the fallout of Hope's death uncertain. Assuming you killed him, after we speak with Bridget, we return to the Rock and speak with both Wilcox and Blake, where we present our evidence as well as informing them of Hope's demise. Blake is genuinely shocked at these revelations, while Wilcox isn't all that surprised, suggesting that she didn't quite believe Hope to be an upstanding gentleman. In any event, with the conclusion of this investigation, there's one last piece of business to take care of: our promotion to full-fledged Ranger. In our investigation, we proved that we're more than worthy of the badge, and thus it seems only fitting that we're granted the right to become one. With becoming a Ranger, we gain access to the Ranger mission board, as well as a brand new ship, which is pretty good, though it may be obsolete if you already have a better ship, such as the Razorleaf or a Shield Breaker. And thus ends the Ranger quest line. And frankly, I don't have much else to say about it, other than that it's decent. It may not be as interesting as the Vanguard questline, or narratively complex as the Crimson Fleet questline, which we'll see later. It's a neat and tidy story, with just enough to keep it interesting, even as it suffers from similar issues mentioned in Part 2, with a twist and outcome that was largely and considerably more predictable. After the Hunters attack, and once we've dealt with the matter of the armillary, we return to the lodge to regroup and refocus, difficult as that might be, which isn't helped by how we find the spaceport upon our return. Much like how it is after the Terramorph attack during the Vanguard questline, we find it in a sorry state. Locked down following the Hunter and his minions' earlier rampage, with security everywhere you turn, as well as casualties scattered about. It's pretty stark imagery when put in the context of the main story. Constellation has long had a unwritten but universally understood policy of remaining low-key, so much so that, as mentioned early in Part 1, many people don't even believe they even exist, at least outside of New Atlantis. This could be a policy largely born out of self-preservation. Constellation isn't a large organization, and it wouldn't take much for it to be dismantled and disbanded if the authorities decided to come knocking on their door if one or more members decided to behave badly. And I mean really badly, since within the game's own rules, we can commit pretty heinous crimes with no repercussions towards Constellation itself beyond losing affinity with companions, though this could just be a case of limitations within the game. It's a policy that has allowed them to remain largely neutral amidst the fractious politics of the settled systems, further aided by their open recruitment policy and their mandate to simply being space explorers and nothing more. Put together, it's allowed them to fly under the radar and carry out their mission: to find what's out there. The Hunter's attack and the subsequent destruction caused has seemingly ripped down that curtain, exposing Constellation and opening them up to scrutiny, though this never actually materializes. There's no inquiries, no UC security knocking at their door. For all intents and purposes, Constellation has slipped the net of potential scrutiny even as the spaceport burns. There are two possible reasons for this. One, it could simply be that, in the chaos of the Hunter's attack, we and the rest of Constellation went unnoticed, even as we were obviously the ones being chased through the well and then the spaceport. Two, and perhaps most likely, is that, like quite a few instances in this game, the writers didn't completely think it through. It could have been an interesting element for Constellation to have to contend with, on top of dealing with the Starborn, the secrets of the artifacts, and the sudden death of one of its members, but sadly, it remains a missed opportunity. Returning to the lodge, we find Mateo, Noel, and Walter locked in debate, with Mateo having something he wants to discuss, despite Noel wanting to check everyone's vitals before anyone does anything else. Mateo's mind is stuck on something that the Hunter mentioned prior to his attack on the lodge, that our part in glimpsing the Unity is over. More specifically, on the word Unity. Based on the Hunter's phrasing, Mateo suspects that we're getting closer to whatever Unity is, and that he's trying to stop us from reaching it. Unity is also a word he's heard multiple times before while listening to sermons given by a man named Aquilus, founder and head priest of the Sanctum Universum. Mateo strongly suspects there's a connection, one that's potentially too big and too important to ignore, given the current situation and what we've learned thus far, and wants to speak with Aquilus and get his take. Regardless of our response, we agree to meet with Mateo just outside the Sanctum, which is on the opposite side of the park, which encompasses the Mass District. Mateo's a rather interesting character that I feel doesn't get enough development beyond the subsequent quest. He serves essentially as a foil to Walter, for we often find them in debate with one another, particularly with regards to the nature of the artifacts. In case it isn't apparent, Mateo is the religious half to Walter's more atheist and perhaps more pragmatic half, depending on your viewpoint. After all, it was Mateo who suggested upon encountering the Starborn for the first time that they could be divine entities come down from heaven to keep us from forbidden knowledge, a suggestion that has gained more weight in the wake of the Hunter's attack and warning. His involvement in the main story at this point, while limited, smoothly opens us up to an aspect of Starfield's universe that isn't discussed all that much, but holds a rather prevalent place. That of religion. There's a strangely interesting spiritual element that permeates across the settled systems, though you wouldn't necessarily note it first just on the face of it. In this regard, Starfield is wedged between Skyrim and Fallout 4, where the former is littered with religious connotations and symbolism, while in the latter it's almost non-existent, save for the subtlest elements and references. It's an aspect of science fiction works like Starfield that I find fascinating, particularly with regards to how religions of our world would have reacted to the idea of humanity spreading across the vastness of space, and how the knowledge gained from such endeavors may stand in contention with the established doctrine and dogma of said religions. Unfortunately, this isn't an aspect that's explored in any depth, despite the now rather overt spiritual overtones at play here. This could be because of, once again, the lackluster lore. Or because, given that 2 centuries have passed since humanity began to spread out across the stars, such a discussion is no longer merited. Humanity has gone through the necessary religious evolution and accompanying growing pains, and thus further exploration of the topic would be considered vapid and meaningless. Either way, I think it's a shame. For better or worse, religion and spirituality, or lack thereof, holds an important role in the human psyche, whether it be an entire society or culture, or a single individual. I think that alone warrants further exploration. How did humanity's religions react to the creation of the Grav drive? What about the forced exodus from Earth? How did monolithic religious institutions such as the Catholic Church adapt or crumble in the face of it all? Considering that they seemingly no longer exist, not very well. In that case, what happened? And it wouldn't need to be anything substantial either. Mass Effect, for example, while not exploring the subject over the course of the main trilogy's runtime and only scantily in Andromeda, does have a dedicated codex entry on the very subject as well as in its wiki. Starfield has no codex, but this could be mimicked to a certain extent by having dialogue options with certain characters that would allow the subject to be broached. This, of course, would feed into the dreaded dialogue exposition that some players loathe, but in the absence of a codex, this is perhaps the best alternative. Now, it could be argued that the Sanctum Universum answers many of these aforementioned questions, to which I'd say, yeah, but not really in truth. The best way to possibly describe the Sanctum Universum is that it's an amalgamation of the 3 major Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, into one single faith, with adherents known as universals. The core belief of universals is that God exists somewhere in the universe, and is guiding humanity to find him, with the creation of the Grav drives and their subsequent facilitation of interstellar travel used as evidence of this divine guidance. On the face of it, this does seem to answer many of those aforementioned questions. The aforementioned Abrahamic faiths have come together to form a united faith, one that strives to find meaning in the wider cosmos. A simple explanation, and it works, except there's one problem. The Sanctum Universum has only existed for 2 decades. Despite having presumably thousands, if not millions, of adherents, it's a very new religion. Before that, we know absolutely nothing. Of course, they aren't the only religion in the settled systems. There's the House of Enlightenment, though to call it a religion is a misnomer, one that the game strangely perpetuates, because they're actually atheists who simply believe strongly in charity and have an unknown origin. And then there's House Varun, which is in fact a theocracy centered around the worship of an entity known as the Great Serpent, and was founded on a colony ship previously thought lost after a man named Janan Varun had a vision where he claimed to have met this celestial being. Neither of these two can provide any insight into those questions, because one is full of atheists who could care less about God, and because the other has a clearly stated origin that comes well after humanity's exodus from Earth and any of the religious turmoil that would come with it. All this to say that this glaring gap in the lore feels like another missed opportunity by the writers to add something interesting to it, to really flesh out an interesting and perhaps, with hindsight, important element of the main story. We meet Mateo outside of the Sanctum Temple, where he's joined some adherents, or would-be adherents, it's never stated specifically which, speaking with Keeper Aquilus himself outside, where we get some riveting dialogue.
Yes, exactly. It's like when someone insults you, you want to just beat the shit out of them sometimes. but you don't.
Well, not quite what I was thinking, but that's actually a great example, Marcus.
With Mateo, we broach the subject of the Unity with Aquilus, though before he answers, the Keeper takes us inside to his office where we can speak in private. From there, we can either describe the artifacts or the Starborn attack. Either way, Aquilus will begin by going into an extended religious exposition, which, after watching back this footage, I now realize is a neat bit of foreshadowing for later events. In fact, this entire conversation serves as foreshadowing, so keep it in mind for now. He then offers his aid in the form of a story that could potentially lead us down the path to answers, involving a man known only as the Pilgrim, someone who walked every corner of the settled systems before claiming to have found the true meaning of Unity. In the story, which Aquilus points out is the Sanctum's version, his version, since he's the founder and all, the Pilgrim met with the founders of the House of Enlightenment and House Varun and gave each of them a part of the truth. He then went to his final resting place to live out the rest of his days, spending them in contemplation of infinitum addendum, in other words, his addition or contribution to the infinite. Aquilus believes that the key to understanding the meaning of Unity is to find the Pilgrim, or at the very least his final resting place. To find that, he suggests that we speak with both the Enlightened and the Varun, for they have their own versions of the story. Finding the Enlightened is easy enough. They have a branch down in the well. As for the Varun, well, such a task would usually be impossible given their clandestine nature as well as the violent nature of the Zealots, but it just so happens that one is currently locked up in a holding cell by UC security. According to the Enlightened, the Pilgrim, known to them as the Drifter, comes to the first house of the Enlightened and speaks with the founding members, visiting them each week for a year, asking them all sorts of questions. I won't get into specifics here since it's kind of a jumbled mess in its presentation, but suffice to say the number 2 comes up repeatedly. In the Varun tale, the Pilgrim, known to them as the Unbeliever, meets with Janan Varun, their aforementioned founder. Not liking what the Pilgrim had to say, Janan straight up kills him. Except the Pilgrim returns like nothing happened. Sensing the Great Serpent is testing him, Janan fights the Pilgrim 4 times over 120 days or rotations of the planet they were on before Janan finally landed the killing blow. And just like that, in blunt House Varun fashion, the story is over.
That is all.
Alright, so no concrete answers from either of them, but plenty to chew on nonetheless. We return to Keeper Aquilus and lay out everything we learned. In truth, the stories themselves aren't all that important in the context of this particular quest. What is important, and is emphasized in both stories, are the numbers. 2 in the Enlightened, 4 and 120 in the House Varun. There's also the infinitum addendum mentioned in the Keeper's version to consider as well. Putting all of these pieces together, it's inferred that the numbers are a set of coordinates, or a version of some, while infinitum addendum potentially points to the name of the system in which this mystery planet resides. The 2 suggests we're talking about the second planet of a system, while the exact coordinates on said planet being 4 and 120, at least according to Aquilus. But what about the name of said system? For that, the Keeper breaks down infinitum addendum into separate parts, getting finite and add, and then in and dumb. And through this incredibly dumb means of deduction, we have the possible final resting place of the Pilgrim, the second planet in the Indum system.
Yes, that's it.
You stupid.
We now have a heading and can set off, heading for the planet Indum 2. Sure enough, when we land at the proposed coordinates, we find the remains of a long-abandoned settlement called Pilgrim's Rest. We're then prompted with collecting 5 writings left by the Pilgrim detailing his interactions with humans, along with his observations. These writings indicate that he initially built himself a following, some sort of cult, though it would appear that this wasn't intentional, and eventually these humans annoyed him with questions regarding the Unity, to the point where he eventually cast them off and went on his own way once again. What's interesting is that the Pilgrim doesn't consider himself human, or alternatively, he considered himself a higher form of human, higher than those who originally followed him. He also speaks about communing with Unity, as if it's not just an idea, but a very literal thing. An object, perhaps one of worship. It's through communing with Unity that he casts off the humans that followed him, but in so doing he begins to dislike the man that he's become, constantly chasing some unknown power, one that's tied to Unity. Once we've collected these 5 writings, we're then prompted with using a computer that will unlock access to an otherwise locked room. However, it isn't as simple as pressing a few buttons. There's a series of questions we must answer correctly, a final test left by the Pilgrim, based on the writings we've gathered, to see if we actually read them and learned anything. The room in question is presumed to be the Pilgrim's bedroom, where we find his final writing, where he states that he's found the end of his journey, leaving behind the man he once was, the one that was presumably chasing power and Unity, so that the new version of himself might build something better. Of course, this does nothing to answer our questions, and seemingly anticipating this, the Pilgrim ends off this final writing by telling us to head to Hyla 2, for if we want to find the truth, we must find the beginning. We land on Hyla 2 and find ourselves at a rather strange set of ruins, following a long path flanked by pillars, ending at some sort of altar, crawling with nasty, oversized bugs. Like, seriously, Bethesda, what the fuck is with all the massive bugs? Like, why?
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Anyways, we reach the altar, which requires us to use some of the jankiest controls possible to solve some sort of puzzle, needing to move a stream of light to the right spot on a constellation etched into the floor. Once we do, a glowing orb of light appears, which is somehow enough to tell us to go to the last star of the Scorpius constellation. We arrive at that planet, Oberon Prime, where we find the Hunter. Instead of coming to blows, however, the Hunter is pleased that we finally found him, presumably having been waiting for us since his attack in New Atlantis. The Hunter invites us aboard, telling us that there's another Starborn with him that wants to meet us, named the Emissary, who extends their own invitation, guaranteeing our safety in return for coming in peace. While common sense, given our previous interactions with the Starborn, would suggest staying as far the hell away from them as possible, given that they're the only ones who can give us any concrete answers, we've got no other option but to acquiesce and head aboard. On board, we find the Hunter and the Emissary ominously waiting for us. Now, one thing to note early on here, which the Hunter is also quick to point out, is that we've already met the Emissary once before. Above Neon. You may remember that was our first encounter with the Starborn in question being none other than the Emissary. Very quickly, it's clear that the Hunter and the Emissary share vastly opposed views on the matter of the artifacts. As the Emissary puts it, the Starborn are not a monolithic people. Each is free to do as they see fit. What they do is collect artifacts, just as we have, the why and how forming the key basis of the Hunter and the Emissary's disagreement. But how does any of this answer the question of unity? Not at all. At least not yet. It's then that we're given a shock to the system when the Emissary reveals themselves to be
not a relatively expendable Dusty anymore, are you? Look at where you've ended up.
Barrett? Okay, so before I can even begin to explain just what the hell is going on, we need to first understand what the Unity is, and thankfully we get that answer. Unfortunately, it's a gateway to the multiverse.
Oh, god damn it.
I'm just gonna say it loud and say it plain. I fucking hate this. I hate multiverses. No, not the game. I hate the concept of the multiverse and its implementation here. In fact, I hate it in almost every form of media and how it's used. There are two reasons for this, one of which I must admit is entirely personal, so I'll dispense with it first. When I think of the multiverse, I think of Marvel. And when I think of Marvel, I think of overhyped, overrated bullshit. Just my opinion, please don't crucify me.
Do it.
Secondly, multiverses for me operate much in the same way as how destiny and prophecy is often used in works of fiction. A forced means to justify why certain things happen in a story without actually having to try and explain it in detail. Why does X, Y, and Z happen? Because the prophecy says so. Why does X, Y, and Z happen? Because destiny says so. Why does X, Y, and Z happen? Because the multiverse allows it. It's a get out of jail free card from actually having to try and think critically about how everything connects and works off one another. At best, it's a cheap narrative trick. At worst, it's just goddamn lazy. Prophecy and destiny at least have the saving grace of being flexible in their usage and interpretation. One only needs to look how destiny is used in The Witcher, where destiny isn't destiny in the literal sense, but is a promise bond, one that has tangible and dire consequences if broken. The Chosen One prophecy of Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars also fits this bill, given how it unfolds over the course of the original and prequel trilogies, even if it does skirt a little too close to the literal definition of the word. The concept of multiverses, with regards to its present use in works of fiction, doesn't have this flexibility. It implies the existence of multiple universes with endless possibilities, which is freeing but also rather restrictive, for there aren't many, if any, ways that you can put a unique spin on it. Its reveal here is also rather deflating. There's so much build up to this moment with the Hunter and the Emissary, where we finally get some answers to the big questions, only for it to fall utterly flat at the revelation that the Unity is just a gateway to multiple universes, and that's it. The writers could have gone in so many different directions when it came to the Starborn, the artifacts, the temples, and the powers they bestow, and in all fairness, these many possibilities are still very much open. For example, we never learn who created the artifacts in the first place. There are suggestions, of course, and there's a character who we can ask at the very end, but the answer, if you can call it that, is incredibly cryptic and says very little. If I had to hazard a guess, and assuming Bethesda intends to expand on them further down the line, they were probably created by an unknown entity or race, similar to how the Protheans in the original Mass Effect trilogy or the engineers of the Alien franchise operate in their respective lores. Now, some of you may be rolling your eyes and thinking to yourself, that's just an overused trope as well. I agree that the whole precursor civilization concept is a trope, but it's one that's infinitely more interesting and requires considerably more thought and planning to execute properly and make sense. Instead, they went with perhaps the most boring and easiest option: multiple universes. How is it that Barrett, or at least this version of Barrett we meet, is still alive? Multiple universes. If there's some praise I can give making the Unity a gateway to the multiverse, it's how it works mechanically. For that, we need to fast forward to the end of the main story when we finally gain access to the Unity itself. When facing the Unity, we're given a choice: either step through and enter the multiverse, or reject it and leave, at least temporarily. Should we choose to step through, we become Starborn. This, consequently, is how all Starborn are created. After a rather impressive cutscene and the end credits roll, we emerge on our own Starborn ship, orbiting Vectera, the moon we begin on at the start of the game, with all our skills and level progression intact. That's because stepping through the Unity and touching the Infinite is how we access Starfield's New Game Plus mode. And for this, even after shitting on it hard, I must give Bethesda their flowers and acknowledge what a clever idea it was to tie the multiverse concept to this mode, allowing for almost seamless progression from one playthrough to the next, while simultaneously giving it a little bit of depth. From here, we're prompted with heading to the Lodge, just like we did the first time around, where we speak with Sarah and the gang, with the dialogue changed to reflect our Starborn status, with even an option to either play out the main story as normal, or skip it entirely. There are also new Starborn-specific dialogue options available for quests we did previously, including main story quests, where we can essentially predict what someone is going to say, which can make them go a lot quicker in most cases. We can even use them to avoid the Hunter's attack entirely, with the Hunter jumping aboard our ship as we leave New Atlantis and congratulating us for our foresight, subsequently sparing whoever among our companions was slated to die. You can also step through the Unity as many times as you wish with a single character, and it's entirely possible to come across a variety of different scenarios upon your return to the Lodge, allowing some variability from playthrough to playthrough should you choose to engage. Now, I won't be going through them because admittedly I've only stepped through the Unity once just to try it out for this video, though based on my research of what happened to other players, I encourage you to check them out for yourself. If I have one minor criticism, it's that by stepping through the Unity, we lose all of our stuff. Weapons, armor, and the like, as well as any ships we acquired. While it makes sense narratively, considering that it's made clear that we're reborn every time we step through the Unity, it's kind of shit. The ship is nice, no two ways about it, if a bit clunky, but our starting weapons? Hot garbage. Now, with this, the Unity is the gateway to the multiverse bollocks, you're probably wondering why Barrett was chosen to be the emissary. Well, you see, he isn't always going to be, at least in whatever universe you're in. Let me explain. The emissary's identity will be one of your 4 companions from Constellation: Barrett, Sarah, Sam, or Andreja. Who it is determined by what happens during the Hunter's attack. More specifically, whoever dies will become the emissary. That's because, in the emissary's original universe, it was we, the player, who died during the Hunter's attack, and they took on the responsibility of securing the artifacts, creating the armillary, which we learn is the means by which we access the Unity, then stepping through the Unity when it was all said and done and becoming Starborn. As it was Barrett who died on my first 2 runs, he ended up being the emissary in both cases. How the emissary's identity is determined if you avoid the Hunter's attack in a New Game Plus run is a little murky, and as of this writing, I am as of yet unsure as how it's determined. On the single New Game Plus run I did, the emissary was Andreja, though they strangely never revealed their face, even though their voice made it apparent who they were.
You could have told Constellation what you are, but you didn't. Why?
Because fuck them, that's why.
If I had to hazard a guess, it's probably determined by the hidden affinity system that works with the 4 Constellation companions, though again, I've been unable to verify this. Sounds confusing, right? Well, the main thing to remember here is that whoever the emissary is not the same person we've met in our universe, but another version from a totally different universe and timeline. The same goes for the Hunter, who turns out to be none other than Keeper Aquilus. Again, in case you're confused, another version of the same person. The Aquilus we know, and those of the same ilk in other universes, who founded the Sanctum Universum and walks the path of peace, was a version of the Hunter who walked away from the ravenous, violent hunt for artifacts and the unity that nearly all Starborn participate in, chasing the dragon that is the Infinite, to appreciate the universe we have. The story of the Pilgrim and its different variations? While never 100% confirmed, it's strongly implied to be Aquilus while on his journey to becoming the Keeper. There's also some clever foreshadowing to this reveal when Aquilus, after we've heard all versions of the Pilgrim's tale, speaks about the infinite and multiple universes and their possibilities. We can even speak to Aquilus after we've learned the true nature of the Unity and met the Hunter and confront him on the matter, where he continues to be rather cryptic but does acknowledge that part of him, or at least the version we speak to does. It's based on his experiences as the Hunter, hunting for artifacts and visiting countless universes, that he eventually decided that he had had enough and created the Sanctum Universum and its teachings, with the Unity at the center of all of it, with its perceived position at the center of all things deepening his belief that there's something greater out there waiting to be found. He, and every other version like him, are met with scorn by the Hunter, viewing Aquilus as a version that has given up. To them, there's only one goal: to gather artifacts, visit multiple universes, rinse and repeat, all in the name of touching the infinite and learning its secrets. It's a search that has made them detached from humanity, to the point where they see humanity as a nuisance and unworthy of the Unity. The only reason they haven't blown our character to bits yet, apart from our survivability, isn't out of some change of heart, but because they're simply bored and somewhat curious. Our actions in our present universe have tipped the scales, and they want to see what happens next. So, with all that said, what is the deal with the beef between the Hunter and the Emissary? In simple terms, it's a matter of control. Who gets to control the artifacts and inherit the powers they bestow? The Hunter believes that anyone who can collect them should, and should be allowed to do so unhindered, so long as they're prepared for and to accept the consequences. In this case, violence, fighting others, mostly Starborn, for them, often regardless of who or what is around us. Anarchic? Definitely. Barbaric? Probably, if the Hunter's actions earlier in the story are anything to go by. The Emissary, on the other hand, believes that only certain individuals should be allowed to control them. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them, and every time innocents are caught in the middle and killed. Given the immense power they wield and bestow, along with the anarchy that seems to inexorably follow in every universe in pursuit of them, some Starborn have united in the pursuit of controlling the artifacts specifically to keep this from happening, with only those deemed worthy, and perhaps trustworthy, of being allowed to possess them, with the Emissary as their figurehead. Sounds rather altruistic, right? Sure, on paper, but the Hunter quickly and correctly points out the rather blatant hypocrisy of the Emissary's mission. Let's not forget that when we first encountered them over Volii Alpha, they were more than prepared to kill us for the artifact when we refused to hand it over. How does this make them any different from the Hunter and other Starborn? It could be argued that the Emissary and other Starborn like them are merely working within the confines of the established order, within that which is understood by all Starborn, and the Emissary argues that they did what they did over Volii Alpha to protect us from the consequences of mucking about with the artifacts. Yet there's no evidence to support this beyond their good word, which is rather suspect. They can say what they want, but that doesn't change the facts. Their behavior has been no different than the Hunter's. On the other hand, while somewhat of a piece of shit, the Hunter has at least, for the most part, been straight with us about their intentions. In their eyes, we haven't managed to evade them because of some God-given righteousness, but through persistence, skill, and luck. We've earned the right to hunt for artifacts based on those traits alone. Why should we be denied that right just because the Emissary says so? Feed the beast inside us. We've touched a glimpse of the infinite now. Might as well go all in. So why are we learning all this? In simple terms, we're being asked to pick a side, the Emissaries or the Hunters, with this meeting of minds serving as a chance for both of them to lay out their philosophy and endgame. We don't have to decide here and now, not that we have an option to anyways. The Emissary wishes to form a truce between the three of us, so that we might have some time to think it over. This concludes the conversation, though we have a chance to speak to either of them more and further understand their perspectives, or just scarper off back to our ship. But before we go, however, the Emissary has something for us. A path to another artifact, and a lesson into the dangers they pose. They instruct us to head to Earth's moon, to discover the secrets that lie there, as well as a passkey, remaining rather cryptic all the while.
Here. To open the way.
We're also prompted to return to the lodge and speak to everyone about what we've just learned, as well as acquire the locations of 2 more artifacts, which can be done before or after we head to the moon, but must be done before we reach the Unity. Remember, doing so requires a complete armillary. These artifacts are located on the fringes of known space, and thus will need to have a ship that can jump at minimum 21 light years, which, depending on whether or not you've completed certain side missions or faction questlines, may be another task on the list you'll need to complete. We reveal the existence of the multiverse to everyone at the lodge in one big old meeting, with everyone drenched with shock at this revelation in their own sock puppety way. We can also speak with them individually at length about it at various points after this, with most, if not all, intending to step through the Unity at some point. This may also be the point where you're prompted with taking part in the memorial service of your dead companion, a matter that will be brought up to you by Noel. While entirely personal, and no one at Constellation will blame you for not attending, it's a moment that I found surprisingly touching, and I encourage you to take part in it at least once, even if it's a companion you don't really miss. Alright, we're almost there. We've entered the end game now. With our next set of artifacts to find, as well as a trail of treats left for us by the emissary, we jump back in our ship and set off, now with a clear end goal in sight, though where that end goal will take us is anyone's guess. Let's talk about Arasaka for a minute. Of all the evil organizations I've encountered in video games, there are a few that I've found more intimidating and nefarious than the megacorporation and personal empire of Saburo Arasaka, who arguably forms the greatest threat in Cyberpunk 2077. But why is that? Naturally, the first thing that comes to mind is their actions, their modus operandi, how they play people and organizations like puppets on strings, and eliminate potential rivals, real or imagined, with ruthless efficiency, often at the behest of the mighty Emperor Saburo himself, bringing their vast financial, material, and manpower resources to bear. There's also the mystique and aura it gives off, their constant presence across Night City and the whole world for that matter, unmistakable and unmissable, the sense of dread, loathing, or admiration that permeates any time they're mentioned in conversation. But perhaps the part that really drives it home for me is the aesthetic. This is best exemplified if you've played the Corpo life path and or accepted Hanako Arasaka's offer near the end of the game prior to the final mission. Dark, drab, dreary, oppressive. These descriptors perhaps best exemplify the aesthetic of Arasaka and those that work for it. While some of you may view this as being a bit too cliche, a feeling I certainly won't argue, I think it works wonderfully in conveying what Arasaka's all about before we even see them in action. It's this aesthetic that I strongly believe Bethesda was shooting for when they conceptualized Ryujin Industries, with mixed results. The Ryujin questline has garnered a reputation, and justified one at that, for being by far the most boring out of the 4 major faction questlines in the game, and one that I least looked forward to doing a second time. It's a reputation that isn't helped by how you start the questline in the first place. In every major city, New Atlantis, Aquila City, and Neon, there are Ryujin computer terminals that will bombard you with offers to apply for Ryujin every time you pass, with a new quest being added the first time you hear it. It's at these terminals that you will officially apply for a job, more specifically for a secretarial position where you answer a series of questions. Work experience related to secretarial work, how familiar we are with Ryujin products, proficiency with computers, education, and criminal history. This application is then sent off, and we're prompted to head to Ryujin Tower and meet with Imogene Salzo for an interview. Congratulations, you've officially started the Ryujin questline. Yippee. Of course, we've only just started, so we shouldn't be quick to judge how it'll go from here. Right? Ryujin Tower is located at the opposite end of Neon itself, the corporation's power and influence such that it's been granted its very own tower, while every other corporation is stuffed into the trade tower under the watchful eye of Benjamin Bayou. This is rather impressive on its own when you consider that, per what you can learn at the terminals, that Ryujin as a corporation was only founded 23 years prior to the start of the game. It's in the tower's main lobby that the aesthetic comparison to Arasaka becomes most apparent, and I'm not just talking about how both corporations are Japanese in origin. Like Arasaka, there's a pervasively oppressive atmosphere as soon as we walk in, with a muted color scheme of sinister red accented with black, not unlike Arasaka with its heavy emphasis on black accented by reds. This seems to wear off, however, when we enter the tower itself and head up to the operations floor, where our interview with Imogene is due to take place, where everything is rather bright and warm. While still drab and dreary, this sudden brightening, for lack of a better term, is an odd shift from the lobby. Instead of feeling like we're walking into the lion's den, like when we enter Arthur Jenkins's office in Cyberpunk's corporal life path, it just feels like a standard corporate office. Drab, dreary, and stale. This may have been a creative decision, one that permeates everything about Ryujin so as to avoid falling too deep into the Arasaka comparisons, but given what we've already seen and how the rest of the quest line plays out, I think it's safe to say that they didn't succeed. With this in mind, it might have been wise to just go all in and roll with the inevitable punches that would follow, subsequently building the quest line around it. Bethesda aren't above the dark and the gritty, especially when it comes to corporations and their evil intentions, and Ryujin could have been the chance to go even deeper and take it to a galactic scale. Alas, while there are certainly elements to be found in this questline, Ryujin feels like somewhat of a step back. They could have been in Starfield, and in the context of Bethesda's games, what the Institute or the Brotherhood of Steel is to Fallout. A morally questionable organization hell-bent on achieving their aims by any means necessary, and there are hints here and there as we'll see, but for the most part it feels like a wellspring of opportunity that's been left begging and asking for more. I know this may seem like a heavy-handed take to put forward right at the start before we even properly dig into the questline, but I feel it's important to have this context in mind as we go through it step by step and it becomes more apparent. We meet with Imogene in her office, where she identifies herself as Ryujin's senior operations specialist, and makes clear that she's only doing this interview because another woman named Yuko is currently busy and that she isn't entirely keen on doing it. The interview itself is nothing to really write home about. Imogene will ask a series of benign questions, typical of most job interviews, though her dialogue will vary depending on what you put on your application. Regardless of our answers, we're hired on the spot on a probationary period, partly because, in Imogene's own words, she has a million other things she'd rather be doing and interviewing us isn't even her job. Our first task right out the gate is to head to the local Terra Brew and pick up the coffee order for a meeting that's about to start, adding that we need to jump to the front of the line and grab it right away, for Imogene Salzo waits for no one. We do just that, despite the protestations of other customers, only to be interrupted by a man named Tomo, who was recently fired by Ryujin, and we just so happen to be his replacement. Tomo's gotten in his head that we'll eventually be sent to take him out, so he's taken it upon himself to take us out first. We can either talk him down and end things peacefully, or shoot him and be done with it. Either way, we get the coffee and return to Imogene, who's already aware of the situation with Tomo. Regardless of what happened, we've caught some attention and our corporate overlords have decided to promote us effective immediately. Congratulations, we've just been promoted from secretary to junior operative, all thanks to a run-in with a former employee at a coffee shop. Huh? All we did was talk the guy down or shoot him in the face. How does that warrant a promotion to full-on spy? Every faction questline has a sort of probationary mission, even the Crimson Fleet, which we'll see later. These missions either help establish the plot of the questline or serve as a rudimentary test to satisfy the leading characters of each said faction. While getting coffee for Imogene and our run-in with Tomo serves this purpose, as well as introducing us to the cutthroat corporate world of the settled systems, this sudden jump from pencil pusher to baby James Bond feels really forced and out of place. All we did was confront a guy who drew a gun on us, either talking him down or blowing his brains out, something we'll have done numerous times already, either choice being within the norms of acceptable behavior, especially on Neon. How on earth does this prove that we'd make a good operative? Like, how? It frankly doesn't make sense, beyond just trying to push the story forward in a ham-fisted way. I realize I'm perhaps being too analytical here, but this kind of shit in storytelling bothers me in more ways than one. If Imogene were to give us a sort of trial run after this, then promote us, that would be far better than just promoting us on the spot after a random stick-up in this universe's version of Starbucks. Anyways, we still have coffee to deliver, which gives us a chance to meet some of Ryujin's top dogs. Lyndon Calderi, Chief Financial Officer, Genevieve Monahan, Head of Marketing and Public Relations, Camden Cho, Supply Chain Manager, and Alexis Price, Head of Legal and mother of Jalen Price from the Rangers questline. Do any of these people matter? No, not really, apart from the end. This whole meet and greet is just so we can meet the execs who will be impacting while on the job, and the consequences if we screw up, with the basic gist being, don't get caught. We're immediately given our first assignment afterwards. Ryujin has come across evidence that suggests that Kelt Corp has attempted to hack into Ryujin's R&D server, as both corporations are currently competing for a contract. Such an action can't go unpunished, and Kelt Corp can't be allowed to win the contract. Imogene gives us a slate holding a file containing a virus that we need to upload to one of their computers. We're given the freedom to complete the mission however we choose, so long as we don't get caught, which will be the norm for most of these missions going forward. We arrive at Kelt Corp in the trade tower and... are simply allowed to stroll on through. In fact, we can just stroll into their offices with no one attempting to stop and question who we are, what we're doing, etc. The most we have to do is stay hidden while we hack into a computer and upload the file, which is easier than it sounds, before being allowed to leave with no one in the vicinity the wiser. It honestly had me stop and stand conspicuously to see if anyone would react, but no, not a peep from anyone. This is how most of the missions in this questline will play out. Sneak around, do some crime to please the corporate gods, then leave. This is where the crux of this questline's criticisms lie, the often boring quest structure. There are a few quests that will break this monotony, and one quest near the end that actually attempts to be interesting both narratively and mechanically, but most will fall into this samey structure, which very quickly becomes rather grating. Case in point, our next mission is nearly a repeat of the last. We need to infiltrate Laredo Firearms. We're currently competing with the Ryujin subsidiary for a contract in Aquila City and plant confidential files on the main computer in their office upstairs. The end. The mission after this is probably worse. We need to swipe a security keycard from some random security chief at Neon Security for reasons that remain a mystery. The catch here is we can't use brute force. We either have to persuade them to give it up or pickpocket them, then return the keycard to Imogene. The end. The next quest does attempt to be interesting somewhat. We need to make a prospective deal between Infinity Ltd and Quantum Synergies fail, Infinity considered to be one of Ryujin's aspiring competitors. For that, we need to convince two quantum execs at the Astral Lounge that working with Infinity is just bad for business. We can either attempt to just persuade them, or we can make use of key talking points provided to us by Imogene via dossiers on each of them, with each of them having specific concerns and points of importance that we can play on. Once we convince them to cease negotiations with Infinity, we return to a well-pleased Imogene, who gives us a bonus on top of our standard pay granted by Linden. Our next mission takes us to Hopetown, where we need to place a device called an ARC to tank HopeTech's reputation, another gut punch to the proud corp if you're doing this after you gun down the not-so-missed Mr. Hope. How do we do this? By waltzing onto the factory floor with no one stopping us, entering a half-finished ship, sneakily placing the device in the bowels of the ship, then scurrying off back to Neon in Ryujin Tower and Imogene. Stay with me now. The end. But wait, we're not done yet. Our next mission is to nick a prototype schematic for a new engine from Trident Luxury Lines, currently being housed at their star yard over Aquila for said prototyping. We go there, waltz in like we own the place, do some sneaky beaky shit, which is surprisingly difficult given the number of people around, nick the schematic, then return to Imogene for a debrief. Tell me if you've heard this before. The end. I hope you're beginning to see the problem. There's nothing narratively or mechanically interesting about these quests. They're just MacGuffins, with only having tenuous ties to the overarching conflict within Ryujin that we aren't even aware of yet. This isn't always a bad thing if we're talking about 1 or 2, but 5? Based on my playtime, that's roughly a quarter to 2/3 of the missions in this questline being taken up by boring, monotonous nonsense. After bringing the schematic to Imogene, we're next tasked with meeting with Ularu Chen at her office on the executive floor. If this name is unfamiliar to you, don't worry, she's only been mentioned a few times offhandedly. In short, she's the head of operations, making her our boss. We get a brief taste of what kind of woman she is when we arrive at her office and find her in talks with Genevieve. We don't get any details, but their cadences are rather telling.
You know, if they aren't willing, that leaves us with only one option.
God, Ularu, is that always your response? I don't want another PR mess on my hands.
Yes, Viv, because you're too good at your job.
Ularu has a personal assignment for us. We need to meet with an outside contact in Sidonia, one Simon Rychek, who claims to have information on a new project Infinity Ltd is working on. In case you've already forgotten, which I can wholly understand if you have, they were the company whose negotiations with Quantum Synergies we sabotaged at the Astral Lounge. Given that Simon doesn't actually work for Ryujin, we're given complete freedom in how we deal with him to get said information, though it's strongly implied that we'll need to pay him, so we'll need to brush up on our negotiation skills. We meet with Simon, who gives us a little more detail on what he has on offer, that of a proposed deal between Infinity and Deimos Star Yards. Given the nature of this information, he's upped his price considerably to 10,000 credits. We can either pay him up front, negotiate his asking price down to 8,000, or do a little side job for him. This side job requires we take down a merc named Malai Liskova, Jesus Christ, who's currently hunting Simon. Do this, and Simon will waive his fee. We find Malai in orbit around Saturn. We can either just blow her out of the sky or negotiate and avoid a confrontation altogether. All Simon wants as proof is her gun, and we can convince Malai to hand it over on the condition we come aboard her ship. And as soon as we ask for the gun, she admits that it was all a ploy, for she was planning to kill us the moment we stepped aboard. We still have a chance to dissuade her from this action, and if we succeed, we get the gun, and Malai goes off on her merry way. With the gun in hand, we return to Simon, who lets us keep the gun and gives us a little more about this deal between Infinity and Deimos, which has to do with something called Project Dominion, which Simon suspects is related to Infinity getting into the neuroamp business, which Ryujin maintains a stranglehold over. He gives us 3 slates. 2 contain information about Stanley McMillan, an Infinity rep, one with his daily schedule, while the other has a recorded conversation between Simon and Stanley, confirming that Infinity intends to use this project to surpass Ryujin. The 3rd slate is just for downloading the information off Stanley's computer. It's at this point the mission returns to the monotony we've come to expect. Using the schedule, we wait until Stanley's out of the office, sneakily hack into his computer and download the information on Project Dominion, then scarper back to Ularu. We give Ularu the slate, who deciphers the information, and it's here that we learn that Project Dominion isn't an Infinity prototype, but Ryujin's, meaning that someone stole it and sold it to Infinity. Ularu immediately takes us to see Masako Imada, CEO of Ryujin, and inform her of the situation. Naturally, Masako is perturbed by this. Project Dominion is extremely confidential, requiring the highest security clearance just to even know that it exists. That Infinity Ltd was able to get their hands on it suggests that Ryujin has a mole at the highest echelon of the corporation, one that must be promptly dealt with. We can ask Masako about the nature of Project Dominion, where she reveals that it's Ryujin's latest advancement in neuroamp technology, confirming Simon's earlier suspicions. Ryujin's current neuroamps are all external devices, but Project Dominion is slated to be the first surgically implanted device on the market, one that was nearing completion, hence the utmost urgency in exposing the mole. She sends us to see Dalton Fiennes, Ryujin's chief security officer, to begin our investigation. Dalton has already gone ahead and made plans, starting with initiating Security Directive Theta. This means a full sweep of every employee in Ryujin Tower, including himself and Masako. However, there's a hitch. Ularu Chen. Given her position as head of operations and subsequent talents, she's insulated herself to the point where she can thwart any investigation, which means making her unaware of the directive is critical. For this, we need to elicit the aid of a specialized programmer named Nyx, who will give us a program to run on her computer that will pull any data needed to prove her guilt or innocence. Of course, getting Nyx's help isn't as simple as asking nicely, as we'll soon see. There's also the matter of getting the program onto Ularu's computer. For the directive to achieve complete secrecy, the tower will be closed off while security investigates, including to us. With that in mind, we'll need to infiltrate the tower as an anonymous outsider, completely off the books. Our keycard will be shut off, and any guards will consider us a trespasser. As we're dealing with fellow employees, it's imperative that we don't kill anyone, so I strongly suggest you bring non-lethal weapons just in case things start popping off. But first, we need to deal with Nyx, who's pretty much a carbon copy, albeit a cheaper one, of Nyx from Cyberpunk 2077, who can be found at the wannabe afterlife that is Madame Sauvage's. He's already come prepared with a program for us to run on Ularu's computer, but before he'll give it to us, we either gotta pay him or do a favor. We can try to negotiate the price down, though I've never succeeded in this, and given that this game hands out credits like candy, the starting price of $2,500 isn't all that much. As for the favor, I actually don't know what it is, for I've never actually done it. Partly because of the low 2,500 credit price tag, and also because this is about the point in the questline where I begin to struggle to give a shit and want to just get on with it. Either way, once we have the slate, we can begin to infiltrate Ryujin Tower. We do this by climbing to the highest accessible levels of the platform itself, before clambering over scaffolding, I-beams, and crates. Once inside, all we need to do is sneak into Ularu's office and run the program, before extracting ourselves via a vent in her office. On both of my runs, I ended up getting caught and duking it out with Ryujin security, though this is entirely down to my inability to be sneaky beaky. With this in mind, as mentioned before, be sure to have non-lethal weapons at hand, such as a Nova Blast Disruptor, to avoid any casualties. After we get what we need, we meet Nyx at his apartment, where he begins to look over the data we gathered. Once he's gathered the pertinent data and encrypted it on a slate for Dalton, he gives us the slate, though not before giving us a rather ominous warning.
Let me tell you, it looks like fun times ahead for Ryujin.
We can ask him for more, to which he says that what's on the slate won't paint Imogene in the best of lights, implicating her as the mole in a roundabout way, though he's quick to clarify that it's entirely possible that it could be fabricated. We take the slate to Dalton, and sure enough, the evidence implicates Imogene as the mole, though we can't be certain of anything, including her motives if she is, until we've interrogated her. To that end, we head to her office and, what a surprise! She isn't there. Luckily for us, her counterpart Yuko, who's been mentioned a few times in game and during this section, is waiting just outside her office and has been keeping tabs on her, something she likes to do in her downtime, which is kind of strange, but okay. Yuko pegged her last location at Frankie's Grab and Go, which is a well-known front for the Sioka Syndicate, which means we need to get permission from Dalton to go after her. If you remember, the Sioka have close ties with Benjamin Bayu, administrator of Neon. Ryujin's position on Neon hinges almost entirely on a continually positive relationship with Bayu, which means we can't just go storming into one of the Sioka's haunts to go after Imogene, for it would do irreparable harm to it. As such, we need permission, but Dalton's word alone isn't enough. We need to speak to Bayu himself. As Dalton warns us, Bayu will only allow access if we do a small favor for him, though you can skip this if you manage to successfully persuade him. You can also avoid meeting Bayu entirely and force your way into the Sioka hideout without his permission, though you'll be forced to fight the Syndicate members languishing there. Either way, you find Imogene hiding out in a room at the far end of the hideout. Now you may be wondering, given its secrecy, how she managed to get wind of what was happening. You can ask her, to which she'll say that Nyx owed her a favor and repaid it by giving her a heads up. She's very quick to profess her innocence in selling Project Dominion to Infinity, stating that it was Ularu who set her up. She does admit to being a double agent, but says that none of it was intentional. Sounds crazy, right? Well, to better understand what's just going on here, we need to know what Project Dominion is. As mentioned before, it's a prototype for the first surgically implanted neuroamp, one that can theoretically be used to control minds and make people do things without said individuals being any the wiser. Imogene says this like we already know, but unless I missed something in previous dialogue, this is the very first instance where we learn that mind control is what the Project Dominion internal neuroamp is designed to do. I've looked through my footage of both runs I did of this questline, but I can't find any mention of the mind control element prior to confronting Imogene. If this is indeed the first mention of it, then it could be a case of a cut line or missing dialogue, though given that I may have missed something earlier, I won't dig into it beyond that. Project Dominion is way above her pay grade, so Imogene suspects that Ularu used the neuroamp on her and had her unwillingly send the data on Project Dominion to Infinity, making her the perfect scapegoat when it came to light. Imogene backs this up by saying that she has no motive, no desire to reboot her life and spend the rest of it looking over her shoulder for whatever field op that will inevitably be sent to track her down. So what's Ularu's motive then? According to Imogene, power. As she puts it, corporations will do anything to maintain their success, but there are some, more extreme measures that Masako is unwilling, or at the very least reluctant, to take. A prime example is that none of our missions up to this point have directly involved murder, an action Masako only uses in the most extreme situations, presumably when all other options have been exhausted or are untenable. Ularu, on the other hand, sees this as a sign of weakness, and for this wants to overthrow Masako as CEO. Depending on what we do with Imogene, we can confront Ularu where she confirms everything that Imogene tells us. As she sees it, Ryujin needs strong leadership, a CEO who's willing to make the hard decisions, including the decision to have someone murdered if it protects the corporation's interests and bottom line, a CEO such as herself. Masako's unwillingness to make hard decisions such as those is proof enough to Ularu that she needs to be replaced. To that end, she leaked Project Dominion to Infinity Ltd. While making sure that they will never be able to complete it. After all, despite her actions, she's unquestionably loyal to Ryujin and only wants it to succeed, even if that means risking one of the most important projects in the corporation's history in a bid to overthrow the CEO and take her place to do it. Confronting Imogene is where the questline begins to drift closer to where I believe Bethesda wanted it to be in terms of tone. That of a cutthroat world of corporate espionage reminiscent of what we see in Cyberpunk 2077 and, to a lesser extent, Fallout. While it is a welcome shift, it feels a bit too little, too late, given all the snooze-inducing nonsense we need to do to get here, while it never reaches the same depths. Remember what I said earlier in this section, that Ryujin feels like a wellspring of opportunity left begging. In truth, this can be applied to the whole questline, for despite this needed tonal shift, it feels like the writers were still holding back from getting too deep into the muck and grime that this kind of narrative is asking for. It's also here that the questline does a minor branching off, though I must stress minor. We can either believe Imogene and let her go, provided she provides us evidence to take to Dalton. If not, we have no choice but to kill her, since she won't come quietly. If we let Imogene go, we take the slate to Dalton, who explains that he'll need some time to verify its validity. If we kill Imogene, we still collect the evidence and give it to Dalton, but lie about Ularu being the mole. It's also here that we have the option to confront Ularu, while also pledging to help her if we wish. Either way, once we're finished, we're instructed to meet with Masako on the R&D floor, along with Camden Cho and Vina Kalra, Ryujin's lead researcher. Masako's begun drawing up a plan to deal with Infinity Ltd. And get the situation with Project Dominion back under control. No one knows to what extent Infinity has taken the internal NeuroAmp schematics, so Masako has made it a top priority to complete our own. The NeuroAmp itself contains two parts, one that handles the manipulative effects, and another that acts as a shielding mod to protect the user from other users, making it perhaps the most important of the two. Infinity only stole the first part, which means Ryujin still has the edge in this race. With this in mind, the plan is for us to be outfitted with both parts and have us infiltrate Infinity's HQ. However, there's already a kink in this plan. Both parts require compatible materials for conductivity that the human body won't reject. Vina has already created the perfect alloy for this, but it requires a newly discovered refined element called rothosite. Ryujin has negotiated a confidential contract with a company called Consolidated Mining to gather, refine, and ship rothosite straight to them, but the last shipment is late, and neither Ryujin or Consolidated has had any communication with the mine in question, called Karane Station. Until recently, updates have been regular, suggesting that something bigger than communication issues are at play here. To this end, we're ordered to go to Karane Station and secure the shipment, as well as find out what happened, with permission to handle the situation on the ground however we please. We're given a keycard to access the station and head right out. We arrive at the mine and, sure enough, the place is crawling with ecliptic mercs. We fight our way inside and take them all out, securing the shipment, as well as finding out who hired them in the first place. Surprise, surprise, it was Infinity Ltd., more specifically by a man named Lucas Drexler, with a contract instructing the mercs to reroute the shipment to Dr. Kendrick Lane at the clinic, as well as, more sinisterly, to leave no witnesses. With the rothosite already gone, we head straight to the clinic, with a new simultaneous objective to find out what Infinity is up to. For that, we need to access the guarded secure wing, though we can gain access by bullshitting our way in.
An outbreak? I haven't heard anything about this.
Upon getting in, we quickly find two doctors, one of whom is Dr. Lane, with the other named Sean expressing his disapproval over whatever it is they're doing, already suggesting that Infinity has been up to no good. Sure enough, after we get Dr. Lane to leave his desk, we access his computer and learn that they've been conducting illegal human trials to perfect their version of Project Dominion, with two subjects already dead and another in a coma as a result, and the two doctors suffering a moral crisis, all while under the direct instruction and supervision of Infinity Ltd. We grab this information along with the rothosite shipment and return to Masako, who expresses disgust at everything that Lucas Drexler has done, with plans to mine more data from the clinic's database to further build a case against Infinity, while Vina prepares the rothosite. What happens next will depend on how we handle the situation with the Sioka. If we obtain permission from Bayu, we're instructed to head to Dalton to get updated on the mole problem, followed by attending a board meeting where Masako can put her final plan in action. If we went ahead without permission, Masako will admonish us for our carelessness and instruct us to pay back the iron-fisted administrator by taking care of a rival operative. Bayu wants the operative dead, but we can let her go on the condition that they hide forever. Once that's done, we head to see Dalton, followed by attending the meeting with the board. Depending on the path you take, you'll either concur that Ularu is indeed the mole, or deduce that Imogene was merely attempting to frame Ularu. Either way, Dalton will inform the board that Imogene was the mole, either because we've pulled the wool over his eyes, or because we're playing along with Masako's blessing to keep Ularu in the dark since we need more evidence before we start throwing around accusations. Eventually, Vina will call us to the R&D lab to have the NeuroAmp installed. We then take it for a trial run that serves as a brief tutorial on how to use it in the world, commanding another scientist serving as a guinea pig to open up a locked door, which admittedly took me far longer than it should have. It can also be used in conversations when prompted, signified as manipulation, as well as during the speech tech minigame, and it's here that I find it the most useful. With that out of the way, we return to Masako, who, along with Ularu, briefs us on our infiltration of Infinity Ltd. This is the questline's big game, the final mission before everything comes to a head. This may come as a surprise to some of you watching, but in truth, given the monotonous quests at the beginning, it's very easy to blast through this questline and not even realize it. We're presented with two options. Option A is to gain entry through their maintenance access on the roof, where we need to be stealthy the entire time. Option B is to use an assigned identity to attend a non-existent meeting, where we can talk our way to the objectives if we wish. The end goal of this mission is to steal Infinity's internal neuroamp prototype, as well as gather evidence of the illegal human trials and the mercenaries. For the latter, Ularu has created an overseer program that will gather such data, while simultaneously deleting any data related to Ryujin and Project Dominion. We're to then anonymously take the evidence to David Barron, lead anchor of SSNN, who will then broadcast the story, driving the final nail in Infinity's coffin. There's still one more piece to this puzzle. Naturally, the bigwigs don't want a massive body count to go along with everything else, lest it distract from what we're trying to achieve. To that end, we've received some help from Simon, remember him, who's provided us with a valuable means of evacuating the civilians from the building. In short, we'll need to overload the building's heating system, which will trigger gas leaks that will spread across the entire building, causing an evacuation order that will clear out all the civvies, leaving only the guards behind, which will in turn give us a bit more free rein in how we proceed with the objectives. We have our marching orders, but before we go, we have another minor branch in the narrative. If we reveal Ularu to be the mole and plan to side with Masako, we meet with Dalton, who believes that Ularu has planted false evidence implicating Masako on the program. We give him the program, and sure enough, he finds it and copies it off the program and onto another slate for safekeeping. If we plan to help Ularu, we meet her in her office, where she simply reveals the existence of this falsified evidence to us. It's also here that she'll give everything that you need for the mission if you take this path. Once we're all set, we head to Infinity's HQ and carry out the mission. If you choose option B, the cover story, there you go through the whole song and dance. Speak with reception at the front desk, then reception on the marketing floor. Once the marketing receptionist is gone, we take the elevator to the roof and begin the operation. If you choose option A, you follow some access tunnels that lead to a side entrance into the building and begin the operation from there. In both instances, overloading the heating system is optional, but I strongly recommend you do it because, at least in my experience, you're bound to get yourself in fisticuffs with Infinity's guards. I'll admit that there's probably quite a bit that I'm missing, especially with option B, since the whole idea is to try and bullshit our way to the objectives, so I'll refrain from critiquing it beyond what we've already discussed. With that said, I must give credit where credit is due. There's a decent amount of variability in how this mission can be completed, even if it's not as much as some of you may be hoping for, as well as mentioned before, in the context of everything that's come before, being too little, too late. Once we've completed our objectives and given Infinity the slip, we finish up the operation by visiting the aforementioned David Barron of SSNN, who I'm pretty damn certain is inspired by Don Lemon of CNN fame, minus the allegations. We give him the evidence anonymously before we return to Masako for a debrief, followed by listening in to Barron's broadcast. If you side with Masako, Infinity Ltd's actions are exposed. If you side with Ularu, Infinity is exposed, while the false evidence against Masako is also revealed. That she conspired with Lucas Drexler and encouraged him to ignore approved guidelines for human trials. Masako's feathers are more than a bit ruffled by this, and she quickly accuses us of setting her up, and I severely doubt she believes us if we lie and say we had no part in it. She's also quick to deduce that Ularu was behind it, and warns us of the ramifications should she replace her as CEO.
Should Ularu run this company, the reputation of Ryujin Industries will change dramatically. Her unchecked tactics will be heavy-handed, involving murder without question of both the innocent and the guilty. Ryujin may gain financial success, but the percentage is not worth the real cost.
Another board meeting is scheduled to follow, but before we go there are a few things that we need to decide. Who should be CEO, Ularu or Masako? Should the internal neural amp, Project Dominion, be brought to market? And should Infinity Ltd, now in shambles and falling apart by the minute, be acquired by Ryujin? Let's dispense with the last one real quick, since it's perhaps the least consequential out of all of them in terms of narrative. Masako wants Ryujin to acquire Infinity, seeing it as an opportunity to win a little more public faith in the wake of their scandal. Of course, not every Infinity employee will make the Ryujin grade, and cuts will happen slowly but surely, but that's besides the point. In the eyes of the public, Ryujin is saving hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs. They eliminate a competitor, gain their best employees, and boost public perception. 3 birds with 1 stone. Ularu naturally feels differently, though she doesn't give a reason why, and we can convince her otherwise using the internal neural amp, though she threatens to hold us accountable if the acquisition goes badly. Either way, the consequences are minor if even noticeable, though the obvious do-gooder option is to have Infinity acquired to save jobs. It'll also help in raising your affinity with your companions. Next is deciding who should be CEO. Do we maintain the present regime or play Queenmaker? For most of you, the answer may be obvious. However, in the context of how corporations operate in the settled systems, I don't think it can be so easily parsed, for better or for worse. Under Masako, Ryujin is a very steady ship, and one that will most likely remain so under her guidance. She's also very shrewd and not afraid to get her hands dirty to protect the corporation, but it's her unwillingness to go a step further, in the form of sanctioned murder and mayhem, that's exposed cracks in the highest echelons of Ryujin's hierarchy. By all accounts, she refrains from going that far to maintain Ryujin's public image. A few million more credits in the corporation's coffers isn't worth the blood of both the guilty and innocent on her and Ryujin's hands. However, that last point perhaps calls into question whether or not she's holding up to her responsibilities as CEO, the job of which, in simplest terms, is to make shareholders and directors as much money as humanly possible. Again, in the context of how corporations in this universe operate, if that means killing a few people to top up quarterly dividends, then so what? She's doing her job and upholding her end of the bargain. By not going the extra mile, she's failing to do so. Of course, on the flip side, if we assume she's held the position for some time, then it's also safe to assume that shareholders are pleased with how she's doing things. Ryujin, after all, is still extremely profitable and respected, both from the public and other corporations. If the system ain't broke, don't fix it. For Ularu, this isn't good enough. In her eyes, the corporation shouldn't limit itself for the sake of public perception. This is Ryujin, goddammit, the most powerful and wealthiest corporation in the settled systems, but what good is that power if the one at the top isn't going to use it? The goal should be to accrue more, by any means necessary, and if that means making rampant and unbridled use of the internal neural amp or cold-blooded murder, so be it. For Ularu, anything and everything is on the table, so long as Ryujin comes out on top. This, of course, has its own share of glaring problems. While it's understood that Ryujin's profits will soar, her unchecked use of frankly barbarous tactics to see off rivals will undoubtedly damage Ryujin's reputation. It would become isolated, and in this cutthroat world of corporate espionage, backstabbing, and general skullduggery, this is a very dangerous line to walk. Masako's weakness is very much an internal matter, and can be protected from prying eyes, even if that protection is a bit tenuous. Ularu's cannot, for it will affect not just the corporation, but many others outside of it. One slip-up might leave a little too much blood in the water and invariably draw in the sharks. After all, if she wants to murder whomever she wishes whenever she pleases, what's stopping another corporation from doing the same towards Ryujin? Ularu appears blind to this, perhaps confident in the fact that such actions will make Ryujin so feared in the corporate world that no one will dare oppose them, but it's a blindness that will almost certainly backfire. And who's to say that everyone at Ryujin would be on board with it? Masako, despite her faults, has, by all accounts, almost complete loyalty from top to bottom, thanks in part, I feel, to her consideration of the human element in the decision-making process. It's an element that Ularu is unable, or perhaps refuses, to consider, and you may feel that she's justified in this stance, since her obligations are to the betterment of the corporation first, but corporations aren't incorporeal entities. They're only as strong as the people that work for them, from the CEO all the way down to the janitors that clean the offices. Ularu's case also isn't helped by the sheer arrogance that just oozes from her every time she speaks, which I must admit made me really dislike her, and makes her ousting from the board and subsequent firing all the more satisfying, though it could be argued that it's the sort of arrogance that's needed to run Ryujin the way she wants to. So, with all that said, what will you decide? Stick with the norm where the future is almost certainly written, or brute force Ryujin into a new age, where the future is profitable but uncertain? The third and final decision revolves around the internal neural amp. Should we bring it to market or have it shelved? This is a subject that has split the board almost down the middle, with some seeing it as something akin to Ryujin's magnum opus, the greatest product they'll have ever produced, while others see it as a dangerous tool and morally reprehensible. This is the one issue that both Masako and Ularu actually agree on, for they both want to see it go to market, expecting it to net record profits for the corporation, but in truth that's the only noticeable upside to it, and so the question becomes a moral one, at least as it pertains to us. There's no denying its effectiveness in mind control, and I'll be the first to admit that it's fun to use in conversations as a means to brute force our way into making NPCs agree with us or give us what we need or want. However, that in and of itself is where the moral dilemma lies. Is it worth staining our conscience by manipulating people's minds and opinions against their will so we can squeeze out a few more credits or obtain information from them? To that end, after I finished the questline, I made a point of only using it on characters that I disliked, such as criminals or arrogant assholes in need of a humbling. But that, of course, only pertains to us, one single person out of millions across the settled systems. How will bringing it to market affect the wider population? One argument in favor of it is that, by making it public, it becomes available for people to study and reverse engineer the tech. Assuming Ryujin doesn't sell the shielding mod, this would allow people to engineer their own protection, thus driving innovation and, perhaps, healthy competition. In addition, as it becomes widely used and knowledge of how it works becomes more widespread, it'll inevitably become regulated so that it can only be used in certain practices and circumstances, which shouldn't harm Ryujin's ability to sell it in the long run. They can have their cake and eat it too. There will be growing pains, of course, for there's no doubt that people will use it for nefarious means. I mean, we already have to a certain extent, which feeds right into the moral and ethical dilemma and ambiguity that surrounds it. Forget about the literal cost of buying and surgically implanting it for a moment and just call a spade a spade. Mind control is invasive. The person affected has zero control over their words and actions, losing all bodily autonomy. It's what happened to Imogene when she unwittingly helped Ularu, DeMarcus during our trial run, and the Guard when we overloaded the heating system during the penultimate mission at Infinity HQ. This raises massive ethical questions, especially when you now begin to consider who can afford it. It certainly won't be the common man or woman on the street, but the rich and powerful, including criminals, who most certainly will use it to further their own ends. What's stopping someone, presumably a powerful CEO, from using the internal neural amp to manipulate a politician into abolishing labor protections, or forcing farmers off their land to be turned into industrial zones? What about criminals manipulating judges, juries, or law enforcement into letting them go and their offenses slide? How about wannabe YouTubers like me manipulating you into liking this video and subscribing to my channel? Do it. Do it now. I think you're starting to get the idea. The potential for abuse could potentially far outweigh any benefits, and those benefits may come too late to undo any damage. There's also the road to getting here that we need to consider. How many people have died, both at the Rothosite mine and at the clinic, to make the internal neural amp possible? I'd argue too many. Of course, those aren't Ryujin's fault, but they happened in pursuit of replicating a product they created, and while they made sure to clean up the blood left behind, the stains remain on their hands. There's also the legal ramifications that could come tumbling down on Ryujin if things go sideways. The internal neural amp is inexorably tied to Ryujin, and while we may not necessarily use it for nefarious purposes, someone else might, and that could potentially come back on the corporation that produced it in the first place. Depending on your loyalty to Ryujin, do you want that potentiality on your head? These questions and the other two aforementioned decisions are ones that we must parse for ourselves, but our stances alone won't decide the future of Ryujin. Instead, we have to convince the other executives to see things our way. Each will have their own thoughts and opinions and reasons for having them, which can, depending on which way we lean on the above issues, make the subsequent conversations really easy. In case we run into any difficulties, the internal neural amp is always on hand, though we can choose not to use it and simply make our case via speech checks in the dialogue minigame. I oddly found myself liking this part, for I found it gave a little more weight and urgency to our decisions, even if the dialogue can be a tad bit exhausting. All these decisions come to a head at one final board meeting, where its members vote on each issue, their votes either determined by our powers of persuasion, or their conscience if we failed in that regard. It's a rather anticlimactic end to the questline. Either Masako or Ularu are fired and escorted from Ryujin Tower by security, Infinity is either required or not, and the internal neural amp is either put to market or shelved. It could be seen as emblematic of the questline as a whole. Boring and laborious, with just enough twists and turns to keep you interested enough to keep going, but ultimately ending with a snooze. Once all said and done, we meet with either Masako or Ularu, who promote us to senior operative, which grants us our own office and access to Ryujin's own mission board. So ends the Ryujin questline, a story with so much potential given its influences, but one that ultimately falls flat, with a lackluster first half, followed by a second half that brings much needed changes, albeit changes that don't do enough to salvage an otherwise boring narrative. Before we continue with the main story, let's talk about companions for a bit. Perhaps one of the most consistent criticisms that has beleaguered Bethesda since Skyrim is how companions are implemented and utilized. Much of this comes down to how they function mechanically, but right behind this, and most pertinent to this video, is how they're written and utilized narratively. In Skyrim, they were often just there to back you up in a fight, with most having little in the way of depth to their character beyond a minor backstory, or occupying a specific place in the world, or being classified as merely a mercenary offering their services for a fee. Most companions, or followers as they're called in Skyrim, with any significant effort put into them are often temporary, tied to specific quests, and can't be used outside of these preordained instances. This was perhaps largely done to provide a whole panoply of potential companions, with 58 total, including temporary quest-specific ones, but at the cost of the vast majority of them being dull, uninteresting meat puppets, a good chunk of whom can die permanently.
So, you think you can make it on your own then? We'll just see about that.
Try me, bitch. This was changed dramatically, and perhaps in response to earlier criticisms, with the introduction of Serana in the Vanguard DLC, who can and will be a follower for most of the questline, regardless of which side you choose, as well as after, with a narrative depth and actual story arc that puts all the other companions to shame. She isn't just an NPC that stands there idly while you do your Dragonborn thing. She actually reacts to the world around her, and sometimes to your actions. She has goals and flaws, and will even disagree with you, vehemently even, with things you do or say. In short, she behaves like a real person. This in turn has led to her having an almost cult-like status amongst players, one that's aided by her additional status of being a lovely vampire waifu.
You're beautiful.
Bethesda took this reception and seemingly ran with it when it came to designing and writing companions for Fallout 4, to varied degrees of success. I don't think it can be argued that companions in that game, on the whole, are much better than those in Skyrim, but it comes with a certain inconsistency that is rather glaring. Put simply, it's a classic case of quantity over quality. Nearly all of the companions have a backstory that influences their thoughts, motivations, and stances with regards to the player character's actions, and will react accordingly. They also have their personal quests that will become available when they reach a high enough affinity with them, giving them some semblance of a story arc. This is all very good, but with so many potential companions, albeit far less than Skyrim, we have to come back to that inconsistency we just mentioned a moment earlier, for not all of the companions are of the same quality. Some are very good, such as Piper, Nick, and Kate, and yes, I'll admit a part of it with her is that she's an Irish redhead, don't at me. Some are decent, such as McCready, Dance, and Hancock, and some are just downright terrible.
Do you think you could go help out the settlement?
You need to shut the fuck up!
It's an inconsistency that can often hinder the experience, especially when you don't know better and are suddenly stuck with them forever. Though I think it's worth giving Bethesda some flowers in wanting to improve companions from Skyrim, and I'd argue that, on the whole, they succeeded, despite the inconsistencies. So where does Starfield fit into all this then? Well, it seems that Bethesda looked to find a hallowed middle ground between Skyrim and Fallout 4. There are a plethora of followers to choose from, made available by either completing certain quests or fulfilling certain requirements to obtain their services, but only a small handful are given any significant depth and a story arc specific to them. Followers are divided into two categories: companions and crew members. Companions are, as you might expect, characters that will follow you around as you explore the barren wastelands of the settled systems. Crew members are characters that have some backstory and motivations, but can only be recruited to serve aboard your ships and outposts. Most are named, but there are a few unnamed who merely fulfill certain positions and necessities. Of the companions, only the 4 we can obtain from Constellation, Sarah, Barrett, Sam, and Andreja, have any serious narrative depth with their own thoughts, motivations, goals, and flaws. They'll respond to your actions positively or negatively, and will even add additional dialogue to certain conversations. They also have rich backstories that they can reveal as we build affinity with them, which culminate in companion quests that either tie up loose ends, resolve past traumas, or bring closure and peace of mind. They're also the only companions we can romance, and even marry, which was a bit of a surreal moment when I first came across it. And before you say anything, yes, I'm not including Vasco, because in reality he's only just a robot version of Dogmeat and offers nothing else to the table. On the whole, they've received a mixed reception from players, though I argued early on after launch, and will still argue now, that they're a considerable improvement over companions in Skyrim and most in Fallout 4. That does not mean, however, that they're perfect. As mentioned, Vasco's just a robot version of Dogmeat and offers nothing beyond that. Sarah, despite really liking her personally, is often too uptight to allow for any flexibility in our choices if we want to build affinity with her, though I think the comparison to Preston is largely unfair. Baird is often just plain old annoying with his constant witty remarks and over-embellished sense of self-importance, and Sam keeps dragging his daughter everywhere, the problems of which we've already discussed. Out of the four, Andreja is perhaps the most robust and best written out of the group. Being of the isolationist House Faroon, she's in a universe that she doesn't quite fit in with, and she constantly drifts between the raised by wolves and fished out of water archetypes. Yet it's a back and forth that's just so seamless, I don't really know how to describe it. There's a mysterious element about her, one that she keeps heavily guarded and that we have to slowly pry open as we gain her trust, which makes her arc perhaps the most satisfying when compared to the others, who are often more willing to spill the beans when prompted. This may also be helped for some, and definitely for me, by the fact that she's our best source of knowledge for the ever more mysterious House Faroon itself, which plays a key role in her development as a character. It's knowledge that I found incredibly fascinating, along with what we can find when we rescue Ambassador Balmor during the Vanguard questline. It makes me hate even more the fact that House Faroon as a faction is so underdeveloped in Starfield, another case of the lackluster lore rearing its ugly celestial head. This back and forth, or perhaps more accurately, having a foot in two different worlds, forms the basis of her companion quest, which was a personal highlight for me, where we help her confront her past and make a difficult decision that no one should ever have to find themselves in. The other companion quests are much the same in that regard, confronting the past, coming to terms with it, and finding closure, and all of them work in this regard, but while Andreja's works in its execution, the others are a bit more hit and miss. Sarah, who prior to joining Constellation served in the UC military and fought in the Colony War, wants to find out what happened to her crew after they crash landed on a planet and she was separated from them, only to learn that they had all died, but that two of them had a daughter while they survived in the wilderness, which... okay, I guess? It functions in a similar fashion as Andreja's, where we have to follow a trail of treats until the unfortunate truth is laid before us, though I found it didn't have the same visceral impact as Andreja's, given that the all-important final decision revolves around trying to convince the lone child of her last two surviving crewmates to leave with us to civilization. Barrett's is frankly boring as hell. He wants to clear his deceased husband's name of a falsified crime related to the actions of a mining company that had previously employed him prior to his death in the Colony War. The vast majority of the quest requires that you talk to people, with only one extended combat sequence against more fucking bugs in a mining complex, with the presumed outcome to the quest solely dependent on whether you can convince certain people to testify in favor of Barrett's husband. Sam's is probably the dumbest and my least favorite out of all of them. Along with carrying the weight of the code name, he's constantly shouldering the baggage of his failed relationship with a woman named Lillian Hart, who just so happens to be Cora's mother. Their present conflict revolves around, you guessed it, Sam dragging young Cora to and fro across the settled systems, though she hasn't exactly provided an alternative means of her own, given her stringent devotion to her work with the Freestar Rangers. The quest begins when Cora informs us that she's been secretly communicating with her mother, but hasn't heard from her in some time and suspects she's in trouble. We again follow a trail of crumbs that eventually leads to a Sioka Syndicate hideout where Lillian has been working undercover, saving her just before her cover is blown. We then proceed to help her take down a Sioka underboss and her army of goons, before Sam and Lillian have a heart-to-heart right in front of us, one that made me cringe so goddamn hard that my face nearly folded in on itself. Now, I want to be clear, despite my criticisms, I still fervently believe that companions in Starfield, particularly those with an in-depth backstory, are a step above what we find in Skyrim and a good few in Fallout 4. Where they fall short is when we begin to compare them to other games. Perhaps the most pertinent comparator is Baldur's Gate 3, whose companions have received a near universal praise in how they're written, and that's coming from a game whose budget was only a quarter of what it cost to make Starfield. I realized that Bethesda and Larian had different priorities when it came to developing their respective games, but it seems rather glaring that, for what is an improvement for Bethesda, still lags behind what other studios have managed to do when it comes to creating and writing compelling characters, especially those that are important to the narrative. After meeting with the Hunter and Emissary and briefly returning to the Lodge, we have a couple of avenues to follow. If you remember from the end of Part 5, we can either follow through on the Emissary's request and head to the moon, or retrieve the two remaining artifacts out on the fringes of the settled systems. For this video, we'll start with heading to the moon, since it stands to reason that most of you who have played the game will have done the same, either due to piqued interest, or because you want to try and avoid the monotony of collecting more artifacts, though, as we'll see, one of the two is not like the others. It must be said that this short sequence on the moon can be skipped in a New Game Plus run by telling the emissary that you already know where you need to go from the prior universe. Our sojourn on the moon takes us to a long-abandoned relay station, where the first grav drives were tested and perfected 200 years prior. Inside, we learn of Project Prism and head back outside to the roof of the station to listen to a recording from the very first successful grav jump from the moon to Jupiter.
We're all pretty excited down here in NASA, I won't lie.
Excited enough to tell me where you got the original data?
Not in a million years, Nova.
2 names are revealed from this recording. Victor Isa from NASA, who observed the test from Cape Canaveral and provided the grav drive data, and Lon Zhu of Nova Galactic, the first starship manufacturer now long since defunct. Lon Zhu will appear in future recordings during this mission, but he isn't all that important. Victor Isa, on the other hand, let's just say, in the recording, he jokingly refuses to tell Lon where he got the data from. This triggers the next stage of the mission, to head to Cape Canaveral itself, to set foot on Earth. Back in part 1, I talked about how I found learning about the truth of Earth's demise to be rather sobering. This feeling was amplified by 1,000 when we finally touch down and bear witness to what's left. Nothing, or close to nothing. Where there was once verdant life is now nothing but a withered husk, the collapse of the atmosphere 1.5 centuries ago leaving behind only thousands of miles of white sand and barren rocks, littered with the bones of humanity's prior occupancy, including Cape Canaveral's launch tower and a single ship that never left. On top of being rather sobering, seeing it up close and personal, it also feels rather ghoulish. Humanity had 50 years to evacuate the planet, but the presence of the ship at the launch tower strongly suggests, if not outright confirms, that not everyone made it off in time. This may be hardly surprising to some. Per the United Nations, Earth's population is projected to reach somewhere near 10.5 billion people by 2100. Assuming that the population grows by 1 billion every 50 years, by 2150, the year in which the announcement of the collapsing atmosphere was made, Earth's population would have been around 11.5 billion. That's a hell of a lot of people to try and move and evacuate, and given that spacefaring was in its relative infancy at that time, it stands to reason that they couldn't move more than a few hundred at best at any given time. While successful in preserving the human race and jettisoning it into the stars, sacrifices undoubtedly had to be made, especially in people, and I can't help but wonder how many people were left behind in the end. With that in mind, the approach towards the launch tower almost feels like walking on the ashes of millions, if not billions of souls, tragically left behind to suffer a slow, agonizing death, as the literal essence of life, oxygen, was sucked into the black depths of space, and raises some interesting questions. Why did the emissary want us to come here? What does Earth's atmospheric collapse have to do with the artifacts? Come to think of it, the emissary said we'd find one at the end of all this. What's one doing on Earth? Do we even want to find out? We climb the launch tower to reach an elevator that leads to a subterranean section of the launch tower, bringing power back to certain sections of it as we go. This does raise questions about how any of it would still be working on a lifeless rock after 200 years, which can also be asked of the lights and terminals down in the underground levels below. That said, if the Fallout series is any indication as to whether Bethesda truly understands just how long 200 years is, it's probably best we let that lie.
All of this just works.
Taking the elevator down, we enter a literal time capsule. Everything, save for the number of cave-ins and structural collapses, left where it was for almost 150 years. There's even a museum section full of priceless relics dating as far back as the Soviet launch of Sputnik 1 in 1957, with info screens that we can interact with at our leisure. Our journey through this underground facility has us following a trail of terminals, full of journal entries and audio logs detailing the discovery and development of grav drive technology, most of them from the perspective of another scientist named Judith Tatien, who worked closely with Victor Isa and, later on, Lon Zhu. Judith is brought onto what is originally a top-secret project being run by NASA, with Victor as project lead being very tight-lipped on where he got his data from. This culminates in Judith confronting Victor, having become frustrated with what she's been asked to do without any concrete explanation as to why. Victor promises to tell her everything off base at a later time. The next log after this is from Victor, announcing the success of a prototype that was able to fold the gravitational field around it, affecting dozens of smaller objects around the lab, presumably pulling them from one side of the room to the other in an instant. The next log is from Judith, after watching the first grav test on the moon. Project Prism. With its resounding success, proposals for manufacturing hundreds of drives, as well as expeditions to Alpha Centauri and beyond, were already beginning to come in. Judith, however, is already having concerns. As of then, there's no telling what the side effects of operating grav drives would be, and might not be known for years, or even decades, likening this mad rush into the unknown of space to pioneers racing to the edge of the frontier in the colonial age. From here, we dive even deeper, and eventually lose gravity, despite having it only moments before. A telltale sign that the artifact is near. Zero-G environments are strangely incredibly rare across Starfield, this moment here at NASA the first of only 2 instances across the main story, and the second one is not a given. There's also only one side quest that I've come across over my 3 playthroughs that makes use of it in a combat encounter, taking down spacers on a star station that's lost gravity. While I'm willing to admit that I've probably missed a few locations, the lack of it across the game as a whole, be it in the main story, faction questlines, or in exploration, feels like a sorely missed opportunity to change up the combat from time to time. Because while the combat in Starfield is serviceable and can be fun, there isn't much in the way of encounters or scenarios that really changes the feel of it. We eventually reach the final section of the facility, centered around a large chamber, presumably where the artifact is being kept. We also find a workstation. And a body. That of Victor Isa himself. But what happened? For that, we need to investigate some more entries, the last that we'll find here, and where the ugly truth of Earth's demise and humanity's exodus is fully unveiled, and where the artifacts fit into the equation. They begin harmlessly enough, with Victor and Judith talking to Lon about manufacturing scanners to track some strange meteorological patterns that have been occurring since the first grav drive tests. What follows is an ominous report regarding these very scans, which determine that the Earth's magnetosphere is fluctuating wildly, thanks in large part due to gravity wave spikes coming from the moon, where the grav drive tests have been taking place. What's more is that these fluctuations are showing no sign of stopping, even affecting the Earth's inner core, and will over time strip the planet of its protection from solar radiation, along with its atmosphere. By all accounts, Earth's days are numbered. The next entry is where the hammer finally drops, confirming what we may have already figured out by now. The Earth's atmosphere is sputtering out into space, giving humanity 50 years to get the hell off. And the grav drives are to blame. This revelation completely recontextualizes everything we know about this universe and humanity's place in it. For the longest time, the grav drives have been seen as the greatest technological innovation in human history, propelling humanity into the stars and making a home among them. And yet, this came at the horrendous cost of perhaps our species' most prized possession, planet Earth, our home. It begs a question that I don't think can be answered so simply when all the variables and outcomes are entered into the equation. Was such a sacrifice worth it? With the grav drives, humanity has colonized the stars, expanding its sphere of influence over the galaxy, and perhaps securing its future against a cataclysm that might otherwise destroy it were it to remain on a single planet, as Victor points out to a more than upset Judith. And yet, to secure this future, humanity was forced to abandon the very cradle of its existence, sacrificing it in the name of progress, along with the countless millions, if not billions, who had to be left behind when the clock ran out. Of course, in the context of this game, 150 years have passed since Earth finally gave up the ghost and humanity is still going strong, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to simply shrug and say, what's done is done. With that in mind, perhaps such a question may be best asked as it pertains to us in our own universe. Would we be willing to sacrifice our home in the name of scientific progress, space exploration, and safeguarding our future as a species? It's a question that I, myself, have had a hard time answering. On the one hand, the idea of exploring space, the final frontier, has always been fascinating to me, and I fervently believe that humanity should take the plunge sooner rather than later and settle amongst the stars. On the other hand, Earth is our home, our cradle. We shouldn't be so quick and rash as to willingly sacrifice it and potentially billions of lives in the name of progress that has no foreseeable outcome, at least in our universe. It's a theoretically hypothetical question that will hopefully never have to be answered, but it's one that I think should be discussed to some degree, if for no other reason than to prepare ourselves for the worst possible outcome, be it a natural phenomena such as a meteor or a man-made catastrophe like we see here with the grav drives. There's one more twist to this story, and it relates directly to Victor Isa himself, and is revealed initially in the third log, then again in a confessionary log that he presumably recorded just before he killed himself. That he knew what was going to happen all along. You see, all the data he had gathered that led to the creation of the first Grav drives was obtained from an artifact, the source that he was so tight-lipped about and presumably never shared with anyone except Judith. He had found the artifact while heading a retrieval team on Mars years prior. When he touched it, he experienced 12 days of lost time and met another version of himself, who told him about everything that had since come to pass. The Grav drive equations, the tests on the moon, and the demise of Earth as a result. He was also told about a city on another planet orbiting a distant star, which would become the new center of human civilization, which I presume to be New Atlantis. From this city, human civilization would expand and thrive across the stars, leading to a new age of prosperity for humanity, but only if he was willing to sacrifice humanity's home. He had been asked the very question we just asked moments earlier, and decided in that moment that the death of one planet was worth the thousands more that humanity would settle, along with the many more benefits already mentioned. What he hadn't reckoned with, I imagine, was seeing the literal cost up close and personal, and the visceral reaction it engendered, such as Judith's and even Lon's to a degree.
All this time, I dedicated my life to this discovery, Victor. And you knew we were going to kill off our planet?
Judging by his confession, Victor was beginning to second-guess his decision to pay such a price after spending so much time trying to justify it. This perhaps led to feeling an insurmountable amount of guilt, culminating in his suicide, with one final parting message for anyone who would find this confession. I hope you make better use of it than I did. It's at this point we finally understand what the emissary meant when they said they wanted us to learn just how dangerous the artifacts can be, for it's because of the artifacts and the knowledge they bestow that Earth was led to ruin. It certainly lends credence to their ideological view. Had there been a governing authority to determine the use of the artifacts, perhaps Victor Isa wouldn't have gone down the path of Earth's destruction in the pursuit of progress. Perhaps an alternative could have taken shape that would have allowed the development of Grav drives, but not at the expense of our home, at the alternative cost of taking longer, thereby delaying humanity's ascension into the cosmos. It's an interesting thought, though if we're going to play fair, we need to consider the Hunter's position as well. Remember, they believe anyone that can collect artifacts and utilize them should. No one forced Victor Isa to do what he did. He found the artifact and, with the information his parallel self gave him, made those decisions of his own volition, as was his right, as was the responsibility to bear the consequences afterwards. Had he decided not to utilize what he had learned, which was also his right, humanity might still be languishing on Earth and not fulfilling its potential as a spacefaring species. Granted, this potentiality is a bit of a stretch since humanity was already making progress towards spaceflight prior to the Grav drive, so alternatively, it might be that humanity would still be stuck in their own system. You're probably thinking that this is all just talking in circles, and it can certainly feel that way at times, perhaps as a convoluted means of feeding into the multiverse concept, but again I think it's best to ask these questions as it pertains to us in our own time and universe, and more singularly, to you. What would you do with such knowledge? Would you be willing to take the plunge, even at such a considerable cost? To access this artifact, we must first disable the anti-gravity field, which will subsequently release it from the Hadron Collider-looking thing. We enter the central chamber, touch the artifact, lights and music, ta-da! We have the artifact. We're then contacted by the emissary, who informs us that they've arrived on the surface, along with the hunter, and that they wish to discuss what we've found. And it's also here that every Starborn and their mother shows up to play. Okay, not every Starborn, though it certainly feels like it. Our exodus from the facility devolves into constant bite-sized slugging matches against numerous Starborn who have also come to get the artifact, but just so conveniently decided to wait until our retrieval to begin aggressive negotiations regarding its possession. Either way, we make it back outside where we find the emissary and hunter waiting for us. It's in the following conversation, where they continue to lobby for their perspectives, we're finally asked to decide who to side with, the emissary or the hunter. Truth be told, this decision doesn't change a whole lot, apart from determining who supports us during the final mission and what we see during the end sequence, as well as providing some commentary on our own morality when it comes to the question of the artifacts. We can also tell them both to go fuck themselves and go it alone, which is a nice option to have, since deciding between them can feel more like choosing the lesser of two evils and not making a choice that's actually for the greater good. Which may be the point, though if that is the case, it's a poorly articulated one. There is one aspect of this conversation that's mentioned here that I want to touch on briefly. That of free will. It's only mentioned briefly here as our Starborn acquaintances lobby for their side, though upon closer inspection, it's something that can be easily applied to this whole artifact fiasco. For those of you who don't know, the basic premise of free will is that humans are capable of making their own decisions and determining their own fates, informed or otherwise. This is often applied to video games in the form of narrative, choice and consequence-based decision making, with said consequences either being immediate or not appearing until much later. Starfield, technically speaking, has this in abundance, but not unlike other games in Bethesda's stable, these decisions are often quite shallow, usually due to how the game as a whole package is constructed. Where free will gets interesting here is how it pertains to these two and their opposed worldviews, as they use it here in this conversation on Earth to further their arguments. The emissary will argue that, because of Victor Isa's decisions, humanity was forced to go with the stars and thus was robbed of its right to freely make that choice of its own volition. The hunter will counter this by saying that Victor was only exercising his right to free will by deciding to sacrifice Earth for the sake of human progress. Both fairly solid arguments, but as they pertain to the artifacts specifically, each have their own problems. The emissary, by controlling the artifacts, wants to keep individual free will within a set of artificial boundaries, so as to not infringe on that of others, but by setting boundaries they run in contradiction of free will's basic premise, only working in theory if every person is like Victor Isa or the hunter, with intended or unintended harmful consequences. The hunter's belief that anyone should have the free will to join in the hunt for artifacts however they choose feels like an all too convenient excuse for the chaos and anarchy that all too often comes with it. The consequences be damned so long as you're willing to live with them. Having the option to tell them both to piss off and go it alone seems defeating to the idea of free will. If we had been forced to choose between one or the other, that would be against the whole premise. That said, if we wanted to go the whole way, there should have been an option to simply say no mas senor and give either of them our artifacts and be done with this whole shit show, though the writers would undoubtedly find some convoluted or half-assed reason to keep you from backing out. Elsewise it would be a premature end to the tale. Once we've made our decision, one or the other will zip off, while their counterpart will stay and answer any questions we might have, as well as tell us what comes next. The emissary and the hunter have agreed that, depending on who we side with, if either of them, the other will wait at a place called the Buried Temple, where the last artifact we need is located. Of course, to access the Buried Temple, we need all the other artifacts. The emissaries, the hunters, and those we in Constellation are able to find. So, if you were hoping to skip the rest and jump straight to the grand finale, sorry. What makes this final artifact and its location so special is never explained. Beyond that, it's just ended up being a sort of proving ground for reasons lost to time. A final test to prove oneself worthy of accessing the Unity and touching the infinite. We're also told to expect anything and everything and that we must prepare accordingly. I've always understood this to mean that we should ideally track down all the remaining powers we haven't acquired yet to maximize our capabilities, though I can't quite be sure. Either way, as just mentioned, and depending on the order we do things, we still need to find 2 more artifacts before we can even access the Buried Temple. So let's take care of that, shall we? One of the artifacts requires that we simply follow the usual song and dance. Land on a planet, either search a cave system or abandoned mine, touch it, lights and music, voila, we have it. The other, however, is nothing like the others we've done before. Located on Freya 3, we're immediately hit with a distress signal coming from a satellite in orbit, coming from the Nishina High Energy Research Lab, mentioning through the static an explosion and a request for emergency evac. We land on the planet, but not at Nishina itself, even though it has a perfectly good landing pad, but whatever, and knock on the front door. At first glance, you might notice that all seems well on the outside. No signs of an explosion or anything. We're greeted by a man named Ethan Hughes through the intercom, and when we mention the distress signal, Ethan will express surprise and say that they said no such thing, and immediately becomes suspicious. We give him a few more details and he decides to let us in, still unsure as to what's going on, just like us, suggesting we should speak with the director. Once inside, we go through some security checks and proceed to follow him through the facility, getting a bit of a tour all the while. Clearly some strange artifact fuckery is at play here, which is quickly confirmed when, as we follow Ethan, we suddenly... Oh, for Christ's sake.
I am having a very bad day. I am in no mood. Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time. I'm not in the mood to play with anybody.
After walking a short bit and engaging some strange scorpion-looking things, yay, more creepy crawlies, we suddenly switch again and find Ethan more than a little perturbed by what's just happened. For all intents and purposes, we disappeared, then reappeared out of nowhere. This all but confirms that the artifact we're looking for is doing something to Nishina, seemingly switching us between 2 different versions of Nishina, one that's intact and another that's more than a little wrecked. We continue to follow Ethan, this time with a little bit more pep in our step, but before we can reach the director, we're switched yet again, this time finding a man named Raphael, who is, or was, Chief Engineer Nishina, and the man who sent the distress signal we found in orbit. According to Raphael, there was an explosion in the High Energy Research Lab 3 months earlier, caused by a gas leak and fire, which killed everyone but Raphael, who was trapped in the control room. We can conclude that they were experimenting on the artifact, but before Raphael can answer us, we're suddenly switched back and continue to follow Ethan. After one more switch, we finally reach Director Kaya Patel's office, where we finally get some answers. We're also joined by Chief Scientist Marie Hughes, and before you ask, no, I don't know if she and Ethan are related. According to Patel, Nishina and the research level below it were constructed to study a gravitational distortion, our artifact, and the field it creates. 3 months earlier, there was an explosion that took place in the research lab while the chief engineer, Raphael, was calibrating an experimental probe. The probe is somehow still running, and it's what's causing the distortions that have us shifting between 2 alternate universes, where the facility was spared but Raphael died containing the gas leak and explosion, and the other where Raphael lived but the facility was destroyed and everyone else died. Realities that we'll refer to from here on in as Universe A and B, respectively. We're also the only one that's being shifted due to our connection to the artifacts, which puts us in a tight spot when it comes to getting the artifact. Ideally, all that would need to be done is to shut down the probe, but due to the explosion in Universe A, the research level's under lockdown, including the elevator, and the kill switch for the probe's control unit isn't responding. We could, however, access the research lab via Universe B, since it's assumed that the elevator there may still be working since Raphael made it back from the lab. Assuming that everything about these universes is a case of opposite day. For that, we'll need to switch to Universe B, but given that we have no idea where these particular distortions are, hitting the right one as of now is a total crapshoot. However, there is a solution. As mentioned, we can't just shut down the probe, but we can still adjust other parameters using its control unit, in the hopes of getting the distortions under control and allowing us to shift when and where we need to. We follow Maria to the fabrication lab, but not before shifting once again to Universe B, where we run into Raphael again and inform him of the plan. Given that we're in the right universe to get down to the lab, we forge ahead, but before we can make any real progress, we're shifted back into Universe A, where we end up in the canteen and cause a panic. We end up shifting a couple more times, including giving Ethan a spook by appearing directly behind him in his office, before we finally make it to the fabrication lab, where we find Maria waiting for us.
What, did you get lost in the hallway?
Fuck you too!
Using the control modules, she adjusts the parameters until the distortion is forced to reveal itself. We stand in the distortion as she continues to fiddle with the control unit, eventually sending us back to Universe B, where we find the exact same control unit. With it, we calibrate the distortion and return to Universe A. We now have full control over the shifting, but before we can proceed, Director Patel wants to speak with us. Nishina is a closed system, with 2 vastly differing states held in tension by the probe and the artifact. By shutting down the probe, we'll end the tension, and whichever universe we do so in will become real in our universe. This in turn conjures the all-important question. Which one will we choose? Do you save the many and sacrifice Raphael, or do you save Raphael and sacrifice the many? We don't have to answer in the affirmative here and now if we don't want to, since we won't be able to make that decision definitively until we reach the probe and the artifact. It's a question that's posed as some big moral dilemma that we have to parse for ourselves, but in reality it fails to truly resonate, beyond perhaps asking yourself, did I do the right thing and all that? Our decision also has no bearing over how the rest of the main story plays out, since we're only here to get the artifacts so that we can proceed to the buried temple, and if you're like me, you're probably starting to get rather fatigued by it all, and would be forgiven for not giving a shit and only wanting to get to the end. The rest of the mission is pretty straightforward. We slowly but surely make our way into the research lab where the artifact and probe are located, jumping between universes when needed, usually to get around blockages and passages that exist in one universe but not in the other. All the while, we'll be facing off against 2 vastly different sets of enemies, either robots and turrets in Universe A, or the scorpion-looking things in Universe B. There's an experimental shotgun you can get from Ethan that's effective against both, assuming you can pass a persuasion check.
You're starting to make a lot of sense.
I do that quite a lot. Your people are always surprised.
I have mixed feelings about this section. On my first run, I hated it. It's easy to get mixed up and turned around while shifting between universes, trying to find the necessary exit, passage, or keycard to progress, and I found myself at times bashing my head against the wall in frustration. On my second and third runs, having memorized or mostly memorized the route and when and where to shift, traversing this labyrinth became much easier, though I still found myself getting turned around and thus frustrated from time to time. This whole section can come as a bit of a shock to the system given the monotonous nature of most artifact retrievals, and you may become disorientated, which does make me wonder if that's the point. Another lesson to be learned regarding the power of the artifacts and the chaos they can unleash if mishandled. What I can say positively about this section is that it makes clever use of the multiverse concept in a more focused way, something that is shockingly lacking across the rest of the main story after the true nature of the Unity is revealed. Another element that I can't help but wonder about is how these universe shifts remain contained within Nishina and yet have zero effect on the outside world or galaxy at large, as shifting universes to a layperson like myself would imply that everything in the given universe should change, not just in Nishina. But as I don't have a degree in cosmology or physics, I ain't about to start throwing out theories like some goober on Reddit. We eventually reach the lab, where we find the probe going ham, firing lasers into the artifact. This is where we have to make our final choice regarding which universe and corresponding people to save. We shut down the probe by hitting several switches scattered across the lab, while clashing with enemies from our chosen universe. When we hit the last switch, we'll be greeted with a prompt, asking if we're sure we want to finally shut down the probe and stay in our chosen reality. As for deciding which reality to save, we just have to make sure we're in it when we hit the last switch, with several distortions scattered around the joint that we can use to shift at our leisure. Once we hit the last switch and shut down the probe, there's no going back, and we take the artifact and leave. We'll then have one final conversation with whomever we saved in the end, either Ethan, Maria, and Director Patel in Universe A, or Raphael in Universe B, both eternally grateful for choosing them, as well as differing rewards. Raphael also offers himself for recruitment as a crew member as a means of repaying his debt to us, and will follow us to our ship. And there we have it. We have all the artifacts we need to get inside the buried temple. Now all we have to do is head there and meet up with our frenemies and finally bring this tale to a close. Before we reach the end, let's go over the final faction questline, the Crimson Fleet. This questline has garnered a strange reputation amongst players that I can't quite put my finger on. It's not like the others, where there seems to be a near universal opinion on them. With the Crimson Fleet, some love it, others hate it, but most are in the middle, loving some aspects but hating others. This may be due to the fact that it's perhaps the most complex questline out of the four, both in terms of mission construction and sequencing, as well as narrative complexity, even if it does simply boil down to choosing one side over the other by the end, making it difficult to parse as a whole package. If I had to give my subjective view on it right now, in briefest terms, I generally think that, on the whole, it's the best out of the four, but not my favorite. As mentioned way back at the end of part 2, that honor goes to the Vanguard. It has some great moments and offers a moral dilemma that I found myself struggling with once I completed both sides of the conflict we find ourselves in, with simple yet oddly profound messaging, but it can be weighed down by narrative bloat, even if that bloat is what gives it its narrative complexity. There's two ways we can start this questline. First is that you may be directed to head to a ship called the UC Vigilance by Commander Tuwala during the Vanguard questline to meet with Commander Kibwe Akande of UC System Defense to assist the UC's fight against the Crimson Fleet. The second and perhaps most common way you'll start this questline is if you have a bounty in UC space and are arrested by UC authorities. You'll then be transported to the Vigilance, where you'll find yourself in an interrogation chamber waiting for Commander Akande to arrive to, well, interrogate you.
I hope you're comfortable. We have a lot to discuss.
In both instances, you've been selected by Akande to serve UC SysDef as an undercover agent, infiltrating the Crimson Fleet. Why we've been selected is somewhat dependent on how we start this quest, though in both cases it's never really explained and left to our interpretation, though if you get arrested this can be a bit messy since our character's chosen background may not be conducive to undercover work. We also have the chance to refuse Akande's offer, the how again depending on the circumstances under which you start the questline. If we get it from Tuwala, it acts as a secondary mission alongside delivering the Terramorph sample to Dr. Walker and thus can be blissfully ignored if we wish. If we're arrested, we can simply tell Akande to shove it, do our time in jail, and pay the fines, though we make an enemy out of UC SysDef in the process. Supposedly, the Crimson Fleet will contact you after this and offer you a chance to join in lieu of joining them as an undercover agent, though I haven't ever gone this route, so I can't say with certainty how true this is. Either way, our primary purpose is made clear. We're to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet and gather as much evidence as possible, so that the UC may yet finally pull the rug out from underneath them. But before we dive in too deep, let's set the stage and see how things got to this point. Over a century prior to the events of the game, the United Colonies constructed a supermax prison on a frozen ice ball of a planet called Suvorov, known as the Lock, along with a star station in Suvorov's orbit known as the Key. And yes, by all accounts, the pun lock and key is very much intended. In 2241, some prisoners, led by the notorious pirate Jasper Crix, launched an uprising in the Lock, managing to break out of the prison and seize some ships. From there they managed to take over the Key, driving the UC from the corresponding system, later known as the Crix system. Crix and the other prisoners would then set themselves up in the Key, thereby forming the Crimson Fleet, and from there began launching raids across the settled systems, though it wouldn't be until after the Colony War that their operations would expand to the levels that they're at now. The fact that a bunch of prisoners were able to drive the UC from an entire system does make me wonder about whether or not the UC took defending the Lock and Key seriously at the time, though this could be somewhat of a ham-fisted way of highlighting their incompetency. Alternatively, their defeat could have simply been down to a lack of forces present in the system, due to the Crix system being in the heart of what is Freestar space, and a substantial deployment there might have provoked the collective, though that then begs the question of why the hell would they even put their supermax prisons so far out there in the first place. Yes, it put extremely dangerous criminals as far away from UC space as possible, but in so doing would have created immense logistical problems, as well as being unable to meaningfully respond to a threat like Crix's uprising. Either way, the UC initially didn't seem all that fussed, viewing the fleet as a localized criminal problem for the Freestar Collective to deal with. That would change, however, in the wake of the Colony War, when the fleet rapidly expanded across the settled systems and began attacking the UC more directly. Deciding now was the time to take the Crimson Fleet more seriously, the UC created UC Systems Defense, UC SysDef, to combat the now substantial threat the fleet posed. UC SysDef was formed as a division of the UC Navy, with one singular purpose: to combat piracy across the settled systems, with the Crimson Fleet being the biggest target in their crosshairs, the UC Vigilance serving as a mobile headquarters despite having a proper one in mast. For years, they've tried to use the brute force approach to take down the Crimson Fleet, hunting down its captains one by one, but this has since proven to be ineffective. The Crimson Fleet is less an organized entity and more of a loose confederation of individual pirate captains who all fly under the fleet's Jolly Roger. There is a hierarchy of sorts, as we'll see, but for the most part, each captain is free to act as they wish, so long as it makes the fleet money and doesn't put the fleet at collective risk. This has made the fleet difficult to pin down, along with the fact that loyalty to the fleet is maintained with ruthless efficiency. Once you join the fleet, you can never leave, with death the only way out, with those that try often hunted down and brutally handled. To this date, the only member to have retired is Vladimir, though not without difficulty. They also have the pesky tendency that criminal organizations tend to have by sinking their claws into nearly every facet of society across the settled systems, especially where the rule of law is incredibly blurred, forming a web of contacts and informants that help keep the fleet and their activities, outside of standard raids, fairly insulated. Conversely, informants going the other way are an endangered species and don't tend to last long, a fact that's even acknowledged by SysDef, which begs the question of what makes them think that recruiting someone to do undercover work will suddenly flip the script, but I guess we just have to take it at face value and roll with it. It's at this point that we enter the equation, either willingly becoming an undercover agent or more or less against our will, depending again on the circumstances under which we start the questline. Regardless of how we start, we inevitably end up at the Vigilance's operations center, the beating heart of SysDef's efforts against the fleet. Straight from the off, we're given a possible in with the fleet via Saoirse Bowden, a woman who works for the Trade Authority and is a fleet contact in Sidonia. For this, we're given a crate of Aurora to hopefully catch her attention and subsequently direct us to someone in the fleet who can get us in, or at least start the process. Once we bamboozled our way in, the operation will turn to evidence gathering. Despite the substantial resources already committed to the endeavor, the top brass in the UC Navy still aren't wholly convinced that engaging the Crimson Fleet is a high priority. As such, Akande needs evidence to warrant getting the resources he's requested to finally take the fight to the Key. Additionally, any evidence we gather and turn in can be used to arrest members of the fleet, significantly weakening them in the process, which does have a tangible effect at the end of the questline. All evidence will be handed into Akande's second-in-command, Lieutenant Jillian Toft, whose backstory and prior connections to the Crimson Fleet as a street criminal in the Well are revealed with each piece of evidence we bring in. Before we set off, Akande wants to make one thing abundantly clear. Given the nature of the operation and the moral grayness we're being asked to occupy, we'll be given a fairly wide berth as to how we handle things. That said, we're still expected to abide by SysDef's code of conduct and ethics. In basic terms, don't kill anyone. Akande understands that there may be instances where we have no choice but to pull the trigger. He just wants us to think first and exhaust all other options before we go that far. Acquiring wealth by any means necessary is the Crimson Fleet's MO, which has been often the pitfall for many who join the fleet. By having certain expectations as to our conduct, Akande is warning us against such a pitfall, for once we're in, there's no getting out until the job's done. And this isn't a MacGuffin or plot device used to build on the whole undercover aesthetic. This is a tangible thing that can come back if we aren't careful, with Akande furious with us if we kill anyone during the operation without just cause, an instance that's incredibly rare. We can of course just ignore him and go into every mission guns blazing, but this will in turn lead us to getting fired from SysDef and arrested, so only do this if you're dead set on siding with the Crimson Fleet and want to get out of SysDef in a hurry. Granted, it's not entirely perfect as it can be rather inconsistent, as we'll see in a short bit with the very first assignment the fleet gives us, though whether this is an issue with the writing or how the questline is mechanically constructed, or both, is hard to say. Arriving on Mars, we meet with Saoirse and Sidonia, who in turn directs us to a man named Adler Kemp, another fleet contact there, who needs us to collect a debt before he'll help us. Once that's taken care of, he offers us a chance to join the fleet, assuming we can impress a woman named Neva Mora, second only to the head honcho of the fleet, who we'll be meeting a little later. We meet with Neva in orbit over Europa, where she gives us a little test before she'll admit us into the fleet. There's a medical ship called the Regana jumping into the moon Enceladus' orbit, around Saturn. On board is a fleet traitor named Austin Rake, who Neva wants dead. Remember, there's no leaving the fleet, and those that do are ruthlessly hunted down. Even Vladimir had a few run-ins when he left the fleet, though it would seem they eventually gave up. The why is largely inconsequential, though from what I've gathered, he was a recent recruit whom Neva vouched for, but got cold feet and flew the coop. Embarrassed, Neva wants to take petty vengeance by having his brain spread over a considerable distance. Once we find it, we hail the Regana and begin proceedings to deal with Rake. This quick little mission eventually serves as a small taster for what we can expect from the rest of the questline when it comes to working undercover. We could easily just blow the Regana out of the sky and be done with it, though we have a few options that would minimize casualties. We can either spare Rake and have him taken into custody, or we can convince the Regana crew to kill Rake for us. If we pick the latter option, Rake will become hostile and start to attack the crew, thus compelling us to kill him. Unfortunately, by doing this, the inconsistency with regards to SysDef's code of conduct rears its head. Given that he turns hostile and attempts to kill us and the rest of the Regana crew, killing Rake should, theoretically, be permissible since we, technically speaking, were only defending ourselves. Yes, it was achieved via coercion, but Rake is also a former fleet member who's also on the run, not just from the fleet, but also UC authorities. Surely, in the very gray area that we now occupy as an undercover agent, we would be forgiven or, at the very least, given the benefit of the doubt. Akande, however, doesn't see it this way and will admonish us for this the next time we see him after this, and that there will be repercussions should we do it again. This may be avoided if you let the Regana crew kill Rake and not intervene, but I wasn't about to leave that to chance and get anyone else killed, so I ended up gunning him down myself anyways. It's an inconsistency because the game doesn't allow us to explain what exactly went down, with a very narrow set of dialogue choices available to defend our decision. We just have to accept the vitriol and walk on eggshells for the rest of the questline, assuming we want to stay on SysDef's good side, which is kind of bullshit since it's so early. That said, I also want to be fair and point out that this instance, in my experience, is an exception rather than the rule, for most missions of this nature can be done without firing a single round, which will prove to be more beneficial in the long run. Even with all their bravado, the Crimson Fleet prefers to do things on the down low from time to time, instead of drawing attention to themselves by shooting up every establishment they decide to have a crack at. After the situation with Rake and the Regana is dealt with, we return to Neva, where we find her being accosted by some ecliptic ships. This isn't a random bit of space combat thrown in for the sake of it, but a calculated risk taken by SysDef, who hired Ecliptic to attack Neva in case she doesn't immediately trust us. By coming to her rescue, we further ingratiate ourselves to her, and after she gives us our flowers in her own roundabout way and we inform her about the Regana, she inducts us into the fleet and sends us the coordinates of the key. After a brief rendezvous with the Conde, we arrive at the quay where we get a brief glimpse into life aboard the Hulk and meet Neva face to face for the first time.
You said the take was 10K, but it was 30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30.
You wanted 4K, you got 4K. Not my problem.
If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new roof.
Hey, steal from me and get caught? Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener. The hell took you so long? Forget how to Grav jump or something?
From here, she gives us a history lesson, which we've already gone over, and takes us on a tour of the quay and all it has to offer, including some of the people who help keep the station running and the fleet supplied and entertained. This even includes a trade authority branch which, even despite the corporation's reputation of being involved in highly illegal activity, seems a bit far-fetched that they'd be willing to set up shop in such a hive of scum and villainy, but we'll let it slide. Our last stop before we meet the big boss is to meet with Shinya Voss, the fleet's reckoner. In simplest terms, he's a cyber runner who handles all the fleet's finances, from the accounts of individual captains all the way to the fleet's many revenue streams off-station, including its money laundering operations, all from the comfort of a single chair in the reckoner's core. Given his importance, the fleet has come up with an almost ingenious yet equally grim countermeasure, in case he attempts to escape or is captured.
And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble.
Yeah, they embedded a bomb into his chest, which is probably the closest thing to grimdark sci-fi this game gets. To his credit, Voss finds the bomb rather empowering as it proves his resolve and loyalty to the fleet even at the cost of his freedom. Case in point, if asked, he'll state that he hasn't left the quay in 5 years. Once we're all set up and finished with Voss, we're free to head up to the quay's command center where we finally come face to face with the big boss of the Crimson Fleet, Delgado.
So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business.
Delgado, right from the off, makes abundantly clear what's expected of us. The aforementioned rule that no one quits the fleet, death being the only way out, and that the fleet comes before everything else. Once that's settled, we're given our first proper job. Delgado will be taking us, another recruit named Mathis, and a few others down to Suvorov to search the derelict remains of the lock. Neva treats this as yet another fruitless initiation run, one that has left a dozen rooks already dead thanks to Suvorov's harsh climate. For Delgado, it's a lot more than that. Remember, the lock is where Jasper Cricks led the prisoner uprising that gave rise to the Crimson Fleet. But there's something else. Not long after the fleet was formed, Cricks mysteriously left and disappeared, never to be seen or heard from again. Before he did, he left a message talking about a major score that wouldn't just set up the fleet financially, but make it a major player in galactic politics. The score would later be known as Crix's legacy and become something of a white whale for the fleet, with many of its captains attempting to find it. Up to this point, however, no one has been able to, either winding up empty-handed, missing, or just plain dead. This has led many to believe, including Neva, that the legacy is just some story, a campfire tale passed down from generation to generation of fleet captains, but Delgado is insistent that it's out there and has been methodically working his way through the lock in the hopes of finding something, anything that will lead him and the fleet to it. Up until now, this has largely been stymied by the fleet's inability to even get inside, though it seems they managed to get their hands on a key card that should finally get them inside, coming at great cost in money and people. This search for the legacy forms the main hook and driving force of the questline, for once we inform them of Delgado's plan, Sistef also becomes interested, if for no other reason than denying the fleet a vital financial resource, following us closely as we work with Delgado in acquiring it. From this meeting, we head down to Suvorov to just outside the lock, where we meet up with Delgado and the rest of the crew. From there we proceed to the prison, where we're greeted by the planet's local fauna, which are yet more bugs. Like, what the fuck is with all the goddamn bugs in this game? Seriously! Once inside, we begin our search. Things quickly go to hell in a handbasket when collapsing debris cut us and Mathis off from the others, and we're forced to continue on our own. But not before Mathis proposes we try to bump Delgado off and reap whatever rewards we can garner from this search for ourselves. Mathis is a largely inconsequential character in the grand scheme of things, though how we deal with him a little later can have an effect on how the final mission proceeds. Regardless of whether or not we're in on his plan to assassinate Delgado, we dive deeper into the prison complex, fighting more of Suvorov's frozen creepy crawlies, where we begin to slowly unravel the events that led to Kryx's uprising, as well as a bit more about the Legacy. Turns out the Legacy isn't referring to Kryx's fortune, but was a transport ship previously owned by Galbank, the settled system's largest and, to my knowledge, only financial institution, carrying a literal boatload of credits, intended to be reparations for the Freestar Collective following the Nerion War. That ship never reached its destination, going down in some remote system, leaving it ripe for the taking. With this knowledge, Kryx began planning his uprising, working with a man named Carter, presumably a corrupt UC security officer, to make it happen. With this information in hand, we continue working our way through the prison, eventually reaching the warden's office near the shuttle bay, where we make contact with Delgado and give him the good news, as well as either giving Mathis credit or throwing him under the bus. It's also here that we make our escape, since the way back to our ship is still blocked off, taking down the Queen Bug of Suvorov and taking off in an old prisoner transport that's somehow still working almost a century later. Back on the key, we hand Delgado the information and begin to plan the next phase of our search. Delgado suspects that Galbank covered up the loss of the ship, including where it went down, which means we need to find a way to access Galbank's records to lift the veil on that information. Coincidentally, Neva's been working a gig involving a charity event aboard a luxury starliner owned by Trident, called the Siren of the Stars, which just so happens to have a Galbank VIP suite, meaning that a high-ranking Galbank executive will be aboard. If we swipe his credentials, we'll have unfettered access to the Galbank archives in New Atlantis, where we'll find the last known location of the Legacy. Looks like we're going on a bit of a vacation, but before we go, we have a couple things to take care of. First, Delgado informs us that he's taken what we said about Mathis back on Suvorov into consideration and, depending on what we said, will either have cut him or kept him on. As mentioned before, Mathis becomes largely inconsequential after this, but his presence, or lack thereof, will become more pertinent when it comes to the final showdown at the end. Second, Neva wants to speak with us at the Last Nova, the fleet's bar, before we head out. As mentioned, she's been working a gig aboard the very same starliner we're about to board for months, working closely with its captain, a man named Rokov. Now that it's been upended by the search for the Legacy, and because she can't go herself, being a well-known entity and all that, she wants us to finish that job for her, concurrent with getting the Galbank credentials. At the charity event, there's an award that's going to be given away, called the Earth Savior Award, which is presumably worth tens of thousands. Neva wants us to nick it while we're there, in return for a cut of whatever it's worth. This side job is entirely optional, though it will come at a cost should we fail or decide not to snag the trophy. Failure to do so will induce Neva's wrath and cost us monetarily, as she'll deduct the trophy's value from our reward for obtaining the Galbank credentials. After checking in with SysDef and handing in any evidence to Lieutenant Toft, we head aboard the Trident starliner, where we're met by Evgeny Rokov. Rokov was a former fleet captain who was kicked out for being, quote, a pain in the ass, end quote. Even still, he's maintained a firm connection to the fleet, serving as its contact within Trident. It's through this connection that he and Neva began planning the Earth Savior Award heist and is now helping us with getting the Galbank credentials. It's his hope that, through helping us, he'll finally be allowed to rejoin the fleet and ask that we vouch for him in return for his aid. Our answer doesn't really matter here since Delgado, when it's all said and done, will ask for our assessment of Rokov and make a decision based on that. Like Mathis, Rokov becomes mostly inconsequential after this mission, but his being in the fleet or not can have an effect at the end of the questline. We can even have him arrested by SysDef, as there's evidence in his cabin regarding his fleet connection that we can hand in to Toft, making whatever we say to Delgado potentially rather meaningless anyways. Our target is a Galbank executive named Larry Dombrowski, who, according to Rokov, lives full-time aboard the Siren, spending more time cruising the space lanes than actually working, which sounds about right for a high-level corporate exec. By all accounts, he's a bit of a recluse, but the charity event, being put on by the Terran Preservation Society, has afforded an opportunity, since, as Rokov puts it, he won't be able to resist showing off his VIP clout. This means we'll have to attend the gala and speak to his fellow philanthropists, which in this context is a rather loaded title, and dig up some dirt on him. It's also at the gala that we begin our search for the ES award, by speaking to a woman named Sheila Holbrook. Through her, we learn of the award's location, as well as persuading her to let us have a peek. The award is with the Chief Purser, and if we have permission to take a look, we'll be allowed to access the main safe, where we can nick the trophy and carry on our merry way. Weirdly, the Chief Purser can see us steal the damn thing and won't do anything about it. There's not even an option to convince the Chief Purser to leave and take a break, bribe her, or even threaten her since we're in the fleet and all that. We just need Holbrook's permission to take a look, which apparently the Chief Purser understands as us grabbing it and going like it's a McDonald's drive-thru. And that, my friends, is how you get the ES award. Honestly, unless you're trying to stick it to Neva, trying to remain goody two-shoes as much as possible, or fail speech checks with Holbrook, there's frankly no reason not to nab it. Anyways, let's get back to Dombrowski. Getting information on him requires that we speak with unnamed society patrons on the gala's main floor. Most of the information is frankly useless, most of the patrons just griping about what an asshole he is. That changes, however, when one of the patrons lets slip that he's been spending a lot of quality time with a lovely woman named Claudia Swist, a dalliance that his dear wife knows nothing about. When this crucial dialogue appears or who with is hard to say. The patrons are all randomized from playthrough to playthrough, making who reveals Dombrowski's dalliance a bit of a crapshoot. Just speak to enough patrons and eventually the needed dialogue will fire. We find Claudia away from the gala, hanging out by herself, where we dangle our knowledge of her fling with Dombrowski to force her to cooperate, where she reveals that she, Dombrowski, and a high-ranking UC security officer named Gabriel Vega are running a scam on Galbank. Claudia recently learned that Dombrowski was cheating her and Gabriel out of a ton of money and wants to get back at him by seeing him end up in the clink, but she doesn't have any evidence to give us. For that, we need to speak with Gabriel, but he just blows us off, using his UC security authority to insulate himself. We need to isolate him and call his bluff. We do this, at Rokoff's suggestion, by tampering with the Siren's life support systems, which causes a ship-wide emergency, forcing everyone to remain in their quarters until Rokoff gives the all-clear. Once we have Gabriel cornered and reveal the extent of Dombrowski's deception, which he strangely takes at face value without evidence, he hands us a slate with everything we need to blackmail Dombrowski into cooperating. We go and meet with Dombrowski and good God, what an asshole!
Well. You must be the one who's been accosting Claudia and Gabriel.
The man is incredibly intelligent and good with his words and loves to rub it in people's faces, to the point where he's just asking for one between the eyes. He already suspects that we have inside knowledge of his scam and that Claudia and Gabriel have assisted us in this. He also correctly deduces that we want his credentials, and he's willing to give them away on the condition we hand over any incriminating information. Unless we shoot him, there's no other way around this. We hand over the evidence and get his credentials, though strangely we can still turn it into Lieutenant Toft as evidence and find him in the brig later, though whether this was intended or otherwise is not clear. Either way, we have what we need. We speak with Rokoff one last time, continuing to remain tight-lipped on why we need the credentials if we wish, before heading back to our ship. Now all we need to do is head to New Atlantis and the Galbank Archives and get that information on the Legacy. Arriving at the Galbank Archives is strange. For starters, the security guard seems rather on edge and acting odd. He'll claim that it's his first day and that we need to cut him some slack, though you may immediately be put on edge, suspecting that something, or someone, may be waiting for us down below. Sure enough, once we get down there, we're ambushed by Ecliptic mercenaries, leading to a hectic firefight. Who hired them is never revealed, and my own research has yielded nothing, though my gut assumption is Dombrowski put in a call not long after we left the Siren with his credentials. Once they're taken care of, we search the archives for the Legacy's last known location, a planet called Bannock 4. We take this information back to Delgado and Neva. Doing a little digging, we learn that the planet is an EM-class gas giant. What does that mean, you ask? Well, it means that it gives off an immense amount of electromagnetic radiation, enough to fry every circuit in a ship that gets too close and render it dead in the water, for lack of a better term. Barring that significant hurdle, we also have no way of finding the Legacy's exact location, the transponder attached to it using military-grade encryption and constantly shuffling frequencies. That said, we may have a solution to that particular problem. Neva has heard that the UC is working on a ship's signal decryption system called ComSpike. We grab that, the fleet will be able to track whatever it wants with impunity. Delgado instructs us to work with Neva in figuring out the ComSpike while he works figuring out a way around Bannock 4's EM field. For that we need to meet with Jasmine Durand, the fleet's chief engineer, and by far the friendliest person in the fleet you'll meet. It's a friendliness that makes her immediately stand out, given that everyone else aboard the Key in some way, shape, or form threatens to kill you if you piss them off, is all about business, or just straight up tells you to fuck off because you ain't worth the time. Given her demeanor and how it starkly contrasts with everyone else, it makes one wonder how or why she ended up with the Crimson Fleet in the first place. In a twist of irony, the ship she was working on as an engineer was destroyed by the fleet, but she ended up being rescued instead of being left for dead by Delgado. Upon arriving at the Key and seeing the sorry state it was in, she was compelled to fix it up, and eventually Delgado offered her a permanent spot in the fleet. She isn't the only member of the fleet with a story to tell, but her story, along with her overt friendliness, is, I believe, meant to serve as a sort of linchpin when it comes to the big decision towards the end of the questline from an emotional standpoint. She isn't there by choice, but through her time there, she came to be one with the fleet and its people, even finding love in Neva, which is a pretty admirable achievement given how she is, and thus formed a strong and loyal bond with it. We'll dig into it, and with regards to some of the others, a bit more when we get to the big decision, though, as we'll see, depending on which side you choose, it reveals a huge missed opportunity, or rather, an option that should be there, but isn't. After a brief and oddly placed visit to Akande on the Vigilance, serving as an awkward break to allow her and Neva a chance to crunch the numbers, we speak with Jasmine about getting the comm spike. It's currently being developed at a secret UC star station, though lucky for us, Neva has an in. A smuggler out of New Atlantis named Huan Dai-Yu, a new contact with the Crimson Fleet with access to the UC's best smuggling routes. She also happens to make regular deliveries to the very star station we need to infiltrate, which seems all too convenient, but so much of how the Crimson Fleet gets its information is just sort of hand-waved into existence thanks to contacts that we kind of just have to accept it at face value. We meet with Juan at a dingy diner down in the well, and after going over some ground rules, we join her on her ship, pretending to be one of the crew. Once we're set, we make for the star station in question and begin the operation. Given its secrecy, both in the location and what goes on there, the star station is brimming with highly trained troops and hard-to-crack security features. You could of course just gun your way through, but optimally you should play it smart, especially since, per Juan, we're on our own as soon as we get on board. Juan can assist us via the station's intercom system, giving us directions and suggestions on how to proceed from section to section. With that said, I do find it a bit baffling that these communications aren't being monitored and picked up by security given the station's highly sensitive nature. Then again, given we access the star station from the loading area by bullshitting our way past a guard, this may be another, albeit ham-fisted way of highlighting the incompetency of the UC somehow, though it's clumsily portrayed at best. Once we're in the star station proper, we can either nick a uniform and pass through security checkpoints with ease, assuming we have the right credentials and passkeys collected from terminals, or slink our way through vents past these same checkpoints, slowly working our way to the comm spike. We eventually run into Dr. Vogel, the scientist in charge of developing the comm spike, where we can learn that the comm spike itself is attached to a ship for testing. We can either bluff him into believing that we're a pilot coming to run another round of tests on the comm spike, which continues the litany of passing through checkpoints, or continue slinking through more vents. Either way, we nab the ship and comm spike and head back to the key with our prize. We also have the option to betray Juan, though this doesn't do anything beyond pissing her off something fierce when we find her at the key afterwards. Delgado, interestingly, doesn't seem to care if you do, which I find rather bizarre. If you watch interviews of former undercover agents, one commonality that you may notice when they speak of their experiences is that, at one point or another, they're always going to be challenged. In other words, accused of being an undercover operative. Blowing Juan's cover could have been a chance to explore this aspect of undercover work, a direct consequence of our decision, but instead the matter's just dropped and never brought up again. In fact, there are no points during our time with the fleet where our true loyalties are questioned, which stands in stark contention with the reputation the fleet has for constantly being on the lookout for informants and handling them in brutal fashion. This could be because Delgado's so focused on finding Crix's legacy that he's put on a set of blinders to everything else around him, and is willing, perhaps too willing, to overlook blowing Juan's cover, because regardless, we brought back the goods, and thus are one step closer to finding the hallowed legacy. This, to me, is largely acceptable, but then the responsibility of challenging us should, in theory, fall to Neva, since she spends most of the questline being incredibly skeptical regarding the legacy, not believing that it even exists at the beginning. Blowing Juan's cover should be setting off alarm bells, but no, she doesn't push the matter further. Delgado does put the matter to rest pretty quickly, but Neva could have easily brought it back up after the fact in a more private setting if she wanted. Our betraying Juan doesn't make any sense if we're loyal to the fleet. We have nothing to gain from betraying her beyond potentially removing her from the equation and getting a larger cut of the legacy, but that's assuming we even get it. Either way, by not challenging us if we go that route, we have a missed opportunity to inject some tension into what's already a precarious situation, especially if we're going to side with Sistef when the ultimate showdown takes place. Now that we have the comm spike, all we need to do is solve the problem regarding the EM field around Bannock 4. While we were busy doing that, Delgado did some digging and found us a solution. Based in Neon is a corporation called Generdyne, who are responsible for the conduction grid that powers the city. The grid absorbing the energy of the lightning strikes common across the planet and storing it. All we need to do is get our hands on the electrical absorption tech and let Jasmine work her magic in making it compatible with our ship, giving us a fighting chance against Bannock 4. Our contact in Neon is a fleet captain named Estelle Vincent, and we're under strict orders to do as she says when she says it. After a brief visit with Akande, we meet with her at Madame Sauvage's and begin the operation.
You looking to get zoned?
Given its importance to the city, the conduction grid is practically a fortress, so walking in the front door isn't an option. We need to get a passkey that can get us in the back way, and for that we need to find a Generdyne executive named Ayumi Komiko and get hers. She's currently hanging out at another club called Euphorica, and after accessing the members lounge, we can either pay her for the pass, kill her, or blackmail her with some incriminating evidence we can find in her office in the trade tower, involving a profit-sharing scheme with Benjamin Bayou, who she's also having an affair with. None of this particularly matters, for at the end of the day we get the passkey and begin infiltrating the conduction grid, doing so via the storage room. This mission is perhaps the most stealth intensive in the entire questline. Whereas others require deception and backhanded dealing to achieve our objectives, this one requires you be sneaky beaky, for as Ayumi will warn us, the guards are under orders to shoot on sight. Thankfully for us, there are a litany of handily placed events that we can pass through to reach our objectives. If you do get caught somehow, be sure to have a non-lethal weapon on hand, for it will spare you from Akande's vitriol, which is something I want to touch on a little later. On my first 2 runs, I didn't find these vents and was forced into combat, which I initially believed to be a massive flaw in the mission's design. On my 3rd run, I actually took the time to investigate and can confirm that you can complete this mission entirely from stealth.
I'm not a smart man.
Our objectives are as follows. We need to obtain the conduction grid plans so Jasmine can reverse engineer them so we can install a similar module onto her ship. However, as we learn, the plans are encrypted, the cipher obtainable only from the chief technician Brayson Bayou, Benjamin's brother. Once we find Brayson, he's more than willing to hand over the cipher as he sees it as an opportunity to get back at his brother. Brayson is only in his position because Benjamin owns Generdyne under a false persona, a fact that ties back to his scheme with Ayumi, and installed Brayson, who's wholly unqualified for the position, which Brayson, to his credit, is more than aware of. For Brayson, it's another case in a laundry list of moments, Benjamin taking every chance he can to embarrass and belittle him, further building on the man's reputation for screwing people over just because he can. Brayson is sick of it and sees our presence as an opportunity to get back at him. He gives us the cipher and we download the schematics. We also take the opportunity to upload a virus for Estelle, a small side job she asks us to do concurrently, the virus in question allowing her backdoor access into Generdyne's systems, and a chance for her to screw over Benjamin as well. With all that said and done, we now just need to meet with Estelle at a VIP booth at the Astral Lounge to finish things up. Only instead to be met by Benjamin Bayou himself.
Ah, there you are. What kept you? I believe we have a lot to discuss.
Somehow, the asshole already knows about the virus and managed to ascertain the location of the final meetup. He also somehow knows the fleet is involved, which isn't a big deal, it's probably meant to further highlight his extensive intelligence network. Estelle, who smartly booked the booth under a false name, isn't present, having been tipped off about Benjamin and remained at Madame Sauvage's. Needless to say, his feathers are more than a little ruffled. Even still, he's prepared to make a deal. The name of the virus provider in return for walking out of Neon alive. We can either lie and tell him it was either us or Brayson, or spill the beans and tell him it was Estelle. Frustratingly, there's no option to just kill him and be done with it, because seriously, this guy's asking for a round or 10 in the head. I appreciate that he's a member of the Council of Governors, and killing him could set off a chain of events that would tear not just Neon but the whole of the settled systems apart, and that he's tied to a number of quests throughout the city that hinge on his involvement, but seriously, if there's one thing I cannot stand in people, it's arrogance and ego, and Benjamin oozes with it in abundance, and I'd be more than willing to sacrifice a chunk of content if it means that I can put the bastard in his place. Regardless of our answer, we meet with Estelle, who's already learned of the virus's failure and will ask for financial aid to cover the costs of the failed endeavor, which we can refuse if we wish. With that out of the way, we can return to the key where we're met by Neva, who tells us to hurry as shit's suddenly hitting the fan. During our sojourn on Neon, the fleet got word that SysDef is planning to mass its forces for an all-out assault on the key. While they're preparing, it'll be our job to head to Bannock 4, retrieve Crix's legacy, and bring it back to the key. Once we get our ship kitted out with the comm spike and the conduction grid module, we need to make one final visit to the Vigilant and speak with Akande, who's in a bit of a tizzy, now that the moment of truth is upon him and SysDef, the UC Navy brass finally designating resources to the fight, the number determined by how much evidence we handed in. It's also here that our actions on Neon and Generdyne are assessed, which I want to touch on for a moment. If we manage to complete it without killing anyone, either by being sneaky or using non-lethal weapons, there's no problem. If we kill anyone, both Akande and Toft will be furious at us, Toft mentioning that Genodyne has demanded that Akande resign. However, I have to question how any of this makes sense. For starters, how the hell does Genodyne know that our little foray was part of a wider SysDef operation? That isn't exactly public knowledge, for if it was, the fleet would certainly find out, and we'd be dead. If I had to hazard a guess, either Benjamin found out through his intelligence network and went ballistic on Akande, or SysDef informed Genodyne ahead of time that someone may or may not be breaking in as part of an undercover operation. Either way, both of these still have problems on their own. For starters, Benjamin is a stickler for details, and would have certainly informed us if he knew we were working for SysDef, and would have probably dangled it over our heads to force our hand in revealing the source of the virus as a result. He might have also used it to blackmail SysDef into paying him hush money. As for SysDef possibly giving Genodyne the heads up about our little excursion, that to me would seem like a complete lapse in operational security, needlessly endangering us and the operation as a whole. It wouldn't be too far-fetched given what happened with Neva and the Ecliptic earlier, but that was near the beginning of the questline, before we even joined the fleet, with considerably lower stakes beyond our own loss of life and limb. This time, however, we're on the cusp of the big game. This isn't the time to be playing chicken with the life of an undercover agent. It also appears inconsistent with how Akande and SysDef have acted so far, maintaining considerable distance from our activities with the fleet, only observing from afar. Also, frankly speaking, why would SysDef even care? Neon is in the Freestar Collective. Even though the two nations are at peace, you can't tell me that the UC wouldn't be willfully ignorant to the deaths of a few Freestar folk, as deplorable as that sounds. We don't even have to kill any of the staff, just the guards trying to kill us, and yet this is still not acceptable for the dear old commander. What makes this even more frustrating is that we aren't even allowed to properly explain ourselves, our best defense being that we didn't have a choice. Just like with the Austin Rake situation, if you went the route of letting the crew kill him, our available dialogue choices don't allow us to properly explain what happened. It could completely screw you over if you're already walking on eggshells from a prior mission and lock you out of siding with SysDef, all because of something that's out of our control and has no reasonable explanation. Akande clears us to head to Bannock 4, but unsurprisingly, he wants us to bring Crix's legacy back to the Vigilance. Delgado is betting on the legacy to keep the fleet captains loyal and willing to defend the key. Deny him that, some might just scamper off, for what's the point of risking life and limb if there's no payoff? Remember, the fleet only cares about money. We would be denying the fleet valuable resources that can be turned against SysDef, making it a battle that it can't hope to win, a la unifying the fleet, etc, etc. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure why only SysDef is launching this attack. Sure, they have a formidable fleet of their own, with perhaps the most powerful ship in the settled systems in the Vigilance, but surely if the UC brass okayed this endeavor, the UC Navy would have a larger role to play. They do send additional support, the size of which depends on how much evidence we've gathered and brought to Lieutenant Toft, but it still seems a pittance when the upcoming battle concerns everyone in the settled systems, not just SysDef. The only logical explanation that I can think of is that, due to making it a personal pet project of his, Akande is being largely left to reap the rewards of success, but also shoulder all of the blame of failure should it come to that. Deciding who gets Crix's legacy will be the ultimate decision we have to make with regards to who we side with in the final showdown, but for that to happen, we first need to go get it. Arriving at Bannock 4, we immediately find ourselves in the midst of the EM field around the planet, with the legacy dead ahead. Thanks to the conduction grid module, we aren't rendered dead in the water right away, but that doesn't mean we can sit on our thumbs and faff about. Even with the module, our shields can only take so much, and the EM field will begin to steadily drain them, meaning we have to make a beeline for the legacy and jump aboard before we suffer the same fate. Once on board, we can begin our search for the goods. Traversing the ship is incredibly eerie. The ship is sort of foreboding time capsule, locked in place for over a century, the poor crew having slowly starved to death as attempts to rescue it became increasingly fruitless and eventually evaporated, condemning them to a slow, withering agony. It feels reminiscent of the derelict Reaper from Mass Effect 2, a hulking corpse lost in space, with only ghosts and their final moments for company. Oh, and robots and turrets. Quite a few of them, in fact. Of course, the legacy can't hold a candle to traversing the remains of a literal godlike entity that, even when dead, can turn your mind to mush if you hang around too long, but like the Reaper, it succeeds in creating this haunting feeling, where you can't be sure what you'll find around the next corner, even though it should be devoid of life. This is further aided by the cramped, labyrinthine nature of the path we have to follow, though there are shortcuts to be found by hacking locked doors. Assuming your hacking skill is ranked high enough, these shortcuts come in handy when we need to leave. Instead of husks, we'll be facing down a plethora of robots and turrets, as the ship's inner workings are still functional, which seems a bit odd given that the ship has been stuck in limbo for over a century, incessantly battered by the EM field all that time. There is a console we can access via a locked door that we can use to supposedly shut down all of the robots and turrets, but it only seems to work for some, and then not at all when it comes time to leave. We eventually reach the vault and oh baby, that's a lot of credits. After fighting another wave of robots, we eventually reach the vault control center where we find the last transfer control module we need lying next to a corpse. That of Jasper Crix himself. Well. Turns out dear old Crix didn't just leave and ride off into the sunset as previously believed, but died on the Legacy itself, the how and why discovered through a series of data slates scattered around the control center. There are actually a few slates scattered around the Legacy that we can find along the path to the vault, though most of these merely detail his experiences of being trapped while waiting for rescue. It's on the slates in the control center that the truth is revealed, that he was abandoned by his partner, a woman named Issa Malon, as petty revenge for Crix cutting her out of a number of deals, despite him being the one who championed the phrase, "Fleet is family." By all accounts, Crix doesn't blame her for this, recognizing that he was at fault for handing her the opportunity to leave him behind in the first place by going onto the ship alone. It's a rather ignominious end for a man that has such a legendary status, not just with the fleet, but the whole of the settled systems. Left for dead, with only the immense wealth that he worked so hard to obtain to keep him company, a wealth he'd never be able to spend. I view this as a sort of message, perhaps even a warning. Fleet is family is a slogan that's routinely championed by the fleet, especially by Delgado, who's nothing short of a ruthless scumbag of a human being. In the essence of fairness, there is a twisted truth to it. The fleet regularly looks out for its own, understanding that the fleet is only as strong as its many moving parts, even if it's based on a rather twisted sense of honor. And yet, at the end of the day, they're still pirates, driven by greed and the desire for power, who are more than comfortable with stabbing their friends in the back for a few extra credits or a higher position in the fleet's cutthroat power structure. No one in the fleet is safe, not even dear old Jasper Crix, who had to learn the hard way when on the cusp of the greatest haul in the fleet's history and his crowning achievement, and it's in this that the warning comes to the fore. Despite all of our successes for the fleet and the reputation and respect garnered from it, none of that guarantees that we're safe from the backhanded skullduggery that often permeates an organization like it. Hell, we may have engaged in some of it as well throughout this questline, betraying or backstabbing numerous members of the fleet. Of course, he may have done this in the name of SysDef, in which case there's an interesting amount of irony to be found there. Fleet is family only holds as much weight as the people living by it, and while Delgado has built the fleet around this idea, it only takes one domino to fall for it to completely evaporate. Even he seems willing to dispense with the notion in the pursuit of immense wealth, his lack of a response to our possible betrayal of Juan serving as evidence to that effect. All this to say that I think finding Crix's body is meant to serve as a reminder that, despite the vast riches on offer by working with them, the Crimson Fleet is still a band of cutthroats and villains, something we need to take into consideration when we decide where to take the Legacy. With the 2 transfer modules, we begin transferring the credits into a storage device. We never actually learn how many credits are on the Legacy, though given that an earlier cred tank we find nets us about 4,000 to 5,000, we can safely assume that it's somewhere in the millions, if not tens of millions. Once the transfer is complete and we grab the storage device, shit begins to hit the fan. The ship hit with a sudden electromagnetic surge. The ship begins to fall apart all around us, which means we gotta haul ass back to our ship and get out of here. Doing so is no easy task, as every compartment begins to fill with smoke and fire and toxic gases that can damage us and obscure our vision, all while yet more robots come out of the woodworks to ruin our day. Sections of the ship will also collapse around us, often changing the route in some way to varying degrees of severity, making navigating it easier said than done. Personally, I'm no fan of this as, coupled with the smoke and fumes, it's easy to get turned around and you don't know how much time you have to escape before the Legacy finally blows apart. Eventually we make it back to our ship, and it's here that we're prompted with the ultimate choice that I've banged on about a few times already. Do we take Crix's Legacy to the fleet, or to SysDef? On my first playthrough, I was dead set on siding with SysDef. Hell, I even sided with them on my second run, as I frankly couldn't bear the thought of siding with an asshole like Delgado. However, on my third run, after getting to know its members a bit more and learn some of their backstories, I finally decided to side with the fleet, even as my moral compass started doing cartwheels. If you dissect the decision a bit more, you might find that it's a bit more difficult to parse morally than you might first imagine, for there are a plethora of factors to consider. For starters, there's the patently obvious good versus evil angle. SysDef representing the side of law and order, while the Crimson Fleet is the direct antithesis of this. For you in role-playing, this may be enough. It certainly was for me on my first playthrough. However, when we dig a little deeper, things get a little grayer, if not by much. You may be influenced by how you start the questline. If you're arrested and essentially coerced into joining SysDef, you may feel the need or desire to get back at them for forcing you into this situation, by undoing all the work you did for them while showing them the proverbial middle finger. If you started via the Vanguard questline, you may view it as merely a continuation of your service to the UC, with the Crimson Fleet as yet another threat to be excised from the settled systems to the benefit of all mankind. There's also your time with the fleet to consider. As we've discussed already, despite their messaging, they're a band of ruthless cutthroats who will do anything to anyone in the name of greed, including to their own people. In that sense, you might view this decision as a case of choosing the lesser evil. Sure, Akande may have coerced you into becoming an undercover agent, but after seeing how the fleet operates, you may feel that, despite it all, SysDef has the right of it, despite their own tactics. But what about the people we've met? Outside of Akande and Toft, SysDef is, for the most part, a faceless organization, another cog in the UC's bureaucratic and military machine. On the other hand, with the fleet, we get a far more intimate view of the people involved, even as many of them keep their backstories close to their chest. Depending on your disposition towards them, you may find yourself forming a closer bond with those in the fleet and thus struggle with the idea of betraying them even as they commit heinous crimes across the known galaxy. Both sides are about their business first and foremost, let's not kid ourselves, but whereas SysDef tends to keep us at arm's length, for obvious reasons, the fleet is more willing to bring us in and keep us close in its own aggressive way. I mentioned earlier that Jasmine, along with her overt friendliness and the story of how she ended up with the fleet, serves as a sort of linchpin when it comes to this decision in this regard, though there are a few others that also fit this bill as well. Not necessarily because of their backstories, but because they actually seem like genuinely good people by the standards of the rest of the fleet. However, they are still pirates, and much of what I just said can and may be spoiled for you by the fact that the head honchos, Delgado and Neva, are bona fide pieces of shit. Neva at least has the potential of being a nice enough person, again by fleet standards, thanks to her relationship with Jasmine, with whom she speaks to with affection. And in case it wasn't made clear earlier, yes, they're lovers, it's something you can ask Jasmine about, but it's not important detail as it pertains to the questline. Delgado, on the other hand, is a scumbag in every sense of the word, and well beyond redemption. At multiple points he will threaten to kill you and will get irate when people other than him start talking without his prompting. This is in sharp contrast to Akande who, while no angel himself, far from it, at the very least cares about the people under his command, as well as doing the right thing. Most of the time. This has, in turn, engendered immense loyalty from those under his command, a sort of loyalty that Delgado can only command through fear and promises of riches, both of which are, arguably, tenuous. There's also your companions to consider as well. How would they feel about your decision? Despite Constellation's policy of no judgment, everyone is responsible for their own conscience, if you side with the fleet, all of them will be rather upset with you, which will hurt your affinity with them. This isn't all that surprising. Sarah and Sam are ex-military, Andreja has lived a similar life as a smuggler and knows its pitfalls, and Barrett is just a genuinely good person, regardless of how annoying he is. That said, they're mostly an outlier, as they don't really have a stake in all this, which goes for all the other quest lines as well. So, who will you choose? SysDef or Fleet? If you side with SysDef, you'll arrive at the Vigilance's location and find SysDef engaged with the Fleet, who have sent a squadron to probe their defenses. If you side with the Fleet, you'll arrive at the Key to find pretty much the same thing, only in reverse, SysDef having sent a squadron to probe the Fleet. Once these attacks are taken care of, we head aboard either the Vigilance or the Key to meet with either Akande or Delgado to hand over the legacy and discuss the next steps. Regardless of who we side with, there are two crucial elements that will determine the outcome of the battle. For starters, the Vigilance is equipped with the latest in hyper-resistant shielding, meaning that it's the only ship that can safely approach the Key. However, the Fleet, via the Key, has access to 3 orbital defense batteries that use electromagnetic energy. One combined hit from all 3, and the Vigilance loses its shields. With SysDef, our job will be to neutralize these batteries before launching an all-out assault on the Key, with the Vigilance at its head. With the Fleet, our job will be to defend these batteries until Jasmine can get them up and running before focusing our defensive efforts around the Key. It's also here that our evidence-gathering efforts finally bear fruit. As mentioned before, how much evidence we hand in will determine how much support we get from the UC Navy, which can make the upcoming battle either easier or more difficult. It will also determine how many captains answer Delgado's call to defend the Key. If you hand in evidence that implicates any of them, like Kemp, Rokoff, or Vincent, They'll be arrested off-screen and locked up in the Vigilante's brig, removing them from the equation, again making the battle easier or more difficult. The final battle of the questline is pretty straightforward. It begins with those aforementioned clashes around the orbital batteries. Once the enemy is dealt with, we either move to the next with the fleet, or destroy the given battery, then move on to the next with SysDef. The only difference is that, if you side with SysDef, the orbital batteries will be operational and actively track you if they have you locked on as a target, and thus you must always be wary of them, for they will ruin your day if you aren't careful. Once the batteries are either destroyed or defended, the fighting will shift to the key. With SysDef, we arrive at the key only to find the Vigilance has yet to appear. Delgado will ring us via comms and inform us that Neva is presently delaying the Vigilance, giving the fleet time to take us down, offering triple share to whoever destroys us specifically. A frenetic dogfight will ensue until the Vigilance arrives and offers some heavy-duty assistance, and we take down the rest of the fleet, opening the way to the key. With the fleet, the Vigilance will Grav jump in with the rest of SysDef, and like before, a chaotic dogfight will ensue. Once all the other SysDef ships are destroyed, the fleet will focus fire on the Vigilance, though we're unable to penetrate its beefed up shields. This is where the orbital batteries come in, with all three locking onto the Vigilance after Delgado gives Jasmine the go-ahead. Once the shields are taken down, we're free to rain hell down on the Vigilance. Once the engines and grav drive are taken out, we're free to head aboard and seize it. Boarding the key and the Vigilance operate much the same way, the main objective being to work our way through each of them towards their operation centers, all while taking down enemies as we go. By my recollection, moving through the Vigilance is a much more laborious endeavor, as we'll be continually running into other fleet captains we've worked with along the way in various sections of the ship. This won't happen on the key, as we're pretty much sent in alone, which I find rather baffling. In storming the Vigilance, we have constant backup from fleet members, yet on the key we're left to solo it, with only our companions to help us if we brought one along, which I never did, being an undercover operation and all that. In storming the key, we also need to return to the missed opportunity I mentioned back when we discussed Jasmine. Why on earth do we not have the option to ask her to surrender? Among the fleet enemies we face on the station are all the store vendors, including the Trade Authority rep for some reason. While Jasmine is a full member, she didn't come to the fleet by choice. She's possibly the least piratey of the pirates. Surely there should have been an opportunity to talk her down and surrender. I'm not saying it should just be handed to us on a platter. She is loyal to the fleet after all, or at least to Neva since she apologizes to her when she dies. I just think we should be given the opportunity to try and spare her, perhaps through a speech check. It could have led to a very interesting situation after the dust settles involving Neva, who we learn afterwards managed to escape the battle. Maybe by sparing Jasmine, she would be able to talk Neva into surrendering peacefully, thereby avoiding more bloodshed down the road. Instead, we have to gun her down without a second thought, leaving us to rue this missed opportunity. What makes this all the more annoying for me is that this treatment is afforded to, in a roundabout way, Shinya Voss. Now, in the essence of fairness, it makes sense to keep him alive, for his access to all of the fleet's finances make him a valuable asset for SysDef to acquire. Unfortunately for him, Delgado has armed the bomb in his chest. If we want to save him, we need to disable it from Delgado's personal terminal. On my first two runs when I sided with SysDef, I managed to save Voss from an explosive end both times, so I can't say exactly what happens if you leave him or how long it takes for the bomb to blow. We can also just kill him and be done with it. I find Voss's predicament somewhat sympathetic. While he found the bomb empowering, it wasn't implanted in his chest by choice, being forced on him by Delgado, and while Voss frames his acceptance of it as a show of loyalty, I imagine it to be a begrudging one. Also, while being involved in dishonest work, moving and managing the fleet's ill-gotten gains, as far as we know, he hasn't harmed anyone directly, given that he hasn't left the key in quite a few years. And now he's found himself in a predicament he can't get out of, a predicament that he blames you for, since our betrayal of the fleet has led to it. He's accepted that he will die, though needless to say, he's far from at peace with how it came to be. I imagine that, were it not for the bomb, he would gladly surrender to SysDef, and when we offer to do everything in our power to save him, there seems to be the faintest glimmer of hope in his eyes, even if he doesn't fully believe us. Note how I've had little to say about storming the Vigilance with siding with the fleet, because frankly, there's not a lot to it. As mentioned before, you'll be running into fleet captains you've met along the way. Beyond that, it's pretty straightforward, as you battle members of the crew while working towards the command center where you'll find Akande and Toft. There will be a point where, when it's clear that the game is up, Akande will sound an evacuation order and we'll see SysDef crew run like hell for the evac shuttles, though I'm ashamed to say I took the opportunity to gun some of them down even as they posed no active threat. Eventually, once we've worked our way through to the respective command centers, we'll be confronted by either Akande with Toft or Delgado, where both will proclaim that they've initiated either the Vigilance or the Key self-destruct sequence. Both have resigned themselves to defeat, though not before vaporizing themselves and anyone on board for the sake of spiting you, placing the blame for their present circumstances squarely on you. In both cases, they feel like attempts to make you question the morality of your given decision, but if that's the case, they fall very flat. Akande wants us to be straight with him about why we sided with the fleet, but the answers available to choose from, apart from the Starborn option if you're doing this on a New Game Plus run and sided with SysDev previously, come off as childish, ranging from wanting to get rich, being good didn't seem like much fun, to saying that it's none of his business. Maybe we sided with the fleet because we may have been forcibly coerced into his undercover operation. Maybe our character dislikes the UC and what it stands for. Why aren't those answers, or something akin to them, given as options? The Starborn response is the closest thing to them, but that entirely hinges on whether or not you're doing a New Game Plus run, and as far as I know, there's no similar alternative if that's not the case. These other options treat like joining the fleet was a bit of child's play, a bit of fun sport, but it's not. Joining the fleet, an ultra-violent criminal organization, is a serious decision, but these dialogue choices with Akande merely boil it down to getting rich, wanting to be evil for the sake of it, or being ambiguous for no real reason. It makes storming the Vigilance seem almost trivial in the end, whereas by comparison, confronting Delgado at least gives an honest attempt to pose the question of our morality, though only if you pick certain dialogue options, and even then, it still falls flat. Delgado cannot believe for the life of him that he's been duped, that he's been hoodwinked, bamboozled, you name it, as if the signs, if there were any, weren't right there in front of him to begin with. Remember me betraying Juan? No? Then you, Delgado, are an idiot. Like Akande, he'll demand to know why we did it, why we sided with SysDev, and the possible answers aren't much better. If we answer that we just wanted to do the right thing, Delgado will respond by asking why SysDev gets to determine what's right and wrong, which made me wonder aloud who the hell does he think he is to ask such a question. If this conflict between SysDev and the fleet was chock full of moral grayness, then I'd say such a question would be pertinent and fair, but it's not. If there's one definitive weakness in the questline, is that it's so black and white on so many occasions that it may as well be a chessboard. SysDev may not be a perfect organization and could easily be described as self-righteous and arrogant, but the fleet has shown time and time again to be full of terrible people doing terrible things to innocent people across the settled systems. I mean shit, Delgado's practically unhinged for God's sakes. Sure, not everyone is a murdering or deceiving asshole with a penchant for violence, but that doesn't change the facts. The Crimson Fleet is evil in this scenario. Had they been a Robin Hood-esque organization, made up of people who perhaps have a grudge against the UC and were trying to fight back, then maybe we'd have something to discuss, but given the reality, we don't. There is, however, one question that Delgado does ask that I think is worthy of some inspection, or rather, he wants us to admit something, that we were tempted to join the fleet and reap the rewards.
Admit that you were tempted.
It could be argued that the questline's major theme is that of temptation, the lure of money, power, and influence, three things the fleet has shown us and offered us plenty, along with the gravitational pull that they can conjure when enough of it is generated and focused on the individual. By working with the fleet, we've taken a few bites of the forbidden fruit and have been left to savor it. The boatloads of cash in our pocket, the power of being a fleet captain making people tremble when mentioned, and the influence that has brought a close connection to not just the top dogs of the fleet, but with a few of the power brokers of the settled systems. It's the same temptation that Akande warns us against at the very beginning, to be mindful of the lure the fleet sets. Toph's backstory also serves as a grim lesson against falling afoul of this temptation and how easily it can slip from your grasp. It's a temptation that feels rather real throughout the questline. The power fantasy of being a badass space pirate, making oodles of credit and pushing around not just the poor but also the rich and powerful is oddly gratifying, one that continually compounds on itself the deeper you fall into it. I'd argue that it would be even more so if it wasn't for the fact assholes like Delgado and Neva are in charge, given their complete lack of charisma and likability, which are often necessary components for successful crime bosses. Either way, the temptation is very real and very appealing, and further aided by the much tighter bonds we tend to forge with the fleet. Remember, SysDev is keeping you at arm's length most of the time, but the fleet brings you in, makes you part of the family, as hollow of a term that may be sometimes, and showers you with money and power if you do right by it. It's how criminal organizations tend to draw in new members and remain fairly insulated, often starting by providing prospective members a sense of belonging before drawing them in and locking them down with the temptation of money, power, and influence. Of course, giving into this temptation comes at a cost, that of your own morality. Despite all that it offers, the fleet is still a piratical organization, full of cutthroats and murderers. Remember, fleet as family only hold as much weight as those within it. Of course, this is a common thread in a lot of stories like this. Time and time again, in fiction and in our real world, we see the pursuit of wealth and power trump all sense of moral decency, and it doesn't need to relate to criminal activity. Politics and business, for example, are rife with it, sometimes with greater detrimental effects. It also affects the fleet in a negative way. Our first time on the quay, we see one pirate kill another over a disagreement regarding a payout on a job. As we've seen time and again, fleet members are just as prepared to dispense with one another to accrue more wealth and power. It lends credence to the argument that, even if SysDef is defeated, the Crimson Fleet is doomed to fail and collapse in on itself, as the very temptation that brought them together also turns them on each other, with only Delgado and Neva's ruthless application of power keeping it all together. Delgado's question, or rather desire for the truth, comes off as almost self-righteous, a way to salvage some sort of success in nearly tempting us to join with him in the fleet. Both times I sided with SysDef, I refused to admit it, and he will accept neither answer, believing us to be dishonest with ourselves, which is real rich coming from him. We can both talk Akande and Delgado into surrendering, with Akande and Toph being escorted out by Neva and her boys, while Delgado will wait to be picked up by SysDef crew who arrive after we've taken out everyone else, but whatever. Failing this, you'll be forced to fight them and whatever remains of their forces, while shutting down the self-destruct sequences. In Delgado's case, once you kill him, you'll find a passcode that will allow access to his personal terminal where we can disarm the bomb in Voss's chest. With that taken care of, we return to base to be greeted with celebration, with either the Crimson Fleet destroyed and the settled systems a much safer place, or the Crimson Fleet back on the rapid ascendancy to becoming a force to be dealt with far and wide. We also receive a rather handsome reward for our efforts. While we've been duking it out, either the fleet or SysDef will have been busy decrypting Crix's legacy, and once the dust settles, we'll receive a generous 250,000 credits for our troubles. All in all, I found the Crimson Fleet ending more satisfying, though I find it difficult to describe why. With SysDef, while the celebrations are jubilant, it all feels business as normal, whereas with the fleet, it feels like the dawn of a new age, a fresh start, even if the connotations are steeped in depravity. After that, we can continue on our merry way. We can continue doing jobs for the fleet through their mission board, which we've had access to from the beginning, or take jobs for SysDef with access to their mission board now open. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the Crimson Fleet questline. In truth, I don't have much more to say about it. It's clear why it's considered by many to be the best out of the four in terms of narrative variability, though it comes at the cost of perhaps being the most exhausting out of all of them. While certainly not the gold standard in what's possible with branching narratives, what it shows to me is that Bethesda is and remains more than capable of achieving it if they fully commit to it, and it makes me wonder what could have been possible in the other faction questlines and the main story if they applied similar ideas. Guess we'll never know. Alright, we finally made it. The final stretch of this saga. With all the artifacts we can now find in our possession, it's time to head to the Buried Temple, located on Masada 3. As soon as we grav jump into orbit, we'll be greeted by either the Emissary, the Hunter, or both, depending on who we decide to side against, and oh look, they have friends. Thankfully, if we choose a side, we'll be joined by a selected ally and a dogfight will ensue. If we decided to go it alone, this fight, understandably, is considerably more difficult. Either way, the Starborn are either destroyed or forced to flee, and we're free to land on Masada 3 and make for the temple. Once planetside, we'll be greeted by our chosen ally, if we have one, who tells us that their opposite number will already be below with the final artifact, with their allies throwing themselves at us to halt our progress. We'll also be forced to contend with ecliptic mercenaries who have made themselves at home in the base built on top of the temple, though this isn't by random chance. They've been lured here and compelled to build the base by the Starborn to serve as an additional line of defense, while remaining blissfully ignorant of what they're truly guarding or how quickly they would be disposed of. This is made quickly apparent as we begin to traverse the base and find scenes of wholesale slaughter, the Starborn making short work of any ecliptic who stand in their way. Those that fight alongside the Starborn are supposedly being mind-controlled or something similar, though this is only for one section near the beginning. Now, we're told multiple times that we should expect anything and everything from the Starborn, including what minions they have at their disposal, though in all 3 of my runs, including the New Game Plus run, I've only ever encountered Ecliptic, their robots, and turrets. Whether this is by design, I can't say, though I think it would have been cool if the enemies we face were randomized from playthrough to playthrough. Could you imagine if we had to face down a couple of Terramorphs being controlled by the Starborn? Terramorphs already have powerful mind control capabilities, and thus it could have been a chance to really highlight the power of the artifacts if the Starborn could control them. Entering the facility is when things start to get really strange. There's more combat against Starborn and their minions, but we also come across a few anomalies, similar to the ones we used to shift between universes at Nishina, the artifact reacting to the fighting due to reasons that are never explained. There are 3 of them in total, and all are situated at choke points along the path to the artifact, and so we have no choice but to go through them. The first 2 are unimportant, and I have to wonder why they were included. The first one takes us back to Vectera, to the moment when Lynn sends us through the mine to the first artifact we ever found, the one that sent us on our journey. The second one takes us to Petrov's ship, where we can either tell him what we're up to, rue the fact that we ran into him again, or apologize for taking his artifact in the first place. Either way, Petrov will start spouting off how we don't deserve to see the Infinite and will be forced to fight him and his guards. The third and final one is perhaps the most evocative, as it actually sends us to another universe, where we end up on the Eye and find Vladimir holding our dead body, for in this universe we died instead of one of our companions. We converse with Vladimir for a bit, with there even being an option to attack him for some reason, where we can either encourage him to keep going despite the loss, or to give up the search, for the cost isn't worth it. Maybe the point of these time shifts have flown over my head, but I frankly can't understand what the point of them are. The first one is frankly pointless, it's just simply a return to the past, a reminder of the humble beginnings of this journey. The second one seems like a reminder of how we resorted to skullduggery and murder to acquire Petrov's artifact, while asking whether we truly deserve to touch the Infinite given such an action, which, okay, I guess. The third is perhaps the most pertinent to the multiverse concept. To me, it suggests that luck has played a large role in how we've gotten where we are. After all, let's not forget, though I wouldn't blame you if you had at this point, the emissary only became Starborn because we died, while in ours the opposite is true. Even still, while initially surprised and maybe a little caught off guard, I simply walked away going, okay, cool, and moved on without much thought. If they'd all been like the last one with Vladimir, then maybe I'd see them differently. This third shift comes during a long elevator descent that takes us deep below the base into a massive cave network, with the temple at the very end. Before we can approach, we have to square off with one more Starborn, who conjures duplicates of our companions and ourselves, which won't stop until we kill the Starborn, which is easier said than done since they'll cloak themselves as, again, one of our companions. Beyond is the final temple, and while it's pretty much the same as every other temple we've come across on this journey, I can't help but feel awestruck by its presence, thanks in large part due to the circumstances and what it represents, as well as how it's staged, a monolith pulsing with power both real and imagined. Bethesda have proven to be adept at large, fixed set pieces, and Starfield and the Buried Temple are no exceptions. The temples, while basic on the inside, are pretty impressive, but it's an impressiveness that seems sapped by the often bland environs that surround it. The Buried Temple bucks this thanks to its setting, surrounded by the vaulted expanse of the cave walls. Back towards its far wall and almost silhouetted against it by the bright light emanating from its spire-like top, it gives the temple an almost intimidating vibe, which may be the point. This is the last temple, home of the last artifact, where all Starborn and their accumulated powers converge. Once inside, there's no turning back. You either leave with your prize, or you fade into nothingness. Once we step inside, we're immediately confronted by either the emissary, the hunter, or both. This is their last chance to stop you. We can talk them down and convince them to hand over their artifacts if we wish, and should we succeed, they merely hand over their artifacts and zip off to parts unknown, never to be seen again. If not, or you're just tired of their bullshit, we fight them and their allies to the last man. As the fight progresses, we're transported to different locations that we visited. The Lodge, NASA, even the Astral Lounge of all places, which may actually be the most challenging as panicking civilians get between you and the Starborn. The temple will also lose gravity early on, making it the second of the 2 instances I mentioned back in part 7 where there's 0 gravity. And yes, I know technically all the temples are 0G for those stupid puzzles, but I'm not counting them as they're not all that intrinsic to the story. The universe shifts end at NASA, where we finally take down one or both of the star frenemies and we're shifted back to the present. We loot one or both of their sets of artifacts, then speak to our chosen ally if we have one to get their artifacts before touching the final artifact, cue the vision, the overly loud music, before we're jettisoned back outside. Talk about anticlimactic. After having to go through so much just to get these last artifacts, for it to suddenly end so abruptly seems so counter to what it was trying to achieve. We don't even get a chance to speak to our chosen ally if we have one, our last conversation with them being simply asking them for their artifacts, and that's it. There are crew conversations to be had, but all of them are pretty much the same. Everyone wants to step through the Unity and become Starborn, including Sam Coe, who plans on taking Cora with him no matter what, which is just another item to add to his list of irresponsible parental behavior. Now, I realize that these criticisms may not be fair. After all, the Buried Temple isn't the final mission. That belongs to actually going to the Unity itself once the armillary is completed and placed in our Grav drive. Even still, the Buried Temple carries with it the same weight as traveling to Vanguard to face Alduin in Skyrim or destroying the Institute in Fallout 4. The final challenge our character must overcome before final victory is achieved. This makes its sudden ending incredibly deflating. I mean, come on, we got to see dragons gather in Skyrim with Parthenax and the Institute get blown to smithereens in Fallout 4 by our push of a button. In Starfield, we get a version of a vision we've already seen, then we're jettisoned back outside. The end. Alright, enough dithering, let's get to the Unity. Once back on our ship, we approach the armillary and add all our newly acquired artifacts. With it now complete, all we need to do is power up the Grav drive and we'll head straight there. Meaning if there's anything we wanted to do first before we go, we need to remove the armillary first. Once we power up the Grav drive, we're treated to a cutscene that greatly differs from the usual song and dance of Grav jumping, the scene holding for a moment before it fades to white, and transitions to another load screen. Seriously, Bethesda! All these goddamn load screens. Tell me why, Todd. Tell me why.
All of this just works.
Arriving at the Unity is strange. Once the screen fades back in, we see a glowing black orb of some sorts, akin to a black hole, surrounded by incalculable universes, while someone in a Constellation spacesuit stands before the orb, back turned to us. Upon approach, the stranger turns to face us and... it's us. Or rather, another version of us from another universe. And they have a voice, something that we can even comment on if we wish.
Eternity.
Behind our other version is the Unity itself, the gateway to and the center of the multiverse. To step through it and become Starborn, we must give ourselves over to the universe, to be essentially broken in two. A part of our essence will remain in our current universe, while the rest moves on to the next, never to return. Our other version says that this one final leap will change our present universe forever, though they never explain how. We can also ask who created the Unity and the artifacts and why, but even this is cryptic. It's confirmed that it was some entity called the Creators, which sort of confirms the theory I suggested back in part 5, but who or what these creators are or were is never confirmed beyond more cryptic suggestions, answering questions with more questions. As to the why, it's more of the same. Cryptic as hell. While I usually don't mind, and sometimes even like ambiguity in storytelling, this comes across as rather annoying and uninteresting. Ambiguity should make you want to ask questions, to dig more for the answers. Instead, as we stand before the Unity, it makes me wonder why I even gave a shit to begin with. One could argue that this ambiguity is meant to be your final push through the Unity, to continue seeking answers to all of our questions. Our other version even suggests that we might even meet the Creators someday, just not today, so long as we continue on this path. This whole conversation, however, with our other version comes across as just the waffling of someone who's become detached from the real world, saying much without saying anything at all, to the point where it feels like a complete waste of time. It saps whatever emotional resonance there is out of the moment. We've reached the Unity, the goal we've been striving for throughout this journey, at great cost even, and yet all we're greeted with is a version of ourselves who speaks in tongues and says virtually nothing of substance. It makes me appreciate the conversations with the emissary and the hunter even more, for while they don't have all the answers, they're at least a bit more direct about what they know, with a moderate amount of ambiguity that doesn't get grating. Arguably the best part about this is when our actions and decisions across the main story, faction questlines, and even whoever we romance and their ramifications are brought forward for us to bear witness. While a neat touch that gives weight to our decisions, they're very brief and broad in their descriptions. You might even argue that they're all merely surface level, another case of the lackluster lore writing that permeates throughout the game, but hey, at least they're not ambiguous. Now we have a decision to make. Do we step through the Unity and become Starborn, or do we walk away and continue on living our life in the universe we have? Now, it must be said that we can return to the Unity at any time if we decide to put off stepping through it. If we have any unfinished business, faction questlines to complete, romances and weddings to finish, we can simply walk away and come back another day. We could also just refuse it outright and never come back, though the option will always remain open to us should we change our mind. So, what will you do? Truthfully, I don't find this decision to be very deep, or at least not as deep as I believe it's intended to be. The stakes, after all, are very simple. By walking through the Unity, we begin again as Starborn. New ship, new armor, and all the experiences of the last universe to inform our decision making in the next one. However, this comes at the cost of leaving behind our friends and loved ones. Remember, the ones we'll meet in the next universe are not the same people, but other versions. Can we cope with the idea of us being a stranger to them, even if they aren't to us? It's an interesting question, one that only you can answer, nor can I say with certainty how it's handled, having only done one New Game Plus run, where I kept my Starborn origin to myself and carried on like business as usual. Either way, our paths are laid for us. If we walk away and we're far enough, the screen will quickly fade to white, followed by another load screen, before we re-emerge back on our ship, everyone's shocked and surprised that we're back, certain that we'd walk through the Unity, and we can speak to everyone individually about this if we wish. If we step through the Unity, we're treated to a beautiful cutscene, as we're seemingly pulled from the center of all creation, flying past incalculable universes until it's laid before us. The gorgeous, shimmering cosmos, all of creation laid bare to the naked eye. I imagine this is where many would-be Starborn lose their humanity, or rather become detached from it. To see the entire cosmos before them, seeing how we're just an insignificant atom-sized speck in the middle of it all. It's understandable that many, after touching the infinite and seeing all that it entails, would begin to see themselves as more than human beyond the literal sense, a feeling that only grows stronger with every passing through the Unity, the emissary and the hunter being prime examples of this. I imagine the beauty of this cutscene may also fade with repeated trips through the Unity as well, as time and sense of scale diminish and the scene goes from being a moment to savor to just another step on the road to getting closer to the infinite. Eventually the scene will fade to black, the credits will roll, and we eventually find ourselves aboard our new Starborn ship, with a new objective to head to the lodge to begin our adventure all over again if we wish. Now, if you think I've been really quick with this entire part, from the Buried Temple onwards, you'd be correct. For all its issues and the useless waffling, the developers have, for the most part, kept these last stages rather succinct and on point, which I can appreciate. We've had more than enough time to chew on the details that have been given to us. Now all we have to do is make a decision and live with the consequences, with the hope of greater understanding carrying us forward. Do we continue with the life we have in our present universe, or do we take the plunge and begin anew, hopefully a little wiser than before? When everything coalesces, I'm left feeling rather strange. I feel like I should feel accomplished, but instead I feel relieved, like a great weight has been taken off my shoulders. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it's not about our alternate universe clone waffling on about cryptic nonsense. Maybe it's not about looking back on all our decisions and actions. Maybe it's about finally reaching the end of a long, arduous journey, with that end, the final crescendo, the grand finale being left to us to decide. Maybe that's been the point all along. Or maybe I just pulled all of that out of my ass, I don't know. The story and narrative of Starfield has me conflicted, and hopefully now you see why. While I can't say that I loved it, and there's certainly much that I would have changed, I've walked away from each playthrough still steadfast in my belief that it's better than the sum of its parts, even as a few of those parts actively try to weigh it down. It's a game full of stories, characters, and a setting that's brimming with potential, and even manages to shine in places, and yet all of it still fell afoul of Bethesda's refusal to adapt and modernize its design and writing techniques. Bethesda could have struck gold with Starfield, and while I don't agree that they completely fumbled the bag, they didn't exactly do much with it either. The interesting yet lackluster lore, the interesting story with a rather uninteresting and safe twist, and an interesting but not highly so small cast of characters. Maybe I'm still wearing those damn rose-tinted glasses, hence why I want to believe that this game's story and narrative was meant for greater things, and could still be with time and care. I have no doubt I will return to Starfield in the future. Why is hard to pin down, though now that I think about it, as we reach the end of this journey, it may just be wishful thinking. That one day I will learn to love this game, even as it works devilishly hard to make it not so. Only time will tell.